On the 1st of February 1960, the Greensboro sit-ins began when 4 black students sat at the whites-only lunch counter in the Woolworth department store. In 1960, over a quarter of the population of the North Carolina city of Greensboro was black. The state had a range of segregation laws in place that generally left them with poorer quality facilities than their white counterparts and denied many the right to vote. This segregation permeated throughout daily life thanks to numerous Jim Crow laws. Determined to draw attention to this injustice, 4 students planned a simple yet effective protest. After buying some small items from the Woolworth department store in Greensboro, the 4 students then took seats at the segregated lunch counter. The counter staff, in line with company policy, refused to serve them, and later called the police after the Greensboro 4, as they became known, refused to leave. However, as the men had not taken any provocative action, the police were unable to intervene, and the 4 stayed seated at the counter until the store closed that evening. The sit-in continued the next day as more black students joined the protest. Encouraged by local press coverage that soon became national, similar protests soon broke out at other segregated lunch counters across America. Despite this pressure, many stores refused to change their policies, and it wasn't until the 25th of July that the lunch counter at Woolworth's in Greensboro was finally integrated. The protests had been front-page news around the country and went on to spur the desegregation of hundreds of public spaces across the United States.
What do 2 of the most important civil rights organizations have in common? Meet Ella Baker, the brilliant black woman whose ideas and careful grassroots organizing helped give birth to Dr. King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference and to the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. For this reason, Ella Baker is reverentially known as the mother of the civil rights movement. Born in Virginia in 1903, Ella Baker was educated at Shaw University before moving to New York City in 1927. By 1930, she'd started organizing.
Ella Baker joined the NAACP in 1940 and helped young leaders find their voice and their leadership capacity. And one of those people was Rosa Parks, someone we all know. Ella Baker was also recruited by Martin Luther King to help run the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, which was helping to build the civil rights movement.
Then in 1960, a group of black college students were denied service at Woolworth's segregated lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina. In an act of nonviolent protest, the students refused to leave, inspiring similar sit-ins across the South.
Ella Baker left SCLC to help a group of young people form the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee.
I remember Miss Baker saying, many of you are from some of the quote-unquote best schools in the country, so when you go into rural areas, don't go in there thinking you're going to lead the people. Find out what the people want.
When you heard Ella Baker speak, you were ready to get out there. She really wanted us to stand up and speak out, and she gave you the energy to push. You can lead, you can be somebody, you can do something.
More interested in effecting change than public acclaim or financial reward, Baker inspired a generation of young Americans to risk their lives to fight racism, sexism, and white supremacy. Simply put, the mother of the civil rights movement had many children, and we are her heirs.
Freedom rides are a dramatic moment that occurred at the peak of the civil rights era in 1961. They were a response to a law that had been passed. So in 1961, a northern group of civil rights activists called CORE, the Congress of Racial Equality, decides to test this law by calling together activists of different ages, of different races, of different educational and economic backgrounds, and of different religions to travel together, sitting side by side on interstate buses from Washington, D.C., all the way to the Deep South. Initially, the rides went very well. They would walk in as an integrated group, violating, right, the precepts of Jim Crow, and people wouldn't bother them. When they came to the Deep South, it was a different story. So their ride stalled. They encountered hostile, violent, angry mobs. The federal government sends in its officials to help them get out of there and flies them to New Orleans.
Do you feel that it's wrong to discriminate against a person solely on the basis of his race or color?
Diane Nash, who had led the Nashville sit-ins, heard about the Freedom Rides, heard about the trouble that the Freedom Riders had encountered, and she did not want the Freedom Rides to go down in the annals of history as a failure. She repeated the model of CORE, and they immediately encounter hostility again in Alabama. There's a notorious moment in Montgomery where the riders are badly beaten. Reporters who are filming the riders are badly beaten. The local African-American church has a mass meeting to call attention to this problem. Dr. King is flown in. A mob of thousands surrounds the church and threatens to set the church on fire. Dr. King phones the Attorney General, Robert Kennedy, and asks for help. And after a long series of telephone calls with the governor of Alabama, Robert Kennedy sends in the National Guard to rescue Dr. King and his congregation. This is a moment of triumph for the civil rights movement because it shows that the federal government is willing to bring its full powers in support of the civil rights movement. So already the Freedom Rides are creating the kind of social change that the riders wanted to. The riders continue during this second round all the way to Jackson, Mississippi, with some degree of police protection. In Jackson, Mississippi, they are promptly thrown in a notorious prison called Parchman, which was well known for the kind of hard labor that the prisoners had to enact. Did this discourage the Freedom Riders? No. It strengthened their resolve. They practiced nonviolence in those jails when the guards were violent toward them. And they modeled to people in jail who had not been a part of the movement. They modeled to the people in jail how serious the motivations of the movement activists were and how transformative the movement was. In the end, the Attorney General was able to change the laws, and interstate travel was finally really desegregated as a result of the Freedom Rides. So the Freedom Rides are a major success for the civil rights activists in the early 1960s.
In February 1968, in Memphis, Tennessee, some 1,300 sanitation workers, members of Local 1733 of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, began a strike. This wasn't an ordinary strike. We forged together a coalition of the religious community, the civil rights community, and the labor movement. It was a struggle for freedom, for dignity, for decency, for equality.
Back in those days, we had to do this to live. The treatment that we were getting. Sometimes I just feel like tears will come in my eyes.
And we just got tired. We had meetings and discussed it and said, we're going to do something about it. Said there ain't but one thing to do, is just to make our move. And you know, a man has got to have a strong mind to go out in the street, leave his job, and go out in the street.
We felt like we would have to let the city know that because we were sanitation workers, we were human beings. The signs that we were carrying said that I am a man, then we was going to demand to have the same dignity and the same courtesy any other citizen of Memphis has.
We are saying that we are determined to be men. We are saying that we are God's children.
After a few days, we found that the strike was more than just a recognition and economic strike. It was a social struggle in this society. We talked, they didn't listen. Management and the establishment here wanted no relationship with unions whatsoever.
The mayor particularly got completely hung up on this one issue, that he was not going to recognize the existence of public unions.
When a public official orders a group of men to get back to work and then we'll talk, and treats them as though they are not men, that's a racist point of view. And no matter how you dress it up in terms of whether or not a union can organize, it's still racism. For at the heart of racism is the idea that a man is not a man.
We thought we had reached an understanding during a meeting of the Public Works Committee.
The council will meet tomorrow.
Committee Chairman Fred Davis gave us a promise.
That the council recognize the union and that there'll be some form of dues checkoff for the union.
We were told to meet with the council. When we got there, one of the most crude charades in the many years I've represented working people took place.
When they told me there'd be an honest council meeting today, and you and I would have a chance to talk to this council, I regret I believed them. They lied to me and they lied to you.
We decided to march to the Claiborne Temple. And as soon as we got out there, some of the police officers, not all of them, began hassling some of our folks, and I remember intervening and promised them faithfully that these men did not believe in violence, that the union did not believe in violence. We started a march, and we moved down there, and police cars were used to harass us and push us around, and this was a turning point.
I don't know who it was. Somebody hollered and said, break it up. And they just broke right on us. And honest folk got in heaven, and they sprayed so much of that stuff down my collar until I could feel it look like running down my back.
My eyes, they shot that stuff in both my eyes. Couldn't see nothing.
We built into our planning the escalation principle in order to help momentum build. Mass meetings every night, daily marches of the workers and clergy, and then sit-ins at the City Hall, which resulted at least one time in major arrest of many of us. In the meantime, I had been talking with Dr. Martin Luther King about his support and about his coming in order to both identify the struggle with himself and to help the people in the community identify the struggle in terms of a nonviolent campaign.
You are demanding that this city will respect the dignity of labor. So often we overlook the worth and the significance of those who are not in professional jobs, of those who are not in the so-called big jobs. But let me say to you tonight that whenever you are engaged in work that serves humanity and is for the building of humanity, it has dignity and it has worth. You are reminding
not only Memphis, but you are reminding the nation that it is a crime for people to live in this rich nation and receive starvation wages.
On March 28th, Dr. Martin Luther King led a march here in Memphis in support of the sanitation workers. This was one of the few times when his staff did not organize the march. Some of the young people saw this as an opportunity to demonstrate their frustration in what they considered the slowness with which the community leadership was moving. They began to break out windows and disrupt the march. This gave the policemen an opportunity to move in, to break up the march in an effort to discredit Dr. Martin Luther King and the local leadership.
When we came back downtown the following day, really to be confronted with tanks and half-tracks and jeeps and National Guardmen with bayonets all over the place, it really sort of provided the classic kind of confrontation between striking workers with nothing more than a picket sign and really what was the might of the armed forces of this city. And it was frightening in one aspect, and where the least bit of wrong action could really have triggered a situation that would have been tragic for many people.
Somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest for rights.
At the time that I heard the news of Dr. King's death, we were still struggling to arrive at an acceptable compromise. So many times in issues of this type, a little bit more leadership, a little bit more wisdom, a little bit more vision, and a little bit more flexibility would enable you to deal with a problem. And yet, this time we were not, and we had to have the tragedy to bring us to our senses.
City of Memphis recognizes the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO, Local 1733, as the designated representative for certain employees in the Division of Public Works.
The day that strike was over, that was the best part of my life.
All in favor of recordation, let it be known by saying aye.
And I'm telling you the truth. You talking about a bouquet. It was black, white, they tied up on that stage, hugging and crying and hollering.
I win a whole lot in this strike because respect, that's the most important thing. They respect you as a man. Got some difficult days ahead, but it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop. I just want to do God's will, and He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over, and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
April 4th, 1968 is on the list of infamous dates in American history that includes November 22nd, 1963 and September 11th, 2001. April 4th is the date Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated outside his hotel room in Memphis. Dr. King was there in support of striking sanitation workers. In our Sunday closer, Harry Smith caught up nearly half a century later with one of those men.
Memphis, spring 1968. Black sanitation workers are on strike. Their work stoppage was not welcome. National Guard troops line the streets. Bayonets drawn.
There had been agitation over the years for higher wages and
better working conditions.
Fred Davis was on the city council then. At day's end, the black garbage men would be covered with stinking slime. The white drivers had showers. There were no showers for the men on the back of the truck.
Just a putrid kind of injustice.
Men like Elmo Nickelberry made $1.25 for a 9-hour day.
It really was a filthy job.
Yeah. Describe it. What was it like? What was it like when you come home?
I couldn't come in the house. I smelled so bad.
Mr. Nickelberry can laugh about it now, but when he came home from serving in the Army in Korea, there were no jobs for a black man in Memphis.
For 2 weeks, and stand outside the gate, and the man said, "Boy, you want a job?" I said, "Yes, sir."
Steady, even filthy work was better than no work. But when their demands for nickel and dime raises or even a shower went unheeded, they went on strike.
Were you afraid to strike?
I wasn't afraid of nothing.
Mr. Nickelberry felt he had no choice.
I had to do what I had to do. If you got a family, you got to stand up for them.
Their strikers' cause had found no sympathy in white Memphis, and into a city consumed by tension came Martin Luther King Jr. He came twice. The second time, he delivered this speech.
And I've seen the promised land.
The next evening, King would be shot dead on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel.
That make a man feel mighty bad. Man come to help you and he get killed. It do something to you.
Think you can still feel it now?
Yeah.
The strike would be settled, and men like Elmo Nickelberry went back to work.
Shall we go to work?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ride with you?
In fact, at 85, he's still working. Distrustful of the city, the sanitation workers opted out of the Memphis City pension plan 49 years ago. So men like Mr. Nickelberry had only Social Security to retire on.
The sanitation workers would actually meet at this location.
Jim Strickland is the current mayor of Memphis. The city is awarding some 24 surviving strikers grants of $70,000 each.
The garbage is going to be picked up in Memphis.
You think about my predecessor 50 years ago, wouldn't even negotiate with these men. And to be able to be in the same position as that man and sort of rectify a wrong, I feel very honored.
And with that money, Mr. Nickelberry says he might even think about retiring.
What are you going to do with that money?
I'm going to put on me some Bermuda shorts.
Bermuda shorts?
Bermuda shorts.
Right.
I'm going fishing and have myself some fun. That's what I'm going to do.
For Sunday Today, Harry Smith, Memphis.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Martin Luther King Symposium at Seton Hall University. This is our 7th year, and we are so proud to continue this tradition. The films you just watched will set the stage for showing you that events of the past have implications in the present. And you will notice that that very last clip discussed the fact that some type of repair needed to be done for the injustices done to those strikers who were involved with the I Am a Man movement in Memphis, Tennessee. In the contemporary sense, we might refer to that as being reparations for past harm. Thoughts like that are very consistent with a theology of justice. Later, we'll also do a presentation that will show you how all of that scenario in Memphis and the civil rights movement also relates to our Catholic understanding of the Catholic intellectual tradition. It is now my pleasure to introduce to everyone the 22nd president of Seton Hall University, Monsignor Joseph Riley, for an introduction and a welcome to the university. I might also add that after Monsignor Riley, we'll have greetings from the University Academic Officer, Dr. Katia Passerini, followed by the Dean of Arts and Sciences. Good morning, Monsignor Riley.
Good morning to you, Reverend Pritchett. It's great to be with you this morning, and welcome to everybody as well. Just before I begin my remarks, I just wanted to say, watching those videos, a little bit of what I saw there. It's striking to me that obviously the work that Reverend Dr. King was doing was such powerful work, but it was also, as he clearly said, God's will. It was a vocation, a calling, and I think seeing one's life in that perspective is really lends a greater credibility and a motivation. So I just want to commend you all today for being here and continuing the great work of Reverend Dr. King. And thank everybody for joining us today. As we honor the life and the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, we have a wonderful opportunity, I think, to examine the crucial issues of race, inclusion, and justice. We'll listen, consider, and discuss and better understand how to create a more just world as God would have us do. I thank Dr. Hart for delivering today's keynote. He's a powerful advocate for the Christ that many people, even in our own society today, might not recognize. I'm referring to the Christ of radical nonviolence, the Christ who comforts the sick and the needy without question, the Christ who stands with the outsider and the oppressed, the Christ who opposes the hierarchies that separate the people of God. It is this Christ who speaks to us from the Gospel of Matthew and provides us, if you will, a litmus test for entrance into heaven. At the last judgment, Christ will say to the people, I was a stranger, and you gave me no welcome, naked, and you gave me no clothing, ill and in prison, and you did not care for me. And then they will say, as the Gospel tells us, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or naked or ill or in prison and not minister to your needs? And he will answer them, Amen, I say to you, what you did not do for one of these least ones, you did not do for me. Rather tellingly and germane to our discussion today, this passage from Matthew's Gospel is commonly called the judgment of the nations. Dr. Hart today calls us to embrace this Christ-like justice, and his scholarship works to eliminate hierarchies rooted in racism, sexism, classism, and other oppressive forms. I'm pleased that our symposium will lead us to engage with these crucial issues today. Certainly we'll have something to learn today, something that will touch our hearts and move our lives. I want to thank everyone who made this one credit symposium possible, most especially Reverend Dr. Forrest Pritchett and many, many others. And I'm particularly grateful to the New Jersey Council for the Humanities for its support. I look forward to the engaging dialogue that's informed by our highest ideals as God's children and members of a thoughtful academic community. Welcome to Seton Hall. Have an inspiring day. Thank you so much.
All right, good morning, everybody. I am Jonathan Farina, and I am Interim Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Seton Hall University. And the College of Arts and Sciences is proud to sponsor this long-running event. We have a great lineup of voices today, including a panel of 4 faculty from our interdisciplinary Africana Studies program, the oldest in New Jersey, Dr. Stephanie Harris, Dr. Nkosi Dubois Anderson, Dr. Carm Antonor, and Dr. Pritchett. All of them share expertise in sociology, religion, political science, and law with the study of the African diaspora and the challenges that it is still struggling with. We'll also hear from Dr. Brian Crable, Dean of the College of Human Development, Culture, and Media, and a widely published expert on the intersection of race, rhetoric, and social justice. He's going to speak today on racism, privilege, and opportunity. We're going to hear from a panel of experts on inequality and injustice in healthcare, which is an interest for a substantial number of our Seton Hall students. And we'll hear from our MLK Scholarship students and graduates and others in the community, most especially Dr. Hart, our keynote speaker. We are here today, of course, to learn more about the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, but our academic purpose is more so to learn about how each of us can contribute to the work Dr. King did in our own ways, at school, in our teams, in our clubs, at our businesses and healthcare facilities, in our neighborhoods, wherever we find ourselves in daily life. Our academic purpose is, in other words, to be moved to address the injustices that we see, moved to form relationships with new people to effect change. As an English professor, I always have a student who says, "I've read this book already." And I get to reply in my dad voice that it might be the same book, but you better have not been the same person reading it as you were last time. We've all changed, the world has changed, and so the book better hit different, as the kids say, each time you come back to it. The same goes for MLK Day. To varying degrees, we have all learned about Dr. King many times before. But we are here during the inauguration of a new president, in a new year, with new classmates and new co-workers, and if some of the problems remain the same, then at least we have new opportunities to address them. Let us pay attention to how Dr. King speaks to us in this moment, and let today's conversations remind us of our personal responsibilities to be agents of social justice. We don't really understand or know anything about Dr. King until we have joined his efforts and done something to address the inequities around us. Our academic purpose then is to put learning into practice. I encourage our students especially to bring this purpose with them to all their classes this semester, to think about how they are going to apply what they have learned about any subject to improve the lives of others. Knowledge only matters if we put it to work, and the work of justice, friendship, love, faith, citizenship, democracy, all the important things, is never done. It's what we do every day. The challenges that affect us most may seem daunting in their scale, but all meaningful change happens the same way at the level of interpersonal relationships. Transformational changes originate in friendships between a few caring people who get to work together. As it happens, Dr. King wrote a doctoral dissertation that critiqued two different concepts of God precisely because they did not account for God's personal interaction with individuals, a personal relationship that Dr. King thought was necessary to the idea of God. Today, let us discern afresh our personal relationship to God and to social justice, and remember our responsibility to help achieve it. Let us remember that change starts by genuinely listening to the people around us, especially if they seem to disagree with us, and learning how to work together. As you participate in today's sessions, think about how your individual work as an employee or student might help advance justice, even in small ways. Racial and social justice intersect with every aspect of life, from economics and politics to health, law, culture, and the environment. And students of all disciplines of study, finance, marketing, biology, history, nursing, literature, religion, have different specific ways to put Dr. King's lessons to work. I encourage everyone to think about how MLK's work might impact their areas of interest and how they might use their disciplines to advance our world. We're all responsible for making sure that what comes up in today's discussions comes up throughout the semester in all our classes, responsible for making sure that we do not take MLK Day's speech for granted. I thank Dr. Pritchett and Mary Kate Natus and her team for planning today, and for our TLTC crew for help keeping our technology running smoothly. Thank you all for being here, and have a great day.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the staff and all who have invited me to be with you for this event. I'm Reverend Valencia Norman. I'm the pastor of the First Presbyterian and Trinity Church of South Orange, located just down the street. Always our doors are open and welcoming to the students, faculty, and just meeting the needs of the community has been and continues to be our goal. So I'm going to begin by reading a passage from a book called Gates of Repentance. Now is the time for turning. The leaves are beginning to turn from green to red to orange. The birds are beginning to turn and are heading once more toward the south. The animals are beginning to turn to storing their food for the winter. For leaves, birds, and animals, turning comes instinctively. But for us, turning does not come so easily. It takes an act of will for us to make a turn. It means breaking old habits. It means admitting that we have been wrong. And this is never easy. It means losing face. It means starting all over again. And this is always painful. It means saying, I am sorry. It means recognizing that we have the ability to change. Yet these things are terribly hard to do. But unless we turn, we will be trapped forever in yesterday's ways. Let us pray. God of creation, as we reflect on the life and ministry of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, we come with open hearts to work towards the dream of unity. Lead us to the deep wells of faith, clear springs that sustained our foreparents in times of unrest. Help us to remove the rocks that have tumbled in and stopped the water's flow. Help us to turn from callousness to sensitivity, from hostility to love, from pettiness to purpose, from envy to contentment, from carelessness to discipline, from fear to unity. Turn us around and revive us again as in days gone by. Satisfy our thirst for right relationships, for in conflict with one another there is no life. Let our actions produce policies that reflect the dying to old ways and a rebirth to a new way of communal living, or our rituals are meaningless. Let us stand in your presence on the holy mountain, watching fresh waters flow upon all the earth as signs of peace. So it was in the beginning, and may it be forever and ever. Amen. Amen. Aminu.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Muhammad Ali Chaudhry. I'm president of the Islamic Society of Asking Ridge, and I'm honored to be a part of this Martin Luther King Day seminar on peace. It is very important for us to recognize that in Islam, my very faith means peace. And I'm going to return to that in a moment, but I'd also like to share with you some of the other involvements that I've had with the interfaith community. In addition to being president of the Islamic Society of Asking Ridge, trying to build a mosque in our town, I am co-founder of the New Jersey Interfaith Coalition. I have served on the Board of Education in my town many years ago, and also as mayor. And today, I think of all the mayors around the country who are worried about the safety of their area, safety of their citizens, with the risks that we are facing. So later on, I want to include that as a thought for prayer. I also would like to share with you that I am a professor at the Raritan Valley Community College. I'm an economist by training, and I have continued to teach 1 or 2 courses a semester whenever I have time. So coming back to our topic for today, I would like to share with you from the Islamic tradition the importance of recognizing the humanity of all human beings, all creatures of God. And in that spirit, I'd like to share with you one of the verses of the Quran, the Islamic scripture. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ya ayyuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. I just recited the verse in Arabic, and it translates, O mankind, indeed, we have created you from male and female, and made you peoples and tribes, that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah, which is the Arabic word for God, is the most righteous of you. Indeed, God is knowing and acquainted with all that you do. This verse is repeated in many different ways in the Quran to emphasize that God created all human beings from the same source. And therefore, we are all one, brothers and sisters. And in fact, one of the Shia Imams has said that if we are either brothers and sisters in faith, or we are brothers and sisters in humanity. The point being that God created all of us and made us different. Diversity was a part of the design of the Creator, and we should cherish that. We should see that as a strength and build on our strength, recognizing what every human being, no matter what background they come from, how they worship, how they dress, what language they speak, that what they can contribute to the life around us. And honestly, when I generally think about these large topics, I always recognize that standing in Basking Ridge or South Orange or Newark or any other place, my responsibility extends most importantly to the people around me. So while we talk in generalities, I mean my neighbors, my friends, my co-workers are all important in my life. And in fact, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, has reminded us many times that you are not a good follower of the faith if people around you are afraid of you. So what does the peace mean to you? That is, you have to act in a way with people around you that they feel you as a protector, as a friend, as a partner, not as a threat of any kind. So from the Islamic tradition, there's a lot more that we can talk about as far as peace is concerned. But I would like to follow our tradition and, in the interest of brevity, offer a very simple prayer for peace. O Almighty God, the creator of the universe, sustainer of the entire universe, we ask for your forgiveness. We ask for your mercy. We ask for your blessings. And we ask for your peace. And help us understand the differences we all face. Help us understand the other. We are currently dealing with a tremendous amount of anxiety and fear. It is your blessings, it is your mercy that will allow us to deal with it. We ask you to bless us with your mercy, because I will end with this final prayer in Arabic and will translate it into English. Allahumma anta salam wa minka salam tabarakta ya zal jalal wal ikram. Oh Allah, You are the perfect peace, and peace comes from you. Blessed are you, O owner of majesty and honor. Amen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rabbi Karen Glazer Perlman. I'm one of the clergy at Congregation B'nai Jeshurun, just down the street on South Orange Avenue in Short Hills, New Jersey. And it's a blessing to be with you on this day of peace, in this gathering of peace. And on these days, this day actually every year, when we think back to the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I think back to the photo that I was shown as a very little girl, which was Dr. King and Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel walking arm in arm in the southern part of our country, marching for peace. There's actually another one of rabbis holding a Torah scroll as they would walk, as they marched during the civil rights era. And Rabbi Heschel was quoted as saying that when he was marching, he felt like his feet were praying, that through that action, he actually was able to pray, not in the synagogue, not with the prayer book, but really that it was through action that he was able to pray. And that has been a guiding light for many Jews who seek peace in this world and who desire a world not of violence and of hatred and of incivility and of separation, but really of unity and kindness and compassion and peace. The prayer for peace that many Jews say in Hebrew prays that God is an oseh shalom. God is a maker of peace. This prayer, I'll recite it in Hebrew and then I'll share it in English. This prayer says, Oseh shalom bimromav, hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'al kol yoshvei tevel, ve'imru amen. May the one who we call maker of the peace, who makes peace in the high heavens, make peace for people here on earth, for Jews and Christians and Muslims, people of all faiths, brothers and sisters of peace, people who walk and share God's great earth together. Together we say, Amen.
Brothers and sisters, my name is Father Colin Kay, Vice President for Mission and Ministry here at Seton Hall, and it is a pleasure to be with you today. The man said he had a dream. Well, the man had a dream because God had the man. The doctor dreamed because the pastor prayed. The leader led because the Lord led the leader. How about this? Let's follow the leader with Reverend King, with Dr. King. Let us pray for wisdom, for courage, for strength. Lord, with hearts at once grateful and hopeful, we turn to you this day. Give us the wisdom to know what is right, the courage to choose what is right, and the strength to do what is right. Lord, may your kingdom come. May your will be done in us and through us, between us and all around us, this day and always. Amen.
We will invite everyone to follow as we pronounce our litany to honor Dr. King. We remember that all of our great world religions are part of the Abrahamic tradition. So we work together, we talk together, we commune together for peace in the world. And in the years 2024 to 2025, indeed, our prayer is for peace throughout the world. The challenges abound, but we are the people of our Divine Father. In that spirit, we will now honor Dr. King in this prepared litany. There will be 2 segments. I will read as the leader, and we ask you in your own space to read as the congregants. Let us proceed. In every era, God has chosen men and women to serve the needs of his people, such as a servant was Martin Luther King Jr., whose birth we celebrate. We are deeply grateful for the life of this 20th century prophet. May the deep love that Dr. King had for all people be released in us, that we too might work miracles in the lives of those who continue to hate. May his struggle for social transformation continue in this generation. May all people come to believe that with perseverance we shall overcome. May the work that Dr. King, may it continue to eradicate racial justice and its ungodly consequences. May we continue to cultivate the nonviolent discipline of Dr. King, abandoning unrestrained acts of force. May the spirit of Dr. King continue to flow through our daily living. May we have the courage of Dr. King as we continue to stand up for justice, reconciliation, and truth, despite challenge and controversy. May the peace of the risen Christ cause the fury of war to vanish from the face of the earth. We thank you all for your participation. We also thank this year the New Jersey Council for the Humanities for their generous support of our program. Throughout today, we'll be looking at the public use of humanities through all of the various academic disciplines. And we'll be putting that into the public sector. So now we're going to have a few words from our academic vice president, Dr. Katia Passerini, the provost of the Seton Hall University. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for assembling year after year to celebrate and carry forward the dream Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. entrusted us with. Dr. King once said, "The time is always right to do what is right." His words echo through generations, guiding us now as we reflect on what we have accomplished and what still lies ahead. At Seton Hall, we've harvested our treasures through our last strategic plan, and we must celebrate the meaningful progress we have made. New DEI committees in every college and school, more inclusive teaching practices, an expanded course evaluation that begins to measure and therefore reflect on how we're doing, expanded opportunities for our MLK scholars, and many, many more initiatives. These initiatives converge into a unified belief that education must lift up every soul, every student. But these successes are not endpoints, they are foundations. Our new strategic plan that is under development re-challenges us. It calls us to sow fresh seeds of inclusion, equity, and opportunity. Just as a farmer turns the soil each season, we must return to our shared mission, planting new initiatives, cultivating understanding, and nurturing the growth of each student and colleague. Our journey forward demands that we maintain what we have built and rise to the next level. Today, we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. Dr. King, our faculty who engage in the classroom day in and day out to empower our students with a world-class education, and many, many visionary leaders and unsung heroes. We cannot underscore the importance of the work that Dr. Monica Burnett and Father Ranieri are carrying forward as they continue to lead our university-wide Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. As Seton Hall prepares to move into a new chapter with its new strategic plan, I urge us to remember, the work is never done. Our future harvest depends on our willingness to keep sowing the seed of understanding, justice, and compassion. Education is not static. It is a journey of ever opening doors. If we keep the dream central and let gratitude guide our steps, we will continue to harvest treasure beyond what we can imagine. We can all contribute. In the Catholic social teaching tradition that is so important to our Seton Hall University, each one of us is encouraged to sow seeds of peace, justice, and charity. By taking small actions, we contribute to a larger harvest of love and justice in society. While I'm sorry I can't be in presence with you this year, I celebrate all of you gathered together for your relentless commitment, for daring to dream, and for acting every single day with small and big actions to make that dream a reality. Together, you will shape a future worthy of Dr. King's legacy and worthy of the best within all of us.
Thank you, Dr. Passerini. You know, throughout the land, today is set aside to honor the apostle of peace, the prophet of justice, if you would, for the 20th century, Dr. King. Many communities and institutions throughout this country join in these celebrations. But you'd be honored to know, as I share the following fact with you, Seton Hall University was one among the first institutions in this nation to acknowledge Dr. King. We established in 1970 a scholarship as well as a servant leadership type of program to honor him. So we are among one of the first programs in the nation to do that. We honor the fact that Dr. King so loved us and loved his mission that he practiced or had his mind and heart open for what we would call agape love, love to the point of sacrifice. We all would be better by understanding and having spiritual pillars which guide our pathways in life, no matter what your choice of religion may be. Personally, for myself, I think about the words of Micah 6, verses 6 through 8, where it emphasizes the following. He, as I would recite this, he has shown us, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of all of us? He requires us to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. Please let those words sink into your heart and into your spirit. As we prepare now to hear from our keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Drew Hart of Messiah University in Pennsylvania. Dr. Hart has created and initiated many types of initiatives which complement his servant leadership, not only at his university, but also in the community. 3 pillars, if you would, inform his existence and his scholarship and his activism. And they are radical discipleship, a public witness, and facilitating Christian solidarity. Christian and radical discipleship to Jesus means that you refuse to distort and domesticate within his own life the teachings and the death and the resurrection. This radical discipleship accepts the call to deny oneself, to follow him, and accept the consequences that come from such faithfulness, just as Dr. King modeled for all of us. Dr. Hart's Christian witness tells us that a public witness rejects the temptation to privatize our faith to only matters of the heart. We are called to embody and to make visible God's reign on this earth and to speak truth to power. Our Christian solidarity must be shaped by the very nature of Jesus the Christ. We identify and stand with those that Jesus did, just as Jesus did in his own time. We gladly link arms with those who are impoverished, who are vulnerable, who are oppressed, and who are marginalized. We receive those among us who are considered the least of these, because Jesus instructs us to make them our brothers and our sisters, and not to turn on them with national policies of rejection. One of Dr. Hart's books that really touched my heart is called Can I Get a Witness? Which would mean that in turbulent times and things are difficult and it's so easy to become inconspicuous among the crowd, it is so easy simply to define your activism as pushing buttons on social media devices. But who will stand and tell the truth? Who will stand and lead? Who will stand and challenge? So we prepare our hearts and our spirits and our ears and our minds now for the message of Dr. Hart. First, we will have a brief musical interlude and tribute to Dr. King from a talented violinist, Bree Locke. Enjoy ye now the moment as our keynote presentation is about to begin. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I'm not on this. Oh, there we go. Good morning, Seton Hall University. It's an honor to be with you all virtually today as we gather to celebrate and be challenged by the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to Reverend Dr. Forrest Pritchett for inviting me to share this moment with you. Dr. Pritchett's leadership and commitment to justice are a terrific example of the very principles and practices that we're reflecting on today. I also want to extend my appreciation to the president, provost, esteemed faculty, dedicated staff, and the student body of this university, as well as to any community members joining us today. Thank you for creating a space where we can come together to reflect, learn, and recommit ourselves to the work of building the beloved community Dr. King believed in so dearly. As we gather today to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I want to take us back to a moment that captures his spirit so well. It was Birmingham, 1963. Dr. King sat with other leaders, grappling with the weighty decisions before them. They had just been given a court injunction saying they couldn't march. They weren't getting the kind of responses that they had hoped for, and they ran out of bail funds. And Easter and Passover weekend were right around the corner. And most of the leaders were clergy from other cities and towns, and there were big decisions that needed to be made. Some wanted to push forward and get arrested. Others wanted to send Dr. King on the road to raise bail funds. Most of them felt that they needed to go back to serve their congregations during the most important day on the calendar. The air was thick with tension, doubt swirling about what to do next, and the whole time, Dr. King sat quietly, not contributing anything to the conversation. And then suddenly, Dr. King got up, stepped away. He went into the bedroom and was gone for a few minutes. And when he returned, he had changed his clothes. Now he was dressed in blue jeans and a blue work shirt. That was his way of saying, now is the time to get to work. My friends, today I'm here to remind us that we too must put on our blue jeans and get to work, because the call to justice, the call to truth, and the call to work for change for the common good, and especially for those who've had their backs most against the wall, is always now. The first thing I need us all to confront today is the emboldening of white Christian nationalism. This ideology claims to serve Christianity and America, but in practice, it vandalizes the meaning of Jesus, it encourages fascism and disregard for others, and it stifles plurality and democracy. It baptizes power, legitimizes oppression, and sanctifies violence, often wrapping itself in the symbols of Christianity to disguise its true character. Dr. King opposed this ideology throughout his life and did so directly in the public square. You know, I had the pleasure of hearing the late Reverend C.T. Vivian on more than one occasion explain that the civil rights era was a clash of two very different expressions of Christianity in the public square. And over the years, as those words have really sunk in, I've seen just how profound that simple point really was. One version of Christianity called for justice. The other fought for racial oppression. One invited us to recognize our shared humanity. The other divided us through hierarchies and organizing society by segregation. One embodied faith, hope, and love, while the other pushed propaganda, fear, and hate. Dr. King embodied and modeled a better way for us to live than what white Christian nationalism calls us to. Consider Dr. King's experiences in prison in Birmingham. Here, King faced not just systemic racism, but also white clergy who were either weaponized their religion to support segregation, or other white moderates that were more committed to the absence of conflict than they were to the presence of justice. In his famous letter from prison to these clergy, Dr. King called out their passive complicity and their theological distortions. He critiqued those who preferred a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. He insisted that a justice delayed is justice denied. For these clergy, Christianity was about serving law and order while deprioritizing the alleviation of Black suffering, because it needed to go at the speed that was comfortable for white people. Their faith was not about liberation or social transformation. Contrast this with what many call the Black prophetic tradition, which shaped Dr. King from Ebenezer Baptist Church in Sweet Auburn and took him to the Edmund Pettus Bridge or the west side of Chicago. This tradition is not a faith of law and order or comfort, but justice, peace, and when necessary, even confrontation. It calls out injustice courageously, refusing to separate spiritual liberation from social and political freedom. The Black prophetic tradition declares, as King did, that an unjust law is no law at all, holding a mirror to the systems and institutions that violate the divine image in every person. White Christian nationalism embodies a distorted Christianity, one that builds walls rather than bridges, that hoards power rather than shares it. It thrives on fear, painting diversity as a threat, equity as unfair, and inclusion as illogical. It selectively erases significant history while replacing it with nostalgia and propaganda. Meanwhile, the Black prophetic tradition follows the example of one who overturned tables, who welcomes the foreigner, and who proclaims freedom to the captives and liberation to the oppressed. Where white Christian nationalism seeks to dominate, the Black prophetic tradition seeks to liberate. In our own time, we see the fruit of white Christian nationalism pushing voter suppression laws, smothering our history, and targeting efforts towards working for justice that rights historical wrongs. Whether it's banning books in classrooms, limiting access to the ballot box, or criminalizing diversity training, these are not acts of faith, they are acts of fear. And they are working against everything Dr. King struggled for throughout his life. It's deeply concerning the ways in which people have so easily went along with distorted, domesticated, and diseased Christianity. Where the faith calls for there to be no other God before us, that is, our worship goes to God and no one else. Worship simply is about that which you ascribe worth to. There ought to be no rivals. When early Christians confessed that Jesus is Lord, the subversive implications that got them in trouble throughout the Roman Empire was that Caesar is not Lord. So, of course, I was shocked to hear that, again, for President Trump's inauguration, there was going to be another golden edition inauguration Bible with Donald Trump's name printed on it, and coupling the sacred scriptures with the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance. There's a place and time for patriotism, but this is simply idolatrous. Dr. King represents a very different kind of Christianity in the public square. He didn't develop it on his own. He was shaped by the generation before him and upon whom he stood on their shoulders. He was shaped by folks like Mordecai Johnson and Benjamin Mays and Howard Thurman and many others. He had contemporaries like Fannie Lou Hamer, Fred Shuttlesworth, Ella Baker, Vincent Harding, Diane Nash, and John Lewis. And those don't even begin to scratch the surface of the communities and influences that shaped his convictions, his courage, and his commitment for a healing justice for the world and an unflinching love for his neighbor. As Vincent Harding understood, he participated in the centuries-long river that had been flowing way before us and will continue on way after we are done. A river that sometimes is rolling down like a flowing stream and at other times is constricted and seems a little just kind of bit like a trickle, but nonetheless it is there and present and active. And it is a river, not just of Black people, but anyone that understands the value of every human, anyone that resists the death-dealing and oppressive forces at work in our society, anyone that chooses cooperation over competition and chooses people and our planet over profits. Dr. King stood firmly in the tradition of the Hebrew prophets, which is why he was feared by those invested in white supremacy. His message was not just about integration, but about the revolution of hearts, communities, and systems. Each of us must grapple with whether our convictions and ethics in the public square protect the rich and the powerful, or whether we embrace something similar to the spirit that animated Dr. King and his pursuit of peace and justice. There's a second thing that we need to be challenged by, right? Dr. King understood something truly profound. He knew that lasting change doesn't come from the top down, but from the bottom up. Some of the most transformative movements have been grassroots movements powered by ordinary people refusing to accept the status quo. And it seems that this insight has been lost on too many of us. This wisdom seems especially pertinent today when it seems like many people feel disheartened by our divisive national politics. It's clear that we have a broken two-party system. Rarely do the political parties genuinely reflect our perspectives. Instead, they more reflect lobbyists, wealthy donors, and partisan platforms. And then with presidential elections every 4 years, half the nation is happy they won, while the other half is discouraged with the direction where we are heading. With this political system, there's a temptation to believe that without institutional power, we are powerless. But history tells a different story. Consider the Black freedom struggle from slavery through Jim Crow and the Civil Rights Movement. For centuries, Black people resisted oppression without the right to vote or holding office. The entire nation and its laws were set up to plunder, exploit, and oppress Black bodies as property. Nonetheless, they built networks of resistance through churches, schools, and community organizations. For instance, during slavery, the Underground Railroad was a testament to grassroots power, where ordinary people, enslaved and free, risked their lives to create paths to freedom. Harriet Tubman, often referred to as the Moses, right, of her people, led countless enslaved individuals to liberation, relying on a network of safe houses and allies. There were countless abolitionists and even those in fields who simply and covertly broke field equipment or set fields on fire as a form of non-cooperation with evil. Similarly, in the era of Jim Crow, organizations like the NAACP were pivotal in challenging segregation laws through local chapters that coordinated legal battles and public advocacy. And of course, churches became hubs for organizing, where community members strategized boycotts and voter registration drives. In fact, even in the Black community, sometimes I think that we lose sight of the wide range of strategies used from slavery through Jim Crow. And now what I hear sometimes is some people make voting the sole and singular tool. The truth is, there was a wide range of grassroots activism that occurred 365 days of the year, not just on behalf of an election cycle that won the right to vote in the very first place. Electoral politics have their place, but they should not replace our civic engagement as we work towards a more just and inclusive society all the time. In our time, we see similar efforts. Think of the organizing that led to the movement for Black lives. In the face of police violence and systemic racism, people took to the streets in Ferguson and then across the nation. Courageous leaders in their own neighborhoods demanded accountability, justice, and systemic change. And while some progress has been made, the work is far, far from over. Grassroots change will not be for those that want easy and quick fixes for difficult and complex challenges that took centuries to develop. We need leaders who are committed to persevering and working for a beloved community for the long haul. This work will be intergenerational and cannot be complete in 1 or 2 election cycles. We need to mobilize the agency of our neighborhoods at the grassroots level. Let me remind you of a story from Dr. King's activism. During the Birmingham campaign, children became the vanguard of that movement. The freedom struggle was always fueled by grassroots power, but in Birmingham, many adults were hesitant to risk losing their jobs, their homes, in fact, even their lives. Birmingham's nickname at that time was Bombingham because of all the unsolved bombings of Black people's homes and churches. And given the footage we have, it's pretty clear that they had some hard-hearted and ruthless leaders in the city that were willing to make any decision to resist Jim Crow oppression a consequential one. Even though few adults were able to participate, the young people were very willing. They boldly stepped in. There were college students, high school students, and even much younger children who marched. They marched knowing that they would be met with fire hoses and police dogs. And when that happened, the violence was exposed for the world to see. Their courage inspired millions to take the civil rights struggle seriously, and it forced a reluctant Kennedy administration to act. These children and their unwavering determination exemplify how those often deemed powerless can hold the key to social change. In this case, even Dr. King was hesitant to allow children to participate, but he nonetheless believed in the power of ordinary people to achieve extraordinary things. People often remind us that King believed that the arc of the moral universe bends towards justice, And that is true, but that is only the case when we participate in the bending. This was grassroots power at its finest. We had ordinary people united by a common vision, leveraging their collective strength to challenge systems of oppression. It reminds us that the struggle for justice has always been powered by those who dare to organize, speak out, and act, even in the face of overwhelming odds. In understanding how a grassroots movements create change, the social change theory of the pillars of power offers valuable insights. This theory explains that every oppressive system relies on the assent of others to uphold its authority. It relies on key pillars, that is, institutions, structures, and social groups which maintain their power. These pillars might include the legal system, the media, banks, religious institutions, donors, schools, or any other supports depending on the particular authority involved. Whether we acknowledge it or not, the strength of any authorities or systems always require the passive or active support of ordinary people. When there's enough support, when that support is removed, the power is gone. This is true for dictators, CEOs, religious leaders, superintendents, etc. When grassroots movements research and identify the appropriate pillars, they can strategically coordinate to pull the support of the varying pillars that uphold the one abusing power, disrupting the foundations of oppression. An easy example of this with Dr. King would be the Montgomery bus boycott, which undermined the economic pillar of segregation by targeting the bus system. It was segregation was economically unsustainable. Sometimes you need to identify multiple pillars, not just one, to make a difference. By understanding the pillars of power, we see that grassroots action is not merely symbolic, it strategically weakens the supports of injustice, making systemic grassroots change possible. So let us not despair when you feel outnumbered or outmatched. Some people are only accustomed to working through the formal channels of the electoral system. But democracy is more than elections. It's the civic engagement we participate in every day that will help us strive towards a beloved community. Don't get so establishment focused that you discount your own agency and ability to make a difference along with others. We need to remember that change begins in our communities with the choices we make, the time we invest, and the actions we practice. It begins with grassroots power, and it begins with us. The final thing I want us to consider is the role of our imagination in the struggle for justice. Everyone loves to talk about how Dr. King had a dream, but not as many people have been willing to ignite their own imagination and to dream themselves. Dr. King's dream was not just a lofty ideal, it actually served as like a compass guiding people into action. Dr. King reminds us that before we can build a better world, we first have to be able to imagine it. Today, we face a crisis of imagination. In a world filled with injustice, it is easy to become cynical, to believe that things will never change. But Dr. King reminds us that hope is a discipline, not a feeling. It requires us to see beyond the present moment and envision the beloved community. Take, for example, the fight against climate change. Many believe the problem is too big to solve. But around the world, grassroots movements are imagining a different future. They are demanding clean energy, environmental justice, and a sustainable planet. They are proving that imagination coupled with action can change the world. And yet here in the United States, sometimes it feels like we get stuck captive to the way things are and unable to dream of the way things ought to be. That's why we need artists, authors, musicians, and prophets who are willing to subversively dream of a just, joyful, and liberated society, and then to share that creative work with others. I can go back and consider the work of Nina Simone, right, whose powerful songs like Mississippi Goddamn called out racial injustice and demanded change. Think of James Baldwin, whose writings exposed the moral failures of America's racial hypocrisy while offering a vision of what might be possible if we embrace justice and love. I personally am always impressed with Bryan Stevenson, who is a lawyer, and yet he decided that he wouldn't just stay in his lane. He coupled his legal work with storytelling. He used provocative books, museums, memorials, and movies to confront the legacies of slavery, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. You see, these creators and countless others challenge us to see the world as it is and then to keep pressing forward to imagine it as it could be. Their work reminds us that imagination is not a luxury, but rather it's a necessity for liberation. Today, we are called to do the same. We must imagine a world without poverty, without mass incarceration, without gun violence, homelessness, and even without war. I'm a theologian, so I always tell people we need to dream God's dream, which is where everyone belongs, where everyone matters, and where everyone can thrive. And then once we dream God's dream, we must seek to make that dream a reality. So in conclusion, as we reflect on Dr. King's legacy, let's remember where we started. We began with the story of Dr. King in Birmingham. And there we encountered him opening the door and having changed his clothes. He had put on a blue work shirt and blue jeans, and when he did that, it was his signal to the other leaders in the room that it was time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. When he put on his blue jeans, it was his way of letting them know that they can't just speak great things, we must live. It was his way of putting his convictions into action as he pursued beloved community. And so this MLK Day, my challenge for you is to symbolically put on your blue jeans. Let's put on our blue jeans for justice. Let's put on our blue jeans for the incarcerated. Let's put on our blue jeans for the unhoused. Let's put on our blue jeans for the undocumented. Let's put on our blue jeans for those living in poverty. Let's put on our blue jeans for the victims of gun violence. Let's put on our blue jeans for the uninsured and underinsured. Let us do it until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Let's do it as we challenge disease and death-dealing religion in the public square. Let's do it as we embrace our agency to make change at the grassroots level where true power is at work. Let's do it with our imaginations liberated from captivity and dreams freed from the restrictions of the status quo. Let's put on our blue jeans and be committed to the intergenerational long-haul work because we are pressing forward toward a world where everyone belongs, everyone matters, and where everyone can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Drew. And I'd like to probably take a moment just to ask just one more question of you. As a matter of fact, I want to thank you for ending with the blue jeans story, because I attended a historically black college in the South during the 1960s, and one of my favorite recollections was that sometimes on occasion we might be in the dining room eating, because in those days, unlike today, where dining rooms are structured like eating malls, food court malls, we had to be in that cafeteria for the hour or 90 minutes that the meal was offered. But occasionally, a message would come over the loudspeaker, would say that all classes are canceled at 2 o'clock. All students are to report to the auditorium. And they would say attendance would be taken. And we would not know, but we would be obedient. And we would get there, and one of the deans might open with prayer and said something like after that, I'm pleased to announce that we have a speaker this afternoon who is passing through the area, and let us now receive Dr. Martin Luther King. And he would come out in his group not wearing business suits, but those farmers' overalls, just as if they were plowing up the soil and were going to a day's work. And I often tell people that story, and it really puts King into a multi-dimensional. He wanted to relate to the masses of people, and that was his most symbolic way. But the question I would like to ask you would be, Seton Hall University, founded in 1856. We have our School of Theology, for example, and a Religious Studies department, and a very active Catholic Studies program. What type of recommendation could you make to us in terms of following through. We have the MLK program in place, but when we think about justice and global justice, and you were very excellent in all of your examples, as we look at the 21st century, as we look at what some might call the realignment of the tribal ideology, so to speak, my tribe against your tribe, and money matters over lives. It might appear with the activities that will be commencing in Washington, D.C. more very soon now. But what recommendations would you make in terms of what it may be in addition that we could all be doing together?
Yeah, I mean, that's a little tricky to not, when I don't know all the very specifics, but I mean, I imagine that certainly 21st century education right now, obviously, if we're really focused on not just preparing people to get jobs and make money, right, and get certificates and things like that, but really character and people that are going to be leaders in society, right, and in the world, then we need folks that really do understand the interconnectedness between so many different things, right? So as you mentioned, like a lot of those things, they're so related. So, we can train business folks to make profit, or we can train them to understand that to prioritize, people and planet. And yeah, they can make profits, but in a sustainable way that cares for the people and the planet that we live in, right? We can think about the ways that unrestrained capitalism, right, is devastating on multiple fronts, globally and at home, and the consequences, the economic crisis, the ecological crisis that we're in, and the ways that we need to solve these problems, and how those things also have racial components, right? We can talk about environmental racism and all these. So I think the interconnectedness of these issues and character, developing folks that have both not just theory, but also the practice in place to actually live that out. And maybe that's one of the places where many universities sometimes struggle, right, is to create the environment where it's truly a praxis cycle that they're working through, where they're learning theory and they're putting it in practice and they're refining it in conversation with others. So I think that those kind of programs can be really helpful and powerful to have leaders that are actually ready to, on the ground as they leave your campus, to begin to participate in leadership, because that's what they've already been doing, right? And they've been coming alongside really great leaders, professors, mentors, faculty, all of that, as they step in. But I do think we've just got to, it's going to continue to be, I think universities are going to need to be more jazz than classical, right? You can't just stay fixed. We're going to have the roots, the song, there's going to be a song, but we're going to play it in a different way, depending on the circumstances that we find ourselves in. And I think that that kind of improvisational capacity, which is hard, again, most of our universities are very bureaucratic and they're not that flexible all the time, but to the degree that we can be adaptable to the changing needs that are quickly changing, continue to quickly change at a fast rate. If we can do some improvisation and some jazz in the midst of that as well in our education, that'll be really meaningful.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You've pointed out, I think, that we must continue to demonstrate not the separateness and just the uniqueness that all of us represent, but the interconnections and the intersectionality of all of that. So we deeply appreciate all of that. And thank you so much for taking time on this important day to share with us. And I think the folks and the administration, faculty, and students at Messiah University are blessed to have you as a part of their entourage and as the, if you would, collective think tank as we think through all of these items. So I want to thank you so much, and peace and blessings to you and your family.
Thank you.
And we'll pray for our continued, working together.
Yeah.
And so forth. So thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we are going to now move into additional presentations. And if I can get some assistance, with our next piece. We're now going to be taking a look at placing Dr. King within the context of the Catholic intellectual tradition, and we'll be looking at various aspects of his leadership and his intellectual legacy that would be manifested therein. So if there's a next slide, I'll call for that. Here we go. Thank you, Mike. Next slide, please. I am reminded in placing King, as a Protestant within the context of the Catholic intellectual tradition, that indeed there is a common connection point. And I find it in John 15:5, which we are reminded by God that, as he says, I am the vine, you are the branches. If you all remain in me and I in you, you shall bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. Which simply reminds us of the following. So many of us may be conditioned, if you would, to define our circumstances by the clothes we put on our backs every day, by what we look like to other people. I think, for example, bullying in elementary schools, if you think about it, oftentimes comes down to the very clothing that young people are even wearing. And the fact that as very trendy, fashionable styles come out, if one child is literally wearing to school almost on the first day of school something that they wore the past year, it can trigger that bullying process, for example. And we all just need to understand, even as Dr. King might have said once upon a time, we all may have come to this country in different ships, but we are all in the same boat right now, which means that if we shall not learn how to live together, God help us all. Thank you, Mike. And indeed, another profound quote from Dr. King, which I will just remind students who are here working on the academic credit, make note of the comments of all of our speakers, make note of the academic ground that you will be traveling on, make note of these powerful notions and ideas, as well as these quotes. We must all learn how to live together as brothers, and I'll add even as sisters, brothers and sisters, or we shall surely perish as fools. I can remember very clearly as an undergraduate and a graduate student in the 1960s that many of us entered college. We didn't like our own images, not because we had any personality defects, but we had been conditioned by the society, so to speak, not to appreciate what we look like, not to appreciate our backgrounds. We were trained and conditioned to disrespect anything that came off of the African continent, for example. But during my 4 years as an undergraduate, we learned how to, if you would, to repair and to reconcile ourselves to the injury and harm that had been done to us, so that we ultimately decided that, indeed, we had been fractured in our social and cultural relationships, but we needed to rebuild, if you would, the family of the, as we were then called, the Negro in America. So in rebuilding it, we shift our focus from being Negro to being Black. It may sound kind of strange to many. Well, what does that mean? And well, it meant that a term that can be used to give our oppressors power when they call us Black and so forth. It makes us feel inferior and different, so that we shift the verbal paradigm from color consciousness and subjugation. We shift it to familial relationships. We are all family together. So we began to call each other brother and sister, to say, hey, we are all alike. We are all the same. We are all in the same boat. We are family. And let us think and operate that way, because if we don't, then we shall all surely perish as fools. Thank you. Catholic social teachings can be summarized in these 7 principles. The life and dignity of all human beings is to be respected. It is consecrated by God, and only life is given by God. Mankind can give dignity, or it can give discouragement, or it can give suppression and oppression. But that's not what God has in store for us. Number 2, we are called to participate in family and in community, which means we establish family units, we thrive in family. Being separated and just growing up thinking about ourselves as individuals is not, I'd say, discouraged, but we must understand we are the family of man. And we live in groups. But the nature of our economic society actually conditions most of us to think just as individuals, not to be respectful of our brothers and our sisters, not to do things collectively, but to emphasize individualism, competition for grades, competition in life, competition to see who can accumulate the most things in life. But we are called to live in community, live in family. Number 3, the rights and responsibilities of person and community. We all have under the Constitution, for example, we have freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, freedom of worship, and so forth. So here, God wants us all to be in harmony with one another, to be respectful, to appreciate our personhood, to appreciate the personhood of others, and to live righteously with all brothers and sisters in local community, in statewide community, and regional community. But loving and honoring the God in each and every other person. The option for the poor and the vulnerable. Indeed, the Bible reminds us, the poor you will always have among you. And heaven knows the shift in our economic cycles causes many people to become vulnerable to those shifts. A couple of decades ago, for example, economists realized that there were many good-hearted people who simply could not maintain steady employment, not because of anything personal, but because of the shifts in our economy. And heaven knows those shifts have become more impactful and have become more sharp, I think, within the last decade. Meaning that with the we're now living through this technological revolution, and it's transforming the world of work. It's transforming higher education. It's transforming our relationships. The technology environment is impacting our young people in ways that could have never been imagined with the onset of modern technology and social media. To the extent to which we need to listen very carefully to those who are trained in the psychological, mental health sciences about the increasing amount of anxiety and lack of personal relationships that are emerging in our youngest population, who have grown up totally supported, totally immersed in their social media environments. 5th, the dignity of work and the rights of all workers. All work has dignity, and all workers that have the rights to a good working environment, the right of fair compensation. We now have become more sensitive, for example, that during the period of pregnancy and the immediate period thereafter of raising an infant, that families are in a very vulnerable position at that point. So look how long it's taken our society to grapple with on the legislative level um, the ability of a mother or a father to make a decision about staying at home um, to assist in the rearing of that child. And look at how our traditional thinking of saying that the father is the primary breadwinner and mother should always stay at home has become reversed as a result of our newest levels of sensitivity about which of the mother or the father, probably whose skills, might return the better compensation to the family, and or whose professional work is essential for the next level of the family to move to. So these are new types of sensitivities that have worked their way from being simply social issues into the area of public policy and new item development. Solidarity among all of us. Not to be emphasizing the differences that do exist, but the fact that we are all human beings. At number one, and that makes us all the family of man and woman, if you would. If we don't learn how to live together, then surely, as the words of many great philosophers have indicated, we may surely die as fools. You can think about God seeing this same scenario in the earliest days that are of the recorded Bible would tell us when the human beings upon the face of the earth had so disgusted God that he decided to wipe away his entire creation and to have it, if you would, recreated. So he brings about the great floods, and he gives Noah some instruction, and Noah initially is actually skeptical about this whole plan, but indeed he goes forward in faith. But then God looks at unfortunately, how man's heart can revert to evil very easily, and God reminds all of us in his word that the next time I need to cleanse the earth, I will not use water at all, but it shall be fire the next time. And indeed, the next and last consideration here is God's creation. It is out of God's vivid imagination that everything that we can see through our eyes and experience in the elements, such as the wind blowing, snow on the ground, water in the air, it is all a part of that vividness in God's taking care of us. He takes the earth, the wind, the fire, and the water, and from it all, he creates humankind. He creates all of existence, the mountains, the trees. And we all not only need to be better stewards of all of God's work in his environment, but we need to understand that if we do not, as recent events would remind us on the West Coast, we have to even put plans in place that allow us to live within nature, but in the balance that is required to understand what that responsibility would look like in terms of public policy issues. We can no longer take for granted our environment, but God calls us to higher levels of concern. Thank you. So I'm going to show you through my own, I think, personal reflections, if you would, without Dr. King being conscious, perhaps, of the Catholic traditions or the traditions of the Judaic, our Jewish brothers and sisters. But as he understands those principles, there are ways in which we can see it reflected in the civil rights movement. So that as a young man, or I may not even have been a man at that point, but as a teenager, watching, for example, the emergence of the civil rights movement, for so many of us, it didn't just bring a glimmer of hope, but beyond that, we also understood the reality of certain depth for many of us that when you watch people march for the glory of the march, these people had to come to a conclusion in there. They had to come to the understanding that in marching, they could be jeopardizing their own lives. So for many of us, when you look at this picture, something that most of us would take for granted, but for what you see in the earliest of the marches, literally, are going to be 90% people who were defined as being, Negroes, and a very small representation of those who are not Negro, be it Caucasian or Jewish. And then at some point, as the violence against many demonstrations and demonstrators became increased and accelerated, it was Dr. King, and now this is where you'll see the reflection on the 7 principles of Catholic intellectual thought, is where Dr. King appeals to the members of other faith traditions to say, look, brothers and sisters, you see what's happening to us, but you yourselves should be the ones who are joining us here so that America realizes that if indeed this is not an issue which is solely focused and left to the Negro to resolve, while we are the targets of historical 300 years plus of oppression, he would point out, this is these are moral issues. They go beyond culture, they go beyond class, they go beyond race. And you yourselves should be joining us here, not because you think it's the right thing to do, because it is morally the right thing to do. Thank you. And this is what begins to happen. Representatives from the Jewish faith, the Catholic faith, and others begin to step up and make themselves more prominent in that call to brotherhood and sisterhood. Rabbi Heschel, as the young rabbi from Short Hills mentioned earlier, she remembers the profound impact of a photo like this, where the sacred text of the Hebrew people, the Torah, is being carried, and then Dr. King is holding the American flag, for example. So we're looking at symbols of nationalisms, but symbols of the spirituality of the Jewish people, their holy books, their holy text, being on the front lines of the marches. So as a young, perhaps teenager at this moment, I will tell you, this had a profound emotional and psychological impact on many of us. No, we didn't have teachers pointing these things out to us. These items had not even gotten into our classroom spaces. But in a psychological and emotional sense, I can still remember to this very day, because the impact of this photo on me as a teenager was to say, there is hope. We are being joined by people who are different than us. So to me, it also meant that probably it means that indeed all of the marchers are not going to be killed, because others are stepping up. And I felt a sense of emotional, if you would, release. It was a calm that came over me to say, there is hope. I can still remember so vividly that impression. Thank you. And here we see even additional manifestation of the same phenomenon in terms of the Catholic presence. The young Catholic priests on the left, the nuns on the right. We are family. We are brothers and sisters together. And once again, if we do not surely work together as brothers and sisters, we shall all perish, perhaps as fools. Thank you. As Dr. King was coming, as he embraced the notion, as he was coming, I could say, in his own spirit to understanding that anyone who stood up against the oppression of the Negro population, an oppression which goes back to the 15 and 1600s, he understood that there, for any leaders and spokespersons, there may be the ultimate outcome of death. He often said that life has its, longevity has its merits, but so does being a good person and doing good things. So his last book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community, summarizes very clearly for many of us those last thoughts. And I call it to our attention today because there are those who want to disrupt the thoughts and the operations and the workings of, of many good people. So we do have to understand that if we cannot learn to all work together, then indeed others may come into the divide between us and exploit those gaps and make the gaps even wider. But we have to build toward the community of love, the beloved community, as Dr. King would go on to term it. He also talked about the Great World House. The Great World House means that throughout all of the lands of the on the globe, we all need to learn how to communicate and to associate and to identify with one another. So in a sense, he is a forerunner of the concept of global justice, much like the work now being done by the United Nations. King calls it to our attention. Next, please. Notice in the Catholic intellectual tradition, it talked about labor, and how ironic that we can develop the next analysis. Do you know that most of King's staff actually did not encourage him to become involved with the Memphis situation of the sanitation workers? And notice that they just didn't call for fair wages and we'll say change our working conditions, although those were the fundamental issues. But they looked at the broader issue of humanity to say that indeed a man has if he has a job and he has a family, he has a responsibility. So he said, look not upon us by our race, look at us as men. So the movement, if you would, of those sanitation workers in Memphis, Tennessee, was called I Am a Man. So they are emphasizing the humanity of their labor. I'm not too sure if everyone knows the contextualization of what was actually happening with the sanitation department. They had both white and Negro workers. The Negroes had the older trucks in many cases to carry the refuge and garbage. And in many cases, some of those trucks would malfunction, so that as the workers were reaching into the back of the truck to throw in the can of garbage, sometimes their garments and coats would get caught in the mechanisms. And one or two of those men were pulled in to the rear of those trucks, and they were killed and crushed to death. That never happened to any of the white workers. White workers had showers to clean off after work, not for the Negroes. Negroes had to get back on probably public. If they didn't own a car, most of them didn't. They would get on the public buses, and the stench from them would be so great. You can imagine the reaction of other bus riders. They were paid less wages. There were conditions in the contracts that said, in the case of bad weather, white workers for the sanitation department would get paid days off. But in order for any Negro to be paid, they had to work each and every day, in spite of the weather elements. That's why in the film that you saw earlier, if you understood the context of one of the last films we looked at, a number of years ago, recently, the Memphis city government decided that all of these Negro men never received a pension for their work, only Social Security. So they were all given a cash payment of, I think, $70,000. That could be a way of repairing the damage of the past. You know, one administration back in the late 60s says, no, we're not going to give you anything. But God moved on the spirit of the more recent administrations to grant them something appropriate. Thank you. So here we have a few quotes from Dr. King, because he went on to write another book on that labor has its dignity, that all work, once again, brings dignity to the worker. So here's a few quotes for our consideration. All labor has dignity, and no labor is really menial unless you're not getting adequate wages. Next, all labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence. The labor movement was the principal force that transformed misery and despair into hope and progress. So here, when he speaks of the labor movement, we're talking about not just the sanitation workers in Tennessee, but we're talking about historically labor movements going back to the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, where labor, when organizers attempted to develop a labor union in various facilities, sometimes those organizers were met with brutal force, death, broken bones, and so forth. That's an interesting piece of history. As a matter of fact, the national theme in February for Black History Month is going to be labor this year. No work is insufficient. And the last quote, whatever your life's work, do it and do it well. King reminds us that whether you are called to be a street sweeper or a teacher or an artist or a public worker, do your work. Do it so well that others will look at you and say, no one could have done it better, no matter what your work is upon this earth. Do it to the best of your God-given talents. Thank you. I mentioned the Black History Month theme, so look for more programming to be coming out of the Africana Studies Department, along with any of our colleagues who would be joining us, perhaps from the School of Business. Thank you, Mike. We are now going to transition, I hope, if all has gone well with our ability to set up this virtual presentation. I'm now going to be perhaps transferring this and calling for Dr. Julius Moore and our freshman scholars, the class of 2028, who have prepared, if you would, an interdisciplinary look using, we'll say, the humanities, the various disciplines, looking at issues and situations which have occurred within the realm of how the African-American, Black, Negro population has been treated. And you may recall several years ago when the film and the book, The Hidden Figures, was released. Well, there are many hidden figures, there are many hidden facts, many hidden episodes of things which are so unique. You might find it fascinating that it's never come into the public eye before. But we've asked our scholars to prepare themselves and to share with you today. So I'm going to, whether it's going to be Dr. Moore, who will bring up the groups in any sequence that he would like to. We're now going to turn the screens over to Dr. Julius Moore and all of our first-year MLK scholars. So I'm also going to say this as we make the transition. I know our enrollment services people have extended the invitation through their website to all the folks who are applying to the university right now, to their families, to join us. So we hope that many of you will find this interesting. Because if any of you have applied also to the Martin Luther King Leadership Program, you're now going to be getting a little bit of insight to the kind of work, in addition to learning how to build groups and how to improve your voice in terms of making presentations. You're going to be getting a look at our freshman first-year scholars. So Dr. Moore, we turn it over to you now. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning and welcome to the 2025 MLK Symposium. My name is Dr. Julius Wayne Moore II, and I'm honored to introduce you to an incredible work of the Dr. Martin Luther King Scholarship Association. These scholars are a group of dedicated and passionate first-year students who have committed themselves to upholding the legacy of Dr. King through leadership, service, and academic excellence. This past fall, our scholars embarked on a journey to explore critical topics that align with Dr. King's values and vision. They were challenged to research, analyze, and present a thought-provoking themes divided into 5 focus areas. Our first area was social justice in the digital age, examining how technology and digital platforms are transformed modern activism. The second is economic disparities in African American entrepreneurship, highlighting the resilience and innovation of Black business leaders in overcoming systematic barriers. The third was the evolution of African American political leadership, tracing from the historical and contemporary contributions of African American leaders in shaping social and political change. Our fourth group will be presenting on Black representation in media and entertainment, exploring the transformation and narratives of and authentic depictions of African American experiences. And our last group will be focusing on environmental justice in African American communities, investigating the disparities or environment changes faced by Black communities and the leaders fighting for equality. Next slide, please. So what is MLKSA? It is established to honor Dr. King's legacy, principles, leadership, service, and social justice. See, we coach, teach, and mentor our scholars to learn his story. And as you hear them as they speak, sharing that, they're going to create his story. They provide students with leadership development, mentorship opportunities. During the fall, we go over simple things as time management, how to lead yourself, because if you can't lead yourself, how can we lead others? We focus on self-leadership and the foundations for leading others. Next slide, please. So during the fall semester, our scholars worked on leadership lessons from what they learned from the book Martin Luther King on leadership. They did their presentations, getting them prepared for such an event such as today on how to present in front of an audience, how to engage, and then how to make each and everything that they are bringing forth from their studies very engaging and being able to capture the minds of their audiences and also coach, teach, and mentoring others. Next slide, please. So throughout the years, our scholars have been doing presentations such as this. In the beginning, we did presentations that focused on the lost communities of Black history. Then they did, and then they also focused on the hidden figures of Black history. The reason that they were doing that, especially for Black History Month, was that when we think of Black History Month, we think about certain key figures that we always hear about from February 1st to the end of February. We hear, of course, of Dr. Martin Luther King. We hear of Rosa Parks, but there was other figures within that history that was not shared and was not talked about that had such a significant impact on the Black community here in America. We focused on or individuals such as Ruby Bridges. We focused on individuals such as, actors I'm sorry, but the name escapes me right now, but I will keep it moving. Next slide, please. All right, leadership development. During our MLK Scholars, we'll meet up every Friday in weekly discussions that we would have on the core values, leadership characteristics, on how to lead from the front, how to lead by example, understanding the different styles of leadership, whether you are going to be directing, participating, or transformational or transactional. We talk about these different things because I would ask our scholars which style of leadership is the best one. And as you know, usual tone, they would choose one or two, but I would tell them, and we would talk about it in more depth, that being a leader uses all leadership styles because the situation will dictate. The situation will let you know, do I participate or do I need to direct you because there's a time limit on what it is that we need to do. And then having that understanding, and then our scholars sitting in different leadership positions within our scholarship, they are learning to lead their scholars or their peers who are coaching, teaching, mentoring, and preparing for that next class that comes in. Next slide, please. So here are some of the testimonies from some of our past scholars who have graduated and what they had to say about, being an MLK scholar. For example, Miss Mary Burke, who was the class of 2024, was saying that studying MLK's life showed her that the practice and perseverance, anyone can be a great leader, because leaders are not born. We are trained and we learn how to lead from the front. It's just not something that we wake up every morning and say, you know what, I'm a great leader and I can do this. It takes a lot of practice. There's a lot of ups and downs. And throughout the scholarship, they learn that from even the simple things as daily communication, how to get that message to the rest of the scholarship so that they understand what their responsibilities are, how they have to kind of break away from text messages and emails, and that one-on-one communication is essential to getting the job done. Next slide, please. Community engagement. We collaborate with schools. One of the projects that we'll be doing in the future is collaborating with the schools named after Dr. King. We have broken that up into 5 areas of the country because we're doing it nationwide to reach out and have some type of rapport with schools named after Dr. King. So that way we can, continue to let these schools know what Seton Hall is doing with MLK SA, and that this could be an avenue for their students to reach out with the name of Dr. King that represents, what it is that they're trying to do, what they're trying to achieve, whether it's with social justice or whether it's just being, a better leadership or a better leader and learning to grow within our community. We partnership with Seton Hall University and local organizations to promote year-round activities. So I would highly encourage all of you to just stay connected with MLKSA to see what these wonderful scholars are doing. Next slide. So I'm going to kind of move away from the slides because I want to really talk about what each scholar that undertook this rigorous research delving into the historic and the current examples and identifying key figures and analyzing real-world impacts. They not only gathered facts, but they also examined a broader implication of these topics on society today. This process has been both educational and transformative. Through their research and preparation, our scholars have developed a critical thinking, communications, and leadership skills that reflect the core values of the MLKSA program. Today, they are proud to present their findings to you. Their presentations are a testament to their hard work, dedication, and growth as future leaders committed to social justice. As they share their insights and perspectives, I invite you to listen, learn, and engage with them. Let us celebrate the meaningful contributions of these scholars in their ongoing efforts to honor Dr. King's legacy in ways that inspire us all to make a difference in our communities. Thank you, and without further ado, please join me in welcoming the 2024 MLK Scholars as they present their fall semester projects. I think we need to change that slide deck unless someone was.
No, I'm just going with the order that you had thrown out there. Which one would you like first?
The social justice in the digital age, the role of technology and activism.
Give me 1 second. Is that the one you're looking for, or are you looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Ashir Robinson. Me and my group will be presenting first. I'm a first year MLK scholar. I joined in October. A little bit about me. I'm from Queens, New York. I am a freshman nursing major. And just to summarize some of what MLK has taught me, I think that this is a good foundation. It has taught us presentation skills, leadership skills, things that I was introduced to just coming here. And I appreciate how they've helped us build bonds with each other and work together. And my partner can introduce herself now.
Hello, my name is Mia Boyce. I'm also a first-year scholar, and my major is political science with the 3+3 program at Seton Hall University. I currently live in Bloomfield, New Jersey, and MLK program has taught me kind of just community and family. Coming into a new college, new school, it's been nice to find people there that think like me and also can open my mind to more things.
Hi, good morning. My name's Sade Wilson. I'm a nursing major as well. I'm from Jersey City, New Jersey. And being in this scholarship taught me lots of ways to take leadership, take roles very seriously within the community and strengthen my bonds with other people around campus. So today, I'm going to be talking about the role of technology and activism and how technology and social media and digital platforms have transformed social justice movements, challenges of misinformation and cyber harassment faced by activists, and role in mobilizing communities and raising awareness of racial injustices.
Okay, so to continue, we're going to talk about online activism. So as of right now, we know social media allows us to know what's happening at any place, anywhere, and that widespread information that you can get just from sitting at your desk or at your office. And it can also promote social justice and allow us to witness things that we don't see in everyday life. So here depicts the Me Too movement. So history is often erased when we stop talking about it. Social media combats this by allowing us to keep everything online. The Me Too movement was a social movement founded by Tarana Burke on MySpace in 2006. This then brought awareness to sexual abuse, rape, and harassment. The movement directly encourages survivors to share their experiences online. This allowed community strength and made major impacts on the workforce while holding perpetrators accountable. Next slide, please. So this man is Rodney King. He was a taxi driver, and on March 3rd, 1991, 4 police officers were filmed beating him. This was a huge case because it was one of the first police brutality videos that were caught online. Though everyone knew about police brutality and knew it was a thing, seeing such a gruesome act on film changed the conversation altogether. The mistreatment of Rodney King had set off the 1992 LA riots after the policemen had been acquitted, or in other words, not guilty of their abuse. In the 1992 LA riots, there were several days of violence, looting and arson from April 29th to May 4th. And then by the end of it, at least 50 people were dead. The aftermath of the riots left LA having to be rebuilt before the better, as well as the LAPD being further investigated under a federal eye. Next slide, please. So there are obviously downsides to everything, and there's downsides to social media. Social media can be very divisive, have an inaccurate description of the events in the media, and then can be used to push certain rhetorics and easily control. As often as we can create space in social media, we can also push people away. If you see something you don't like, you block someone. And the more you look at something, the more you like things, you keep seeing more of it. And as you see more of only one thing, you start to think that there maybe isn't other things happening, and that things that you don't see don't happen in real life. It also encourages people to be more online with activism, as well as doing protests. And it discourages us from doing protests in person and really putting on a stand. And my partner will continue the rest.
So my next slides are kind of emphasizing the point that these aren't new experiences. George Floyd wasn't exactly the first case of George Floyd. Breonna Taylor wasn't the first case of Breonna Taylor. Social media has kind of shed light to what has been going on for years, and it addresses how there have been changes and there has been progress, but this still continues to go on. So to summarize, social media has helped bring attention to racial discrimination, police brutality, and systemic inequalities worldwide. And on the left, that's just a straightforward example of social media. This was recorded, posted on social media, and was spread worldwide, nationwide. And on the right, it kind of shows the creativity and how social media has expanded beyond just videos and proof, but there's been movements and protests and art, and people are creatively expressing how they feel and how this discrimination is still going on. Next slide, please. Holding authorities accountable. So my example here is the Flint, Michigan water crisis, where residents were drinking lead-contaminated water. This again shows how social media was not only spreading awareness, but holding authorities accountable. So not only were our minor authorities, such as police officers, businessmen, conducting discrimination, but even our government and the people we're supposed to have trust in were not holding themselves accountable for what was going on in Michigan. Next slide, please. And lastly, I think this is a very good example of, again, holding authorities accountable. This was the result of New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. And ironically enough, this damage was not caused by the hurricane. It was caused by poorly built levees in New Orleans. And again, just holding authorities accountable. New Orleans is in general a poorly funded state or community. So these people on the left, again, poorly funded, levees were not built properly or maybe built poorly. And it kind of shows the point of how much is a life worth, you know, because communities are low funded or low income doesn't mean they should have, you know, be subject to dangers such as these. And even today, the rebuilding process for New Orleans, many people have not returned to their homes. There's no resources. People were even stuck. They were denied the right to evacuate. So again, it just shows how low income people are disregarded by the government. And social media has found a way to hold them accountable and bring light to the injustices they allow these people to suffer through. And this is the last slide. Thank you.
Outstanding. We will be moving on to economic disparities in African American entrepreneurship. Those would be our next group that will be presenting. This project will focus on the history and impact of Black entrepreneurships in America, examining how African American business leaders have navigated systematic barriers and contributed to economic empowerment. This presentation will highlight key figures and strategies that will help build thriving businesses in underserved communities.
Hello everyone, my name is Lillian Ushaw and I'm a first year student at Seton Hall. I am majoring in biology and MLKSA has taught me so much about presentations, about social justice. It's an overall organization that I'm very proud to be a part of. And then my partner will introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bruce Brown Jr. I'm from Clifton, New Jersey. My major is Business and Law 3+3 program, and MLKSA taught me how to be a better leader, and it taught me how to be engaging inside our community at Seton Hall University.
Okay, so today we're going to be presenting on the enduring struggle of African American entrepreneurship. And then yes, please. Thank you. So, the historical context. So, there has been a legacy of oppression from slavery to Jim Crow. Systemic racism has created barriers to economic opportunity. Redlining, discriminatory lending practices, and lack of access to capital have hampered Black entrepreneurship. And despite these obstacles, African Americans have found innovative ways to build businesses and create economic empowerment in their communities.
Motown is the epitome of how African Americans found innovative ways to build businesses and create economic empowerment in their community. Founded in 1959 by Berry Gordy, Motown was founded in 1959 by Berry Gordy with a $800 loan from Berry Gordy's family. Motown influenced everyone. The fact that a Black man in a very troubled racial times in Detroit became the leader in pop music. They had over 100 pop hits with Black artists in a time that Black artists had no freedoms in America. Motown had legendary artists such as Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, The Supremes, The Temptations, Smokey Robinson, and the Miracles, Gladys Knight, the Jackson 5, and the Isley Brothers. There were many more artists. During the 1960s and 1970s, Motown was a cultural force that transcended racial lines, making African Americans artists mainstream stars in a predominantly white area. Motown's success helped challenge the racial segregation in music and offered a platform for Black artists to reach diverse populations. As of today, Motown had over 100 pop hits, and Motown was the first major African American owned record label. Next slide, please.
So there were many trailblazing leaders, such as Madam C.J. Walker, who was the first African American female self-made millionaire. She created her hair care empire, breaking barriers in the early 20th century. Then we have John H. Johnson, who was the founder of Johnson Publishing Company. He published Ebony and Jet magazines, amplifying Black voices. Robert L. Johnson was the first Black billionaire who created BET, a media empire that transformed Black entertainment.
So this here is Tyler Perry. He's an example of how a Black person can become a successful entrepreneur and become a billionaire. In 1992, Tyler Perry had his first play, I Know I've Been Changed. The play was unsuccessful. The play was inspired by his personal experiences and dealt with the themes of abuse and healing. In 1998, Tyler Perry saw his first breakthrough. Tyler Perry wrote and performed a new play, Medea's Family Reunion. This marked the beginning of his signature character, Medea, a tough, outspoken matriarch. The play became a major success and began to draw large audiences. Following the success of Medea, Tyler Perry started his own production company, Tyler Perry Studios. Now we're going to go inside his success. In 2005, Tyler Perry took his successful stage play Medea and developed it into a movie. The film was a success, grossing over $60 million at the box office. In 2009, Tyler Perry signed a deal with Lionsgate. Tyler Perry went on to expand to Broadway, OWN, and Netflix. In 2020, Tyler Perry became a billionaire, making him the first Black African American to become a billionaire through his own work in entertainment. In 2019, Tyler Perry opened up his own 330-acre flagship production studio in Atlanta on the Fort McPherson land, which was a former Confederate Army base. And in 2019, Tyler Perry received his own star in 2019. Next slide, please.
So the impact of Black-owned businesses. Black-owned businesses provide vital employment opportunities in underserved communities, fostering economic growth. Black-owned businesses contribute significantly to local economies, generating revenue and supporting other businesses. Black entrepreneurship fosters wealth creation within the Black community, breaking down barriers to generational wealth. Next slide, please. Sorry. Navigating economic downturns. So Black-owned businesses often face disproportionate economic hardship during recessions and pandemics. And despite these challenges, Black entrepreneurs have demonstrated resilience and adaptability, finding innovative ways to survive and thrive. An important factor is community support. Community support networks, including Black-owned banks and credit unions, provide vital resources for Black entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. Access to capital, funding challenges, and innovations. So there is disparity in funding. Black entrepreneurs face higher rejection rates for loans and receive smaller amounts of capital compared to their white counterparts. There are crowdfunding and alternative sources that also came up. New models like crowdfunding and peer-to-peer lending offer alternative avenues for Black businesses to access capital. Increasingly, venture capitalists are investing in Black-owned startups, but more investment is needed to close this gap. Next slide, please. Fostering minority entrepreneurship. Policy changes are needed to address systemic barriers and level the playing field for Black entrepreneurs. Access to mentorship. So mentorship programs and networks provide valuable guidance and support for Black entrepreneurs. Targeted investments in Black communities are essential to stimulate economic growth and create opportunities. Next slide. So, the road ahead, strategies for sustainable growth. Investment. Increased investment in Black-owned businesses is crucial for sustainable growth. Encouraging innovation and technological advancements within Black entrepreneurship is key. Fostering collaboration between Black entrepreneurs and established businesses is essential. Overall, these three ideas or ways of change can help Black entrepreneurs and Black-owned businesses further their businesses and ultimately help economic growth. Thank you.
All right, let's give them a round of applause for such a fantastic presentation. We're going to be moving on next to the evolution of African American political leadership. This topic will explore the political journey of African American leaders from post-Reconstruction era to the present day, focus on their contributions to social change and the fight for civil rights. The group will also analyze the challenges African American politicians continue to face.
Hello, morning. My name's James Smith. and I'm a freshman in the Stillman School of Business. My major is business undecided, and today, me and my group members will be talking about the evolution of African American political leadership. I'll let the other two introduce themselves.
My name is Lamont Howard, and I am a first-year diplomacy major. I am from Nashville, Tennessee, and I think the MLK program has taught me a lot how to tone my leadership skills and my presenting skills.
Oh, I also forgot to input what the MLK essay has taught me. I like to think that it has taught me how to improve on. I've done presentation before, and I like to think that it has taught me on how to enhance on what I can work on better and improve on public speaking and being confident in myself.
So we're going to talk about the evolution of African American political leadership. And we can go to the next slide, please. For a little background, during the Reconstruction era, African Americans began a foothold in the political field, but more specifically in the South. Huron rebels and Blanche K. Bruce were elected to the U.S. Senate in Mississippi. These two men became symbols of progress following the Unionist victory. But this soon marked the start of the Jim Crow era. There were systematic discriminations against African Americans, such as poll taxes and literacy tests, that had this sharp decline in political representation. This continued into the mid 20th century civil rights movement. Next slide, please.
During the civil rights era, there was a huge shift in the political landscape for African Americans. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 were made, and efforts of activists, for one great example, MLK or Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and etc., all helped out Black civilians increase in voting and all the other political landscape areas. Yeah, and at the end there was a major increase in Black voters. Next slide, please. Today, these are some of the other more popular, or I wouldn't say more popular, just more current and more well-known African American civil rights activists, you could say. For one, Barack Obama. Two, Kamala Harris. Unita Blackwell, and Mayor Stephen L. Reed. Next slide, please. Corey, I think you're muted. No, we can't hear you.
Hello? Hello? Is that
Yeah, we
better?
can hear you.
Okay. Actions driving social progress and the advancements of civil rights. As we know, the fight for civil rights has been propelled forward by multiple individuals who dedicate their careers and lives to justice and equality. For an example, Harris's impactful work of the Department of Justice has exemplified and showed that she made a commitment for holding systems accountable for making sure we have like a fair treatment under the law. With Anita Blackwell, her advocacy has made roots for marginalized communities. Same with Stephen L. Major's Mayor Stephen L. Reed's legislative actions that have paved the way for a meaningful change. Next slide. And challenges we face today. In today's society, racial discrimination continues to manifest in many systematic ways, creating barriers to prevent equal opportunities for people like all of us today. And to fix these issues, we have to, one, come together as a community and be able to work together, because that's one huge issue that we have, that a lot of communities are having that we to work together. We need to build more wealth for build more wealth, more education, and more opportunities for employment. That's it.
Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. As we continue to move, we're going to move to our fourth group. Our fourth group will be presenting on Black representation in media and entertainment, changing the narrative. This presentation will discuss the historical portrayal of African Americans in media and entertainment and how Black artists, writers, and creators have fought to change these narratives. It would explore the contemporary media projects that depict the African American experience authentically and positively.
Dr. Moore, which group is this? I don't believe I have slides for this group.
This was the Black representation in media and entertainment. And if we don't, we'll move on to the group 5 just for the sake of time, which was environmental justice in African American communities.
Fortunately, I also don't have slides for that group, but if the group is available and can share their screen and their slides, we can do that.
Okay, then that will work. We'll continue with Black representation in media and entertainment and change in narrative, and we'll have that group share those slides.
Thank you, sir. Excellent. We can see those slides.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. I'm Harika Kalamasetti. I'm a current freshman at Seton Hall University. I'm a biology major in the joint BSMD medical program at Seton Hall. As an MLK scholar, I have learned a lot about social justice issues that are going on in our everyday community today. And MLKSA has given me a voice and a platform to speak with my peers about all of these issues that we see every day. And it has taught me a lot about being a leader in the community and in the community of Seton Hall University as well. I'll let my partner share a little bit about himself.
Hello, my name is Giovanni Moreau. I am also a freshman in the MLK scholarship community, and I'm an economics major. And being part of the MLK SA has really just made me a better speaker and really made me use my voice better to be more predominant and speak out about issues I really believe are important. So a little about our slideshow is we are doing Black representation in media and entertainment. And this one is really focused on changing the narrative and how it's been changed throughout history. Next slide, please. Thank you. For the introduction, we have the historical portrayal of African Americans in media entertainment. The portrayal of African Americans in media has significantly evolved over time, and it really started out from stereotypical and limited roles to really being branched to more complex and diverse representations. African American characters have often been shaped by societal attitudes, political movements, and really cultural shifts. But this presentation really narrows in on the key moments and shifts in African American representation of film, television, and media. To start, I'll be presenting about the historical portrayal of African Americans in media and entertainment. So the early depictions of African Americans in film was from the 1800s to 1930s, and they were often depicted as servants, slaves, or comedic characters in early films and media. Personally, I remember one time being at my great-grandma's house, and it was like an early movies from like the 1930s, 1920s, and you can just walk and you can just tell that it was a very like lack of complexity within the characters, and they were just there for comedic relief to what's appealed to be the white target audience. And this was really the case for a lot of the early films, as they had blackface, which was white performers using blackface to portray African Americans, which was really reinforcing harmful stereotypes. What message does this send if you have people not even betraying themselves, but you have other people betraying them? And then African Americans were also largely excluded from powerful or dignified roles in mainstream media. This is really just to sideline people and just to really reinforce that they were seen as less than others.
So I'll be talking about Black artists, writers, and creators who helped in changing the way African Americans were portrayed in everyday media. So first, let's talk about race films. So race films were films made by Black filmmakers and actors, predominantly for African American audiences. The era known as the race film era lasted from 1915 to 1955, and the main reason these films were created was to tackle issues specific to the audiences. They focused on stereotypes that were put on African American people, as well as looking at white supremacy during this time. Oscar Micheaux was one of the first and most prominent creators of race films during the race films era. He was known as the pioneer of Black filmmaking and began making films in 1919. He predominantly took Black casts, and the authors that he wrote helped fight stereotypes that were that most of the African American characters portrayed in movies before his time. Ava DuVernay is one of the contemporary directors. She projects, all of her projects explore African American experiences, and she helped in fighting stereotypes by casting people of color, highlighting systemic inequalities, and also centering voices for marginalized groups and communities. We have the actor and director Sidney Poitier. He won a lot of awards. Here you can see a list of his achievements. I will point out a few. He was the first Black actor to win the Academy Award for Best Actor in 1964. This was for his film Lilies of the Field. He was also knighted by Queen Elizabeth II, and he was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2009 by President Barack Obama. Sidney Poitier fought for higher standards for Black actors in Hollywood, and he helped break barriers with roles that rejected demeaning stereotypes. Especially one of his most famous films is Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, which portrays the story of a couple that goes to dinner with Sidney Poitier portraying a character who has quite a few great qualifications, and he is stereotyped just because of the fact that he's an African American man. So Cicely Tyson. Cicely Tyson is more commonly known as the mother of the Afro. She predominantly portrayed resilient African American women through her works, and she's known for her style and for embracing her natural beauty. And she definitely inspired a lot of African American women to embrace their beauty as well. Then we have Lorraine Hansberry. Lorraine Hansberry was committed to challenging societal norms. She wrote the play A Raisin in the Sun, which addressed racism and pursuit of the American dream, as well as issues of class, gender, and generational conflicts in the African American community. A Raisin in the Sun was made its Broadway debut in 1956, and it was known for portraying the African American experience. Hansberry was the first African American woman whose play was performed on Broadway, and A Raisin in the Sun was one of the was very popular for the way it humanized the issues that were faced by African Americans during that time period.
So during this time period, there was a shift towards visibility and complexity. The civil rights movement really paved the way for a more complex portrayal of African Americans in it was no more just comedic reliefs or just characters with blackface. Now it was characters with actual substance. Films like Shaft in 1971 really showcased strong black protagonists, but sometimes relied on stereotypes. So again, it was a little bit like a comfort blanket where in a lot of films they would develop characters and really piece them together as more than just stereotypes, but sometimes they would default back to that and other films just for this, I guess, lack of writing. And then in TV and films, there were shows like The Cosby Show, which really began to depict Black families in a positive and complex roles. And this was very new, as this was the times during redlining and the rise of the suburbs, where family and core values were very, very important. And this was a time where really began to depict this when the African American community is a very good step forward. And then finally, we have the modern day and ongoing evolution. Now we have diverse voices, which is increased representation across genres, including the film that came out, Black Panther, which showed African culture and leadership in superhero context. Personally, I love that movie. I remember watching it with my mom, and we came home, and she loved it, and our heads were spinning for like a week after that. It was a great movie, but what was so good about it was the complex roles of the characters and how they were more than just characters on screens that were just fighting or were just characters. They actually had complex problems and they were seemed like real people. And that's exactly what leads to more diverse characters in mainstream media and taking on complex roles. Because you have black actors taking on lead roles in films and TV, which really is great representation and shows that we are real people and we are more than just comedic reliefs or stereotypes on screen. And then some ongoing challenges we still have is while progress has been made, issues like typecasting and a lack of behind the scenes diversity still persists very much in the industry. So although we are on the correct path to diversity, there still are some prominent issues that we have to address. So although we're in the right step, there are still many steps to be taken.
Outstanding job. Fantastic. Let's give them a round of applause for their presentations. All right, our last group will be presenting on environmental justice in African American communities. This project will examine the environmental justice movement, focusing on how African American communities have been disproportionately affected by environmental degradation and pollution. The presentation will highlight the key figures and innovative aims at combating these injustices and ensuring environmental equality.
Excellent. We can see your slides.
Okay, my name is Jaden Weatherly. I'm an exercise science major, and I would say the MLK organization has really taught me communication skills and how to present better.
I'm Gio. I'm also doing the presentation with Jaden here today. And just another again about me. I'm a freshman. I'm an economics major, and part of being an MLK scholar is really just putting yourself out there and really being involved in the community. So some of the effects on African American communities is the USA's oil and gas industry. There's a release of about 9 million tons of methane gas that's released into the atmosphere a year. And nearly 1 million African Americans live near these facilities, causing them to face a higher risk than most to develop cancer and asthma issues. And it seems like this is heavily neglected and that many state and community legislators do not really care, as it's seen as communities that they would not think twice about their standard.
Who fights for change? Robert Bullard is one of the founding fathers for the environmental justice movement. He goes in depth into how big gas and oil companies contribute to the lead poisoning within African children in America. And he also fights for changes within the environment and this kind of racism through research, writing, and advocacy.
Some initiatives to combat this is Justice 40, which was created by Robert Bullard and former President Joe Biden in 2021. 40% of federal investments are being used to help disadvantaged communities. The Climate Reality Project. This helps speed up transition from dirty energy to clean renewable energy, with a portion dedicated to environmental racism. This was founded by ex-US Vice President Al Gore in 2006. So this is really an issue that's been carried on throughout a few presidencies that they're really pushing to solve.
Case studies of environmental injustice. Flint water crisis. Due to improper treatment, Flint water source was transferred to the Flint River in 2014, which resulted in significant lead pollution. Black residents faced economic hardships because of property devolution and serious health problems such as developmental delays in children. Cancer Alley, an 85-mile area between Baton Rouge and New Orleans that contains multiple factories. Cancer rates in mostly Black neighborhoods are significantly higher than national norm due to harmful air and water pollution. Residents must continue to live in dangerous locations due to a lack of economic options.
Dr. King's legacy and environmental justice. Dr. King's civil rights activism encompassed not only racial equality, but also economic justice, which is closely related to current environmental justice initiatives. He promoted equality, dignity, and access to necessities like clean water and air, emphasizing the independence of human rights. What he really means by this is that once you start neglecting people, you're starting to see them as less than other communities. And really, once you do this, you start to limit the amount of resources that people need. And this really goes back to the dignification of people and really viewing them as people and not just obligations that you have to give some resources to. So to combat poverty and injustice, Dr. King's Poor People's Campaign expressly calls for systematic changes, themes that are relevant to contemporary environmental justice movements.
The call to action. Some ways, such as participating in neighborhood environmental organizations, can help increase awareness by advocating and educating others, and encourage the adoption of laws that could give environmental fairness top priority. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your time.
Fantastic job. Another big round of applause for all of our presenters. Just keep in mind that these presenters are all these MLK scholars are all first year. We started doing presentations such as this in 2021, where we focused on MLK as the social prophet of the 20th century. And then we had moved on to 2022, where we focused on the hidden figures of Dr. King. And we also mixed it with Women's History Month. So our first year scholars, they were doing and showcasing various women throughout history who have had an influence on many people, on people are unaware of and have forgotten. Each of our first year scholars had the opportunity of researching two women who have touched our lives, and they presented them in 2021 and while we were in person in our arts and science room 107. These presentations were crucial because many of these women then may have been considered hidden figures, just as such as the movie that had came out during that time period. As we moved along, they focused on individuals such as Ruby Bridges, Stacey Adams, Claudette Colvin, Dorothy Heights, and dug it very deep within that history to share because it was something that was different within our presentations at Seton Hall and how we explained or talked about some of these pioneers that have pushed us to where we are today. As we continued on, we went to how our first year scholars kept on, how our first year scholars gave several instances of unsung historical women who made significant contributions, fighting and continuing the dream of Dr. King. In 2023, we moved to the lost communities of Black America, where we focused on such places like Seneca Village. And then when they would explain that Seneca Village is what we call modern day Central Park, and how a predominantly Black neighborhood in New York City Central Park in the 1800s that boasted hundreds of residents and who were property owners. But however, in the 1850s, the city invoked the eminent domain to acquire the land, resulting to the eviction of the residents to make way for the development of Central Park. They talked about communities in Georgia that were predominantly Black communities, which are now today underwater. In 2024, we moved to exploring to celebrate the multifaceted nature of African American history and culture. They presented on trailblazers in African American education. They spoke on African American pioneers in the arts, exploring the African roots and cultural connections, and then Black philanthropists and community builders, also with health and wellness within the Black community, which had brought us to our different presentations that you had heard today. We wanted to expand upon Black history and expand upon the teachings of Dr. King and how the lessons from Dr. King and what he was fighting for and what he was bringing the community together is still relevant and prevalent in today's time. I just, another round of applause for our speakers, our presenters, our students, and the great work that they have done this year.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. And we thank our first year scholars for handling, if you would, the stewardship of the task that they were given. Some of you may recall from the past years, for example, other projects and perspectives that our scholars had worked on. We looked at the entire civil rights movement, and we looked at Dr. King's leadership techniques and his quotes, how he used persuasive speaking and an understanding of the if you would, the legal paradigm that had been used to oppress the Negro population historically. But those were other presentations. I thought we would share that with you. We're now going to go to a lunch break. So I think we're going to allow approximately 45 minutes. And I'm going to be asking that we all return at 12:45 promptly so that we can begin our afternoon sessions. In the afternoon, we'll be looking at the impact of the MLK program on the culture of Seton Hall University in terms of leadership and in terms of involvement academically and so forth. That should be followed by the Dean of Dr. Brian Gable, the Dean of our newest school at the university, and perhaps he'll even take a moment to explain the emerging philosophy of the College of Human Development, Media, and Culture. That should be followed by a healthcare panel, which will be coordinated by Dr. Dorothy Carolina, then followed by Joellen Jones from our School of Law. She is a practitioner in residence, and she's going to be, I believe, if all goes well, she's going to have a number of returning citizens, and put that in quotes. And if you don't know what a returning citizen is, please be in the house when that presentation occurs. That then will be followed by our closeout activity, which would be Africana Studies faculty who will be here giving their perspectives from their disciplines on America at this moment in time and Dr. King's influence over it. So we want to thank our tech team for all the behind the scenes work, making a transition all within the last 24 hours to this virtual format can be extremely challenging. It's not as easy as pushing one or two buttons and it's one and done. So we certainly do appreciate all of our team and all of the time we have put in together, but more concisely over the last 36 hours. We want to thank everybody for hanging in there with the process, and we hope all of you who are here can not only appreciate what is in front of you, but indeed will understand and really deeply within our hearts and spirits, not take for granted, if you would, the man that some would call the prophet of the 20th century in the United States of America, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It's now time for that break, so we want to thank you all, and we'll see you. There will be, if all goes well with our resources, there's going to be a cultural presentation that will be shown by Mike, I would hope, and one of our community partners. We have several different organizations that we support during the year, such as the New Jersey Orator Program, where young people from all over the state are receiving skill training on how to make speeches. We also work with the Premier Dance Theater out of Montclair, New Jersey, in their work with young people. We work with the NAACPs throughout the state in developing leadership training and speaking skills for students who will take part in the national, what I call the Olympics of the Mind, ACSO, African American Technical, Scientific, and Cultural. So we'll be sharing some of that with you, God willing, during the break. And we'll see you all at 12:45. Thank you for your time and attention. We'll say good afternoon to everyone once again. We hope you were refreshed by your luncheon break. This afternoon, we're excited about the offerings that we'll have. If all goes well, you can see the title of my presentation. I'll be looking at the history of the MLK program at the university. That will be followed by the Dean of the College of Human Development, Media and Culture, Dr. Brian Grable, who's doing some exciting work in the area of culture and humanities and the impact on our consciousness and our values. That will be followed by, I believe, a healthcare panel coordinated by Dr. Dorothy Carolina, a long-term faculty member in our College of Nursing. I think we didn't need, so to speak, COVID just to tell us about any inequities in the area of healthcare. But indeed, COVID helped to call all of our attention about the strategic placement of healthcare personnel and all of their need not only to support us, but themselves needing support. So it's going to be interesting to see how this panel of nursing experts takes a look at an emerging situation that probably would have, Dr. King would have called our attention to also. That will be followed by a presentation from our law school personnel looking at the concept of returning citizens. And Joellen Jones, Dr. Jones, is a practitioner in residence, so she might even be able to explain to us what that means. And but this is some exciting, really 21st century work. That should be followed by our Africana Studies faculty during our closeout for today. So at this point in time, I want to take a look at our MLK program um, so that all of you will have some idea of the nuances of what we do throughout the year, throughout the cycle of the 3 or 4 years that many of these students are at the university. I say 3 or 4 because a number of them are now involved in our exciting, and also thank you, Dr. Stanton. Right after myself, Dr. Stanton Brown is going to put on a presentation on college readiness. And this is should be of particular attention. I know that we've attempted to service our local communities surrounding the university, particularly at the middle school level, helping them to get themselves ready and prepared, hopefully in their high school work, by getting ready for college. And if so, Dr. Stanton Brown is going to take a few minutes to share with us that type of presentation. So here, without further ado, Mike, we'll just push ahead to the next slide, please. Here we are in May at the Prudential Center with a sampling of our graduates at that point in time. We look like Jesse Jackson's The Rainbow Coalition at this point. But you'll see some of our graduates who were there for the ceremony, and around their necks you will notice very colorful a stole featuring black and white and gold. And that's not a part of, in a sense, the official paraphernalia of the university, but is indeed a stole which was woven in Ghana, Africa, for this occasion. And it bears the gold Ndinkra symbol that indicates that as you go forward, walk in wisdom. And here are a representative sampling of our scholars right after the ceremony. So proud of all of them. Many of our students are involved in what we call 3+2s, 3+3s, which means after their junior year, should their academic achievements be right on target, they are able to move on to their graduate studies, so that many of them are already in graduate school, law school, med school, the health sciences, physical therapy, occupational therapy, and so forth. But here we are at that happy moment at the Prudential Center. Next slide, Brother Mike. Okay, so here we go. Our program was started shortly after the assassination of Dr. King. King was assassinated in April of 1968. Within 2 years of that date, for various reasons local to the campus in terms of student interest in learning more about their cultural backgrounds through our academic arena, but also encouraging the university to integrate itself more in the area, bringing more students from outside of the realm of Central and South Jersey and North Jersey. The idea was born for the Martin Luther King Scholarship. So it was established in 1970. Members of the King family that I am in communication with believe this may be the very first program established at any university in the nation to honor their father. Initially, this program brought in 10 scholars per year, all of whom received a full tuition award, which was a lot of money back in 1970. Do you realize that if you wanted to live on campus after you paid your tuition and eat your meals here, it probably cost approximately $2,500 in 1970. Of course, in today's world and in today's economy, I believe we're talking about the same charges living on campus, having your meals. Your approximate cost would be approaching $60,000, but thank God through our financial aid program and all the numerous merit scholarships that are offered, we make it affordable for most of the people who would be applying to the university. So initially, 10 students were receiving a full tuition award. But as of approximately 2015, the university shifted its scholarship philosophy to be more inclusive, and it began to offer more awards, which were called merit scholarships. At that point in time, our award was being reduced to an award of $6,500 a year. So I graciously requested of the Office of Enrollment Services that we be allowed to increase our scholarship community from 10 students per year to 20. So we now represent a community of approximately 80 scholars per year. Our scholars do come in from around the world. They're not limited to, let's say, the New Jersey, New York metropolitan region. But we are so proud to see the young people coming in from different continents. And as they interact, they all bring different agendas, different paradigms, different worldviews, different interests, and different, if you would, applications for social justice within their own local geographies. When we add up at graduation, the GPAs of our graduating scholars, it historically averages approximately a 3.5. Many of our students have gone on to earn terminal degrees and I would say terminal certifications in their own fields. So that means we have a multitude of MDs, JDs, Doctor of Education, and as well as Doctors of Philosophy. As a matter of fact, we even have numerous cases where scholars have worked so closely together that many of them end up being married. So I'll just refer all of you to Facebook to see the evidence, but I say that with a smile on my face because it's just interesting to see that we do emphasize and build a community of learners. It's based upon experience. And it's just gratifying over the decades to see those relationships emerging. Thank you, Mike. Next slide, please. Okay, so our academic impact on the university can be summarized as follows. Since literally the founding of our program, we have developed for our freshman scholars what is called the MLK Honors Seminar, which is a mandatory course for them to take in their spring semester. And we attempt to give a full understanding of and exposure to the nature of the civil rights movement. We'll say all of Dr. King's writings and its influence upon even paradigms to this very day. It is an experiential course in that the professor in the course, who is also a former MLK scholar, Dr. Todd Burrows, will engage the students in off-campus, working with agencies and institutions and programs which are active in the civic engagement, or they're organizing either marches or organizing programs for youth. So they get a excellent exposure within the classroom and outside of the university campus. This program, the MLK Day Symposium, for decades we offered the MLK prayer breakfast. After the election of 2016, we had to reevaluate the impact that we wanted to make on our community and the greater community. And we moved away from simply making a lot of speeches to offering a lot of content and also academic credit. So we offer credit in the area of continuing education units for teachers, and then academic credit for students. But our enrollments, if you would, and our audience can be varied even down to grade school children and citizens. And we hope that once this goes up, perhaps on YouTube, a worldwide audience would be engaged in what we do at the university through this program. And a part of our strategy is to bring, once again, the whole concept of humanities, academic courses, and all of that work that in many cases only 20% of the American population ever gets a chance to even do study past high school. But we're hoping and deliberately planning to put these advanced humanities into the public sector. Several years ago, in our university core program, we were able to infuse Dr. King's last speech, the mountaintop speech, into that curriculum. So that means that in the average year, we average 15 to 1,600 new students arriving each year, each of them throughout that 15-week semester. We'll spend at least 1 week looking at King's last speech and what are the moral and biblical and theological implications for Dr. King at that point in time. Every year in April, we offer the university offers the Academic Expo. In that context, our MLK scholars will have an opportunity to participate in the following two areas. We have one group of sessions called All of the Peoples and the Cultures of America, and the second is after the death of Nelson Mandela several years ago. We developed a global justice symposium named after in honor of Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King, called the Mandela King Symposium on Social Justice. Next slide, please. And I hope if everyone can see this okay. What kind of skills do our scholars learn as they participate? Well, hopefully, before they graduate and at the point of graduating, we give them confidence. For many of them, if they aspire in this direction, they will learn how to implement activities in the community. They will learn to develop, if necessary, if they would like to, their own nonprofit agencies. Many of them are also interested in the NGO, non-governmental agencies on the international level. Many of our students have designed community service activities off campus. I'm going to mention one of them. It was called Little Mrs. A young lady who had applied, Dolores Darko Sarko, had applied from Connecticut. She had designed the program in her local community in Connecticut, came here, made that the model of her presentation for her interview. And as soon as she got here, she found a community in East Orange at a school in which it was the Dream Academy. The Dream Academy had an interesting criteria. They wanted to provide a first-class private school experience to any young person whose parents were impacted either by the criminal justice system, by narcotic addiction, and or who had AIDS. That was the requirement to be involved in a program, a very needy population. And Dolores got us off campus and got us involved with that school. As a matter of fact, a number of years ago, they were invited to come up on campus and be a part of our MOK then prayer breakfast that we gave. The next thing I'll mention are the presidential medals. The White House, and also in recognition of Dr. King, will offer to any young person in the country who completes in a 12-month period 100 or more hours of community service. They will receive a bronze medal. If you do over, say, 300 hours in a 12-month period, you will receive a gold medal and certificate from the President of the United States. And we've had numerous scholars who are various medal recipients of those awards. We make an impact on our local elementary schools and middle schools and high schools. We offer something called the Dreamweaver Workshop, for example, in which young people, even down to the area of elementary schools, fifth graders coming up on campus for a 3 or 4 hour period, exposed to a workshop designed and created by our scholars, helping these young people to develop a vision of their futures. And we're just so pleased to be partners with our local community. And then the last thing I'm going to mention is that our student scholars are also developing leadership workshops that they can offer on campus as well as off campus. So what I would point out, I know that our Office of Enrollment Services sent an invitation to everyone who had applied to the university this year. So we may have many young people perhaps watching this right now with their families. So we would simply say, if you'd like to be an MLK scholar in the future, please simply contact our Enrollment Services Office, et cetera, et cetera. And we look forward to meeting you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Stanton Brown, who is the director of the Buccino Leadership Program at the university. And he's going to be talking just briefly to us about college readiness and what does it take for any young person to get themselves wrapped around the whole notion of getting ready for college. So, Brother Stanton, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pritchard. It's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Stan Brown. I'm the executive director of the Bacino Leadership Institute, and the Institute is Seton Hall's undergraduate leadership program for very talented students. It's a comprehensive 4-year scope and sequence in leadership development with the aim and our mission is for our students to be able to accelerate and lead in any profession that they choose. And so we met students, some in their sophomore year, but the majority coming into their freshman year, and they're talented academically and also talented in terms of their leadership prowess. So happy to be here with you. I'm going to take the next sort of 12 minutes of a 2-hour seminar. And you say, well, how can you do that? Well, that's part of some things we teach. We have to shorten it up. But as Dr. Pritchard said, one of the reasons I'm here today is that we had some local superintendents. And from what I can gather as my second year here at Seton Hall, this has occurred throughout time, where the local school districts come and say, how can you support our communities, where we either see a very low 4-year college going rate or just any college, 2-year college going rate, obviously graduation rate from college in their particular systems. And so given that I've spent, before I came here, about 15 years in the ed reform and ed strategy, and particularly in the college going culture and investigating what it takes to get kids in high income, low income, moderate income school districts into and out of college, I said, well, maybe we can jumpstart at this symposium a talk and discussion about this topic. And we invited that superintendent and his staff and some of the students to be with us today, and hopefully they're on, or some of them are on. So I'm going to share a story with you, a couple of stories, and I'll start, if we flip to the first page, with Martin Luther King when he was 18 years old at Morehouse College down in Atlanta, Georgia. And he wrote for the Maroon Tiger, which is their newspaper. And I'll just sort of read, because and I want you to reflect on these words, particularly not just nowadays, but today on Inauguration Day. And just listen to his words of this young 18-year-old prophet. To my mind, education has a twofold function in society. On the one hand, it should discipline the mind for sustained and persistent speculation. On the other hand, it should integrate human life around central focusing ideals. It is a tragedy that the latter is often neglected in our educational system. Education should equip us with the power to think effectively and objectively. To think is one of the hardest things in the world, and to think objectively is still harder. And so the next page. Education should enable us to weigh and consider, to discern the true from the false, the relevant from the irrelevant, and the real from the unreal. The first function of education, therefore, is to teach man to think intensively. If education stops here, it can be the most dangerous force in society. Some of the greatest criminals in society have been men who possessed the power of concentration and reason, but they had no morals. So education without morals is like a ship without a compass, merely wandering nowhere. It is not enough to have the power of concentration, but we must have worthy objectives upon which to concentrate. Again, Martin Luther King was about 18 or 19. He was writing for his newspaper at college. And so we go to the next slide that just sums up what he said. Think intensely and provide worthy objectives upon which to concentrate. And my interpretation is that, we use the term critical thinking. Critically think intensively, but be purposeful about what we're thinking about. And so as I view education, as he has written, is that education is a tool to be able to solve problems. But that education should not be concentrated with just the wealthy or just a few people. It should be universal and open to everyone. And what that took me to, as I thought about it, so that's 1947 as he was writing about that. In about 1960-62, my father had once told me a story of where he was growing up, and he grew up in Portland, Oregon, out there on the West Coast, and he was in the integrated high school that had a handful of Black students, and he went to his counselor, and the counselor said, you have some intention of going to college? And he said, absolutely. She goes, well, blacks don't really go to college, they go to trade school. And we can flip to the next slide. And he thought about that. And then we go to the next slide. And he ignored what she had told him and went off to Portland State University, Portland State College at the time, and then eventually made his way to Howard University in their graduate program, where he met my mother, who also came up from the South, and they got their degrees. And a couple years later, he has 3 kids, and I'm one of those 3. And thank goodness that he ignored that noise, that advice that he was given. That at that time was what folks may have called the norm. About 7% of our country in the 60s or early 60s was getting bachelor's degrees. And on the left side of the screen, as I just put, 2 folks who are in the trade or plumbers. And you hear this often. And in my research, my dissertation research and subsequent research for the College Board, found that what counselors and systems, when they were telling students to go into the trades, what they weren't telling them to do, right? And they were telling this as an alternative to taking a more academic route, going to 2-year or 4-year schools, was that you can make a good living this way, which is true. You can. The gentleman on the left, underneath the sink, typical might be Roto-Rooter, could be a craftsman. And again, nothing's wrong with those careers at all. The gentleman on the right, within the forefront, is the plumbing license. And that would be the key, that you want to be able to tell students that you want to go get certified in something. And then you look at what higher ed will do for you in a 2 or 4-year degree, will get you there. The trade schools, again, nothing against trade schools, also cost money. And they also have a process. If you look at the state of New Jersey and you think about those who have some type of plumbing license, it's about 9,500 people, not every year, in total, that have a plumbing license. And you rarely see the plumber, right? Because they're the person who has spent years and years in apprenticeship and then tradeship and getting sponsored and get into that. So not only a very, very worthy process, but probably takes you just as long to be a neurosurgeon, which is fine. And I could tell you, knowing a couple of neurosurgeons and 2 licensed plumbers, that I think the plumbers make out in terms of economic viability. But it's not bad to be a neurosurgeon. And so I bring this up because if we go to the next slide, there's so much noise put into the understanding of the college process, which either purposely, where they tell folks that you might go a different way because we don't see you struggling in high school or middle school and you don't want to be able to do that, or systemically, and they don't even know what they're doing, where they're not providing the resources, particularly for first generation college going folks in those neighborhoods where you don't see the preponderance of the people who have a bachelor's degree, is that it's a very confusing process to go through when it's new to you. And so this slide is saying that only 22% of U.S. adults say it's worth it going to college, even if they have to take loans. Now, 57% said, I'll go if it's free. And in some aspects, and depending where you are in this country, I know New Jersey is 1, New York, where I came from, is 2. At a certain income level, the tuition might be free or very minimal for you. But again, to get access to the information, to be set up to be able to discern that type of information, and then some of the bureaucracy that happens when you have to, the FAFSA forms, and those who do admission know how horrible it was last year when it came out very late. It drives people away, and particularly those young folks. And so we'll go to the last slide here, where I simply say here, and this is estimated cumulative full-time median earnings in 2020 dollars, net of loan repayment for tuition, fees, books, supplies by education level. And at all times, when you look at this chart, and the orange is a 4-year degree and the darker blue is a 2-year degree, associate degree. As long as you make it to age 34, right? And I've seen this slide. It's produced by some folks who do research at College Board for the last 20 years, and it always looks the same. It always pays. And to get a college degree. It always pays more when you get that degree earlier in your life cycle. So if you start right after college and it takes you 6 years, as opposed to going back after 10 years, your long-term cumulative earnings is always greater than not having college or some college at all. And so I show this, and as I used to spend 2 hours developing and getting up to this, as a rule, it always pays to get a degree, is that we want to be able to look as educators, right, as higher ed educators who are teaching folks in School of Ed, who are doing consulting out there in the field with our school districts, who are working with superintendents and guidance counselors or school counselors, is that to know that, one, economically, it always pays. It depends where you're going. It depends how you structure your approach to this, but it always pays to get this degree. What we have to also remember that a lot of the college preparedness and the ideas about college is formulated in the home and in the community. So it's in the social and cultural capital of those who go through a school system. So very rarely does a school system get created and produce this, even in the affluent school district. It's coming out of the homes with knowledge, intuition about what to do, how to look at this, how to structure their high school program and their approach to high school to do that. So it's so much involved. And I call it's a lot of noise and confusion that happens with our young people, and they sometimes get disillusioned and they need to be shepherded to go through this process. And so as I leave this note, and I've just found what Dr. King wrote, and I read it about 6 or 7 different times about 3 months ago, because it was so profound, right? To talk about, and if you can recall, he was 18 at the time, and he had, at the time of his death, 3 degrees. He had a bachelor's degree in, I believe it was sociology from Morehouse. He had another one from divinity from, I think, the Crozier Theological Seminary, and he had a PhD from Boston University at a time where most people, no matter what color you were, what religion you were not going and completing college. And so he thought very highly of educating himself and then still going out to the community to be able to inform them. And so as we move forward throughout this year and subsequent years, maybe at this symposium, there's a little bit of time spent with our young folks at the middle school age and then at the early high school age from our communities to help them understand what this process looks like. And then we can go and help our school systems be able to develop some of that capital that our students need to be able to look at this journey, because it always pays to get this degree. I yield back to you, Dr. Pritchard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Always a pleasure working with you. And I think together between Bushino and the MLK program, we're going to be doing some beautiful things in the community together.
And I neglected to mention, Dr. Pritchard, that you saw 3 of our leaders, Lillian and Jaden and Quentin, yes, who presented before we broke for lunch. So our students are also MLK scholars and honor students. So thank you very much for leading them, Dr. Pritchard.
Thank you, sir. So all of you potential students, if any of you are on the broadcast today, just keep in mind that indeed it is possible that we can have a relationship. You can have a relationship with both of the programs, and we'll make it happen for you. I'm proud now to introduce our new dean of the founding dean of the College of Human Development, Media, and Culture. And I'm particularly proud that he is able to affiliate himself and share with the community today. I looked at, as was mentioned in the PR statements that had come out, some of his writings, and I hope he's going to be sharing the essence of some of that work with us. He has a very diversified background and a very deep background. And as a matter of fact, I'll mention a trivia point, since under our new interdisciplinary school that he's in charge of, is that the performing arts and all of the former communications school is now a part of this new interdisciplinary effort, along with what would have been called previously the College of Education. But here's the trivia piece before Brian takes over. In the early 1980s, because of my relationship with members of the King family, which was more of a coincidence prior to coming to Seton Hall, The firstborn daughter of Dr. King had a major interest in the performing arts. She teamed up with one of her best buddies, Atala Shabazz, who happens to be the firstborn daughter of the man we call Malcolm X. And together they put together a play and production that was aimed at the challenges in front of Black teenagers. They premiered that play in New York City. And I got in touch with Yolanda and asked for permission. I said, I'd like to take the responsibility for being the home, if you would, for the premiere in New Jersey. So in the theater in the round in the early 1980s, both the daughters of El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, better known as Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King brought their production to New Jersey. So I share that, Dean, as an introduction to Dr. Brian Gable. And I'm going to ask him in his own way if he would like to, thank you for the hand clap, in his own way, if you'd like to do any further introductions of your work. Because if I were to mention what I'm looking forward to, as I understand it, is the forthcoming work, which will be focusing upon white supremacy, and myself as a sociologist and someone heavily involved in theology and religious studies, I do look forward to not only reading it, but sharing with our students. Without further ado, Dr. Brian Gable, our new founding dean of the School of Human Development, Media, and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Doctor. And I do want to say thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. I'm really honored to be here. Thanks, of course, to Dr. Hart for his fantastic keynote earlier today, and the students who presented, all the fellow presenters, and everyone here in attendance. I'm really, really grateful to you all for being here. And I'm excited, as Reverend Dr. Pritchett said, I'm planning to share a little bit of my own research today. So this is hot off the presses. I am the founding dean of the College of Human Development, Culture, and Media here at Seton Hall. And what I like to say is we bring together the arts, communication, education, leadership, and mental health. That's sort of the purview of our college. And so from my perspective, these things all really fit together because they all really address some of the stickiest issues of our time. And my own work is similarly interdisciplinary. And so what I'm going to talk to you about today reflects some of the in-process research that I'm doing, a new book project, which I'm currently working on revisions to the manuscript. And world events keep changing underneath me, so I keep having to make new revisions. But I look forward to sharing that with you today. And so I am going to be talking a little bit about a portion of my book in progress. So I'm going to try to both focus on a bit of sort of the overall argument that it's providing, and then also at the same time provide a bit of a discussion that I think is relevant to our celebration of Dr. King's legacy, as well as to a topic on a lot of headlines today, which has to do with backlash. In my slideshow, I did also lean into the fact that as a dean, I don't get to be in the classroom much. So I went with sort of a chalkboard theme, gives me a little bit of that, what would you say, a little feel that I'm actually back in the classroom. So I appreciate y'all's attention. And Michael, thank you also for the help with the slides. We're going to stick on this one for a minute. And my title is not Backlash, but Birth Back Again, which will make sense hopefully by the end of the presentation. Backlash is, in our 21st century, the standard term used to explain the slow pace of social change. Although of comparatively recent vintage, the term's familiarity makes it appear like it names an objective fact, an unavoidable obstacle in the pursuit of racial justice. For example, a 2005 study of the US, the UK, Canada, Australia, and Europe concluded that white backlash is, quote, an international phenomenon which continues to influence contemporary struggles over race and justice, migration, and settlement. During the Black Lives Matter protests of summer 2020, similarly, Teen Vogue published an article titled, "White Backlash is the Inevitable Response to Black Progress in the United States." Given the events of the last 20 years in our country, this assessment seems uncannily prescient. Within the United States, this span includes 2 elections of its first non-white president, Barack Obama, the election of Kamala Harris, the first biracial woman to serve as vice president, and Harris's 2024 historic campaign for the presidency. As if predicted, though, these groundbreaking moments have been followed by the election of Donald Trump, to quote the New Yorker, the leader of white grievance. This description of Trump reflects the galvanizing white supremacist nature of his first term, including a steep rise in race-based violence and hate speech, the mainstreaming of white nationalist discourse, a seemingly endless series of police killings of black and brown adults and children, clashes over Confederate memorials, and white nationalist organizing among police officers, firefighters, prison guards, the Border Patrol, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the armed forces. White supremacists also played a key role in the January 6th insurrection, the failed attempt to immediately restore Trump to office. In the wake of Trump's first surprising victory, commentators primarily attributed it to white backlash. In the eyes of critics, an angry anti-Obama backlash was successfully cultivated by Trump's campaign slogan, "Make America Great Again." Scholarly assessments of the election similarly concluded that, quote, Obama's very presence in the White House polarized America along racial lines, setting the stage for a major backlash in his final year, unquote. Similar assessments peppered the news this past November. As Election Day neared, headlines read, "Black voters prepare for backlash ahead of Election Day." And Trump's subsequent victory was similarly attributed to a white backlash on DEI. Although Trump is frequently the poster child for white backlash, other anti-immigrant, Islamophobic, and nationalist politicians have led similar movements to make their nations great again in countries like Hungary, Poland, Italy, France, England, Canada, Australia, India, and the Philippines. Despite this global popularity, Trump's slogan has also spawned a host of parodies. One of the most illuminating of these appears in the 2019 Jim Jarmusch film, The Dead Don't Die, as we see here in the slide. Early in the film, viewers are introduced to Steve Buscemi's angry, racist character. As he sits on a diner bar stool sipping coffee, the camera lingers over his red cap emblazoned in white, "Keep America White Again." Now logically, can we keep something again? Grammatically speaking, the slogan actually doesn't make sense. It's nonsense. It's legible really only as racism. In this way, Jarmusch's hat appears to lampoon the absurdity of white backlash in Trump's slogan. But I contend that this hat has something more to offer if we approach it to the conceptual framework that I term white sacramentalism. The remainder of this presentation will sketch out this framework in order to shed new light on both white supremacy and the so-called white backlash of the last 20 years. Now, Mike, could you go through until there are 4 questions up on the screen, please? And so these are some questions I'd like you to keep in mind as we go forward. What is the history of the term backlash? What is backlash used to explain? What does the term encourage us to assume about social change or about white supremacy? And finally, is there another way to conceptualize the struggle for racial justice as well as the obstacles to this justice? Could you advance it, please, Mike? Now, backlash appears so frequently in contemporary public life that it might just seem impossible to imagine a conversation about racial justice proceeding without it. Yet the widespread acceptance of this term is a relatively recent development. To quote The Atlantic, as you see here, the word backlash gained popularity in the summer of 1963 when President John F. Kennedy proposed significant civil rights legislation. In response, the word, which had primarily denoted the recoil of a fishing line, was repurposed, usually as white backlash, to refer to opposition to the increased pace of African American civil rights legislation or legislative proposals and executive actions or both. Now, backlash, as this indicates, is a metaphor. Could you click it twice, please, Mike? And one more. Awesome. So this is, back it up, please. One more. Awesome. Thank you. So it's a metaphor, but it's one so familiar that most of us have forgotten that it is a metaphor. While fishing, if you cast harder or farther than is prudent, backlash refers to the resulting snarl of line that jams your reel. In short, backlash points to a frustrating situation that can and should be avoided through more careful action. Journalists' adoption of the metaphor similarly framed violent white resistance as a consequence of actions to move too far too quickly in the direction of racial equality. Now, employed in this way, white backlash was named the word of the year in American politics in 1964, but that does not mean the metaphor was immediately accepted. The Washington Post dismissed it as the current cliché of Washington. James Baldwin was even more blunt, and forgive the gendered language here. The white backlash, he said, is meaningless 20th century jargon designed at once to hide and to justify the fact that most white Americans are still unable to believe that the black man is a man, unquote, which resonates with much of the things we've already seen today. Other Black critics emphasized that white backlash was nothing new for Black Americans. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. outlined such an argument in his last book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community, as Reverend Dr. Pritchett discussed earlier. In that book, observing that the nation, quote, takes a step backwards simultaneously with every step forward on the question of racial justice, unquote, Dr. King remarked that, quote, white America has been backlashing on the fundamental God-given and human rights of Black Americans for more than 300 years, unquote. Now, King was one of the most hated men in America at the time of his assassination. But by the 21st century, pundits and scholars had essentially accepted his redefinition of white backlash, noting its appearance across multiple points in history and even across multiple national contexts. Yet along the way, backlash lost its metaphorical character. It was rhetorically naturalized. Not only has this term's familiarity obscured its origins, but it has discouraged us from interrogating its assumptions, especially the ambiguous relationship the metaphor posits between whiteness and time. Next slide, please, Mike. Now, this ambiguity arises because, first, could you click it once more? The metaphor suggests a fixed relationship between prior cause and subsequent effect, one wherein the movement forward toward justice for Black or other minoritized communities is presented as activating or causing white reactionary attitudes and actions. In the context of fiction, recall, the angler's cast is the act causing the snarled reel. Analogously, progress is framed by this metaphor as prompting an immediate violent rejoinder by white people. At the same time, next slide, or next click, please. White backlash is also described as the halting, or more precisely, the reversal of social change. It's an attempt to turn back the clock. White backlash, consequently, is understood as a challenge that progressives must navigate if they're to produce change. We might note here that Harris's campaign slogan was, "We won't go back." Yet this link between whiteness and time is further complicated, click it please, Mike, by the recognition that white backlash is continually repeated, that the backlash sequence recurs time and again throughout history. Or in the words of a contemporary theologian, quote, the United States has been caught in a perpetual backlash loop since Reconstruction, in which the backlash is always bigger than whatever it reacted against, unquote. Now, this invocation of a perpetual backlash loop is interesting because it captures the ambiguous time of the metaphor in its current usage. It frames white supremacy as somehow simultaneously a causal reaction, a reinstating of the past in the present, and a patterned rhetorical or historical recurrence. We can recognize this kind of ambiguous, confusing temporality in everyday statements we make, like, I thought we were beyond this kind of racism. Or following November's election, I just thought we were better than that, and we aren't. Now, we might share this demoralized viewpoint on social change, or at best, simply resign ourselves to the backlash process, accepting inevitable pushback as the price of doing business. But I suggest we have another option. We can suspend our belief in the objectivity of the now familiar metaphor of backlash and instead look at an alternative way to approach white supremacy. And in what remains, I'll briefly try to sketch my alternative approach, which I talk about as white sacramentalism. Next slide, please, Mike. Now, as you'll see here, I owe this theoretical framework to British classicist Jane Ellen Harrison and Black American novelist and critic Ralph Ellison. I do a lot of work in Ellison. Ellison's amazing. If you've not read Invisible Man, read Invisible Man. If you've not read his essays, oh my gosh, read his essays. Although Ellison is most often remembered as the author of the award-winning novel Invisible Man and for his interest in Black identity and leadership, Ellison was no less interested in whiteness. And here's where my project begins. This interest led him to Harrison's book on early human ritual practices, Themis. And so what you see on the slide is an image from Harrison's book Themis, as well as then next to Ellison's portrait, you have an image from his archives where he's copying down portions of the book Themis for his own reflections. Now, based on their work, I've sort of identified two types of race ritual that enact and support white supremacy. However, I suggest that we are most familiar with one of these, what Harrison talks about as sacrificial rituals. Next slide, please. Now, these are rituals requiring differentiation and exclusion, the separation from and removal of non-white from white, keeping white pure. Examples would be violent rites of scapegoating, as well as things like othering, cleansing, dehumanization, gatekeeping. And so on the images on the slide, you see ways in which we tend to image this kind of ritual, right? That separation and removal. We also get more violent versions like Klan and Nazi type stuff, very much clear examples of sacrificial rituals. But Harrison and Ellison also helped me identify the importance of a second, distinct, complementary, but different form of ritual in service to white supremacy, which I talk about as sacramental rituals. These reflect the religious practices of pre-Homeric, pre-literate consciousness and culture. So before Homer, a very, very long time ago. This is a way of thinking and acting prior to theology, any theology, the notion of theology, prior to distinct gods, prior to people identification of a distinction between themselves and their environment, prior to a distinction between the self and the other, prior to a distinction between subject and object. Under these early human conditions, sacramentalism was the form of religious people or practice people engaged in. It is not a variation of sacrifice, but an entirely different and earlier ritual system reflecting an entirely different logic. Put simply, and Mike, next slide, please. Sacramental rituals are rituals of contact and communion with a site of affective or emotional power. And I tend to use those words simultaneously. Sacramentalism is therefore premised upon the desire to channel the universe's boundless, awe-inspiring power into the community through a designated lightning conductor. That's Harrison's term. A lightning conductor is not an individual, but a combination of battery and conduit for energy. The community vests a representative with affective power, with a charge, and then ceremonies of contact safely channel this charge, this stored power, into the community. Next slide, please. Within what I'm calling white sacramentalism, this lightning conductor is provided by Blackness, which I want to make clear is not the same as members of the Black community. When I talk about Blackness in this fashion, I'm talking about an artificial construction created by the white imagination, a construct and not a fact. Ellison explained that he drew this distinction because he never recognized himself in white people's portraits of Blackness. And so here's a quote from his work. "You've left out this and this and this, but most of all, what you'd have the world accept as me isn't even human," unquote. Thinking about it in this way, white people vest the construct of Blackness with emotional energy. Notions of untamable power, wildness, athleticism, hypersexuality, excesses or deficits of all sorts. The result is that this construct of Blackness collects this energy, stores it, and radiates it outward, serving as a site of great power. Ellison gave a great example of this in his notes. Next slide, please. "There is a black magic associated with the idea of Blackness," he wrote. "Uncle Ben's image makes the rice fluffier and whiter, as it were. There's a power in it, a subdued power. Uncle Ben's face on the packaging was significant because it had a power in it that suggested that there would be greater reward, right, in the rice that you created. Right? In this way, Blackness serves as a site of desire for contact, for the energy that is felt to be stored within it, a desire for that energy to be brought into the self, into the community." And could you go to the next slide, please? What we see here are a series of what I would identify as white ceremonial forms of contact with Blackness. I would talk about these as consumption, rituals of consumption, or as sort of white people consuming this notion of Blackness for sort of the energy that is stored within it. When this contact is viewed as a reliable way to access power, then it becomes something that we replicate across culture in multiple means. And so we see this in all of these different examples. Could you go to the next slide, please? These are some other rituals which I identify as visceralism and mimesis. Similarly, this idea of there being some power, some charge within Blackness that can be channeled into the self, into the community through creating kinds of ritual contact, whether that's through blackface, whether that's through black scents, whether that's through touching Black people's hair, whether that's through visual presentations that purport to be reflecting this idea of Blackness. Could you click to the next slide, please? Under such conditions, contact with Blackness is a critical means of sustaining and renewing white supremacy, working against the goals of inclusive community. Therefore, in place of the demoralizing, ambiguous, linear, yet retrogressive, yet recurrent approach to white supremacy that I find in the term backlash, the account that I'm developing, a sacramental account, instead highlights the channeling of energy into the white community through widespread and repeated enactment of ceremonies of contact. The ritual refueling of the white community through present day controlled connections to Blackness's store of energy. Read in this way, white supremacy's contemporary tenacity reflects not backlash, but our failure to disrupt this second kind of ritual system. The white supremacist past is not something the present is beyond, but it's an ongoing product of collective ritual action, an established order perpetually, emotionally, or affectively reborn in the present. And we see this through this notion of energy or charge that's associated with Blackness. So when we have figures like Barack Obama or Kamala Harris, ceremonies of contact become a way for that power to get channeled into the white community. Could you go to the next slide, please? So rather than reading Trump's first victory as one symptom of global backlash, or his second as another version of that backlash, a predictable, sacrificial attempt to re-secure the abjection of the other, Ellison and Harrison help us recognize that white people harnessed and indeed feasted upon Obama's power-charged flesh for over a decade, right? Rendering the white community supercharged with energy, almost bloated like a tick, I sort of think about it. 8 years of contact with Obama's hyper-powered body and others like Serena Williams channeled so much emotional energy that whiteness was filled to bursting with it. Harris's 2024 campaign was no different. At her first 2024 campaign appearance as the presidential nominee, for example, one white observer tweeted, "Kamala absolutely on fire in Milwaukee right now. Takes me back to Obama's first run when the energy absolutely vibrates out of the room and through the screen." That focus on energy, right? This swollen emotional state, I suggest, is why surveys indicated that white men were most likely to feel better off under Trump. Note that they did not report being better off, but feeling better off. This white appetite for Blackness's energy explains why Trump candidacies have been so explicitly and aggressively characterized by a willingness to target groups often labeled with any category of difference, such as people of color, LGBTQIA populations, and immigrants. Now, this means, I contend, that the sort of unchecked ritual of sacrament, the unchecked sacrificial rituals of the Trump years and multi-targeted othering is simply the consequence of an unchecked white sacramentalism, a direct result of white saturation with emotional energy through contact with Blackness. With a seemingly unbreakable connection to Blackness's store of power, thanks to Trump's many, many rituals of contact with both Obama's and Harris's power-charged bodies, members of both white and non-white communities reveled in this potency, not simply amassing energy, but also indulging in its pleasurable expenditure. It was the intoxicating potency of this sacramentalism, the communal feeling of boundless energy, that emboldened and enabled the hate and violence of Trump's first administration, and many fear his second. Rather than a backlash, therefore, we see that whiteness has effectively achieved, in Harrison's words, birth back again. Right? So read in this way, we should not blame activists and legislators for provoking white people to angry, fearful action through heedless, reckless pursuit of change, nor should we simply shrug off spasms of violence and reaction as inevitable. Both, as discussed earlier, are attitudes that a diagnosis using the term backlash might recommend. Instead, I believe that sacramental ritual forms have been so widely available that the white community has been able to amass vast, almost untold amounts of emotional power, fueling a seemingly endless series of sacrificial acts, right? And so I return to Jim Jarmusch's hat, "From the Dead Don't Die." As Jarmusch helps us see, this means that in our 21st century, white sacramentalism has successfully harnessed the energy built into Blackness to keep America and the world white again, to bring the fresh white blooms of spring from the sterility of winter, as we see around us now, to again restore the power of the white community and protect it from threats to dominance. Tragically, white sacramentalism has also, through these rituals of contact, provided the affective fuel needed to lash out at the other in all different kinds of horrific ways. But also, as I argue in my forthcoming book, recognizing the unique nature and function of sacramentalism allows us to more precisely target and thus effectively disrupt the mechanisms ensuring that this process continues unabated. And that, I suggest, is a critical part of the work to come over the next 4 years. Thank you all so much. I appreciate your attention. I appreciate being here with everyone. Thank you again, Reverend Doctor. And I'd be happy to take any questions if we have a little time yet.
Would anyone like to put a question? You may unmute yourselves. I hope that's acceptable to Mike, our engineer. Probably ask a quick question. If not.
All right. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. That was exceptional. I know that you've planted many excellent seeds within everyone, and particularly the 40 and some odd students who have signed up for credit for the course. Thank you. And we look forward to working together with you.
Thank you.
All right. We're about to hopefully get our healthcare panel together. And as we're waiting for Mike to perhaps give me a sign that Dr. Carolina and our two colleagues are all set, I would remind everyone that Dr. King, in his prophetic moments, also made the following utterance concerning healthcare in America. He said, of all of the systems of oppression and of inequality, injustice in the area of healthcare is unexcusable. And he said, among the most oppressing. So perhaps many people never paid attention to that statement at that point in time, but as we have moved into the 21st century and we look at the increasing complexities of socioeconomic status, women's liberation, further repression of migrant populations, emergent pandemics, then new outcomes are observed. And I'm hoping that this panel, among other things, beyond their rich expertise and experience, will help us to further appreciate with great sensitivity some of the nuances, particularly, I would have to say, but not limited to, recent data that indicates the perils of healthcare circumstances for Black women. But beyond that, their experience is broad, their range will be deep. And without further introduction, I'm going to have Dr. Carolina, perhaps in her own way, make sure that each of your speakers can get a brief introduction, however you wish to handle that. But I welcome back. It's interesting. I'm looking. I've got two Glorias and a Dorothy. But Dr. Bozeman, welcome to the family today. And Gloria Soka, it's good to see you, and I hope you and your husband are well as all of your husbands and families. All right, ladies, colleagues, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Pritchett. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Dorothy Carolina. I am the clinical assistant professor, as well as the director of the Master's in Nursing Administration and Executive Nurse Leadership here at Seton Hall University. I appreciate, Dr. Pritchett, your invitation for us to participate in this wonderful symposium to honor Dr. King today. I would like to introduce my two esteemed colleagues who I've known for many, many years. And I am so grateful to them for graciously accepting the invitation to share their expertise with the Seton Hall community. I would first like to introduce Dr. Gloria Bozeman, who is a committed healthcare professional who works to serve urban communities as a matter of mission to educate healthcare professionals and others to see clients from where they are and for who they are. At the same time, she is committed to empowering the residents of urban communities to develop a holistic lifestyle, enriching their mind, body, and spirit. As an activist, she's an award-winning recipient who also frequently is requested to present on many health and social issues, including cultural issues and healthcare, women's health issues, and community mental health, which focuses on healthcare disparities in the United States. She's a former professor and chairperson of the Department of Nursing at New Jersey City University and the primary consultant for her company, the Hannah Group. As the first African-American graduate of the PhD program in nursing research from Rutgers University, Dr. Bozeman is an ever-present voice advocating for quality of life issues for urban residents. She believes that those of us who can must provide a voice for those who lost their voice along the way. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Gloria Soka, whose career has spanned 5 decades devoted to education of nursing students in baccalaureate and higher degree programs nationally and internationally. Her education includes a diploma in nursing from Jefferson Hospital School of Nursing, a BSN and an MSN from the University of Pennsylvania, a PhD from New York University, and a certificate as a pediatric nurse practitioner from Hunter Bellevue School of Nursing. During her career, she utilized her skills and knowledge in many roles, including patient care, clinical instruction, classroom teaching, and administration of departments at Hunter Bellevue School of Nursing of the City University of New York, Seton Hall University College of Nursing, and Kamuzu College of Nursing, the University of Malawi. After retiring from Hunter College faculty, she was recruited back to Seton Hall as a distinguished visiting professor and chair of the undergraduate program at the College of Nursing and served for 9 years. Dr. Asoka permanently retired in 2016. It is my pleasure to introduce my esteemed colleagues to you today. Next slide, please. Dr. Bozeman will present first.
I understand the confusions in the Glorias because the Glorias have been around for about the same amount of time. But I want to say, first off, I'm delighted and honored and humbled to be able to present to this audience with regard to something that is close to, I know, my colleagues and my heart, the health inequities that exist in our healthcare system today. And we do know that Dr. King talked about the inequalities in healthcare, and he said they were one of the greatest atrocities because they were shocking, because ultimately they could lead to death. In this particular situation and what we're headed into in the incoming years, I just want to stress, if you remember anything, the thing that I want you to remember is that self-care is now going to be more important than it has ever been in our history. But let me just say to you that, again, I heard Reverend Dr. Pritchard mention that the pandemic that all of us experienced certainly did bring to the forefront the inequities that existed in our system, but it did not really eliminate the inherent and structural racism that has always been a part of the healthcare system and remains a part of the healthcare system even today. But the pandemic did bring it to the forefront, and what it made us readdress was the concept of vaccine hesitancy. We had to go back to the board to begin to talk to both our colleagues and our constituencies about vaccines and why they're hesitant. And one of the things that I would hear from colleagues the most is our non-compliance, non-adherence, and our paranoia with regard to healthcare. And I just want to introduce and hope everybody will remember that it's not the paranoia that keeps us out of the healthcare system, but a valid suspiciousness, and in addition to that, a structural system that does not accommodate us in our full totality. So what I want to do right now is take us back a little bit and move us along very quickly. As you can tell, I can talk a lot, but we're going to move along very quickly so that I can kind of connect that valid suspiciousness to what it is that we did experience with regard to vaccine hesitancy and what we're experiencing somewhat now in regards to our ability to reach those populations. One of the things that always happens is that I will hear quite often in our addressing vaccines in our community, two major things that would come up was Tuskegee and Henrietta. It's Tuskegee is always going to be brought up when you begin to talk about people, about things that they're not comfortable with in the healthcare system. Now, most people don't know the Tuskegee experience except to say that it was an experiment. And I invite you to go back and have a look at that, as well as Henrietta Lacks, who has come to our attention recently. But these are just the tip of the iceberg. Next slide, please. What it is that we mostly talk about, or have not been able to talk about, is that consistent exploitation and experimentation that has occurred in our disenfranchised and underserved communities. One of the things that has come out in this study is the talk about Africana circus. And that simply means that we were exploited, that because of who we were and not really considered to be human, but something else other than outside that realm of humaneness, that we were considered to be anomalies. We were considered to be something that needed to be put on parade for exploitation. Nowhere was this more evident than with Saratachi Sarah Bartman, who was an African-American woman who had indeed some extreme buttocks. But that was not addressed as the medical issue that it should have been, which is stereotypia, but it existed as an exploitation. It existed as an objectification, allowing people to have this ability to look at, handle, manipulate, and talk about it as if it were something from somewhere out of the human condition. And so we still experience that, and you're going to hear that, I'm certain, with a member of my colleagues there, as we begin to talk about how we are treated and how we are assessed in the healthcare system. I know there were some nurses on earlier today who are in the MLK program. It's our responsibility to bring to that arena what is knowledge and not speculation or perspectives that don't necessarily relate to us. One of the things that we would hear quite a bit in the experience of vaccine hesitancy was experimentation. Next slide, please. When we began to talk about that experimentation, it was always talked about in terms of Tuskegee, which is, of course, a phenomenally abusive experiment. But I rarely hear about women who were also abused and also violated from our times in slavery, where our bodies were used without our permission, where cadavers were used by medical schools without our permission. But I particularly remember hearing during our discussions with women their fear of vaccines causing sterilization. Although they may not have been able to connect it, the reality was that was a reality of our experience. And so I think I've lost my slide there, but I can still tell you that as we begin to talk about that sterilization, we began to talk about Lucy. And Lucy was the general picture of what it is that we were experiencing. Thank you. General picture of what we were experiencing at the hands of the then medical profession that performed experiments on Lucy and others with regard to our reproductive system. And so much so that James Marion Sims was identified as the father of gynecology, although most of what he developed was with experimentation on slave women. And of course, the only thing they needed was the permission of the owners. And this was an opportunity for them to find out how the body worked without anesthesia, without any analgesics, without anything that would protect us from the thought that we were less than human. Next slide, please. So when we began to talk about sterilization, it was a reality, but not a distant reality. It was a reality from 1909 to 1979, when we began to look at California and how California legally sterilized more than 60,000 women, all of whom were primarily poor, all of whom were primarily a member of a disenfranchised group, and particularly African Americans today. Now, because of those time frames, you see that there are about 600 women who are still alive as a result of this violation and still can recall, but we don't hear about how they were victimized in this healthcare system, because it wouldn't make those who victimized us, it wouldn't make them comfortable. Eugenics is a term that you should be familiar with. Eugenics was the term that was used to say that we were really doing this to benefit society, so that the less desirables, in terms of what they determined were less desirables, so that the less desirables would not be born. So as we begin to study eugenics, it's not only a term that has existed in just that time frame, but we hear about manipulation even now in terms of what we can do or will do with DNAs, and how DNAs can be manipulated so that the best of the best will be born. That type of exploitation, it has not only been consistent, but it still remains. Next slide, and that's what scares us. We don't have to go to California. We can look at Mary, and we don't have to go that far back. We could look at the Reese sisters, Minnie and Mary Alice, I'm sorry, 12 and 14 years old, Planned Parenthood clients who were sterilized by tubal ligation because it was funded by the public health system in Montgomery, Alabama. They were poor. They were not only poor, they may not have had all of the opportunity to understand what it was that was happening to them, as their parents were addressed and told that this was a birth control measure. It was a birth control measure because it landed them on the side of sterilization. They were not the only ones. Those experimentations occurred across the board in Montgomery, but also in Philadelphia, where there were women who were sterilized. And many of those women, as you can see in this particular study, 11 were minors and 10 of those were Black. They were sterilized because people made the determination that these individuals were not going to bring into our society the types of humans. And I use that term because they didn't use it, the types of humans that would be benefiting to our society. We also know that when we talk to people with regard to the vaccine hesitancy and experimentation, our prison population was also brought up, because they do know something happened to prisoners, even though they may not know what. But what happened to those prisoners is that they were exploited. They were used in clinical trials against knowledge. And they were not only against their knowledge, they didn't know, nor did they care what the outcomes of those experiments might be. So the record reflects that every time experimentation occurred, every time that we began to talk about exploitation, we were talking about poor people, or we were talking about individuals who were disenfranchised, and minorities, which I put in quotes because we just heard the good doctor say we won't always be those minorities, but we will be identified as such no matter how it increases. We were not the only ones. In Puerto Rico, the first birth control that was tested in Boyd was tested on Puerto Rican women, and they were also told that these were birth control measures that could possibly lead to, would be effective in controlling what they wanted to do was their bodies, but never told that it could result in deformities of their infant, or never told that it could result in their sterilization. So our system has been disparate for a long time. Both Dr. Isoka and I have been around a very long time in this, and we know that even when we were in school, the discussions were about the disparities, the inequities. But now we bring those to the forefront, but we don't bring solutions. We just bring to the forefront that the equities still exist. You will hear that there is that same approach with our healthcare providers with regard to our morbidity and our mortality as it relates to our maternal population. You should also take it upon yourself to look at those disparities as they relate to chronic diseases in neighborhoods that occur in neighborhoods where we are the predominant population. It has been my work, and I know that it's been Dr. Carolina's work, and it is also Dr. Isoka's work, that we like to bring to the attention of our clients what it is that they can do in terms of self-care, what they can do in inherently racist healthcare delivery systems. But I also make it our intent to bring it to those who will be healthcare providers, because I certainly believe that as we begin to look at these disparities, if we're going to make any inroads whatsoever, then we have to look at it in the totality of the system that exists today. The lack of access, we'll hear about social determinants of health. And access is more than just geographical access. When I began to speak to my healthcare providers, whether it's in the educational forum or in the community, I let them know that the greatest barrier to access to healthcare is the healthcare provider's attitude. If we walk into a system that does not welcome us, nor do they care whether or not we will survive in that system, nor do they believe we will do anything that will ultimately lead to our better health, we already have been blocked from access to equitable care. So I'm delighted that I have the opportunity to address it. I think I kept it within my 10-minute time frame, but if I have not, then I will certainly get back to some of the other issues that may have been neglected. But I thank you again, Dr. Carolina, for the invitation. And I do say again that Martin, next slide, might have missed some, next slide. Oh, I forgot about Deborah, but Deborah is a sterilization that Dr. Kaligman was one of those who also operated on incarcerated people. Next slide. But I do remind us of what Dr. King has always proposed in his statements, that the discrimination and inequalities in justice in healthcare are the most shocking and inhumane, because it is more degrading than just the sums, and it may lead to a psychological death, but inequality in health means a physical death. Thank you. We can't hear you, Dr. Carolina.
Dr. Ahsoka?
Dr. Ahsoka, you're also muted.
Dr. Ahsoka, you're muted.
Looks like she's having trouble with her microphone.
Yes.
Dr. Ahsoka, do you have a microphone icon there that you can click on and off?
Here. Oh.
There it is.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having me today. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to be part of this event and to see my colleagues and to discuss some issues that have a long history, but recent concern, publicity, and discussion. Dr. Bozeman, of course, very eloquently provided a window in some of the history that's well known and that influences our health policies, beliefs, and attitudes today. Along with concerns about racial justice, health equity, and health disparities have become part of a national discussion as though they're new, but we know from our practice and experience that they're quite old. Health equity is an idea or concept that everyone should have the same opportunity to achieve their highest level of health care, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, geographic location, or any other factor that might put them at a disadvantage. In essence, health equity means everyone has a fair and just opportunity to achieve their potential for health and well-being. It is a public health goal, and anyone who looks at the public health literature
will see that there are numerous articles regarding this issue. And the public health goal is to reduce health disparities and eliminate barriers to health care. Health equity aims to ensure that everyone has access to the conditions and resources they need to achieve good health, including quality health care, not just health care, but quality health care, dental care, vision care, the best care for injuries, and for caring for chronic health problems. Affordable housing, safe and secure buildings and dwellings, consistent access to healthy food and social support. In other words, according to health equity, no one is denied the possibility for health due to their membership in a group that experiences economic or social disadvantages. Health disparities, on the other hand, measure how close to or how far from a population is to health equity. Health disparities are a major public health concern because they have a negative impact on individuals and communities. Public health experts study disparities to identify contributing factors, the populations most affected, and the solutions to address them. And one thing I do like about reading the public health literature is that it adheres to all three of these goals. This information can then be used to develop interventions and policies aimed at reducing health disparities and promoting health equity. Disparities determine how long we live, how healthy or unhealthy we are, and what common problems exist within our communities or our ethnic groups. These disparities are influenced by non-medical conditions, which are called the social determinants of health, that have an impact on how healthy we are and how long we live. And Dr. Caroline is going to provide more details about that. Structural, economic and social policies and political systems also influence these disparities. And you can think about our insurance policies that are in existence, the number of insured or uninsured individuals, the policies within hospital settings, food deserts. Implicit bias is another factor, and discrimination. A significant disparity today that has increased is that of Black maternal mortality and morbidity. And that is a growing problem and concern in the United States. Even though our maternal mortality rates are the highest in the developed world, those of Black women are even higher. Black women are 3 to 4 times as likely to die from complications in pregnancy than white, Hispanic, and Asian women. And 80% of these complications and deaths are preventable. Black women have more preterm births, more low birth weight babies, and births for which they have received late or no prenatal care. It is believed that the mortality and morbidity is related to variations in the quality of health care. Underlying chronic conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, asthma, depression, structural racism, implicit bias, and the social determinants of health. Black maternal mortality, as we know from even newspaper articles, does not discriminate and affects Black women across the spectrum, whether they're well educated or poorly educated, whether their health status is excellent or not, and whether their income is high or low. the one factor that all of the literature consistently identifies is implicit bias. And that is really a hidden behavior. It is not one that we can see. But as all of you are aware, implicit bias involves associations outside of our conscious awareness that lead to a negative perception of a person based on irrelevant characteristics such as their race, their gender, their external appearance, their speech patterns. And these are irrelevant to the health care that is provided. As members of society, healthcare providers have the same level of implicit bias as the general population. Research has shown that the higher the levels of implicit bias, the lower the quality of care that Black women will receive during their maternity, their antepartum period. Implicit bias of healthcare providers can affect which patients receive appropriate preventive care, leading to health disparities. And much of the literature indicates that when there is implicit bias, Black women may not be offered all of the screening tools that are available. They may not be offered complete advice. They might not be referred for problems that they have with perhaps some of the social determinants of health, and assumptions will be made so that they're kind of brushed off. Also, the providers may overlook or dismiss symptoms or complaints, resulting in poor treatment or delayed treatment. And this sometimes results in some of this mortality and morbidity that we see. And the bias can affect the level of respect and attention given to the pregnant woman. And this has been cited over and over and over again, that we many times are treated in a very disrespectful manner, or as we are speaking, as we are verbalizing our complaints, the person is not paying attention to us. And in this day and age, they might just be tapping along on their computer or looking over their screen rather than providing eye contact and reflecting upon what the person has said. Some of the strategies that can be used to either decrease some of the maternal mortality and morbidity that we see, or addressing it, is that health providers must discuss urgent maternal warning signs and when women or their families should seek immediate attention. Sometimes that is not done. The woman may complain, I've been having severe headaches. Oh, maybe you need to rest more. Maybe it's just stress. Rather than checking the blood pressure, referring this person to specialists, the woman could have eclampsia. She could have preeclampsia. Manage, and as Dr. Bozeman mentioned, if we have chronic conditions, teaching women how to self-care, particularly if they have chronic problems such as hypertension or diabetes, or they're depressed. Every healthcare provider must recognize and work to eliminate implicit bias. The first job is to recognize that it exists. Also, to provide respectful care and respond to concerns instead of just brushing them off. And improving the delivery of quality prenatal and postpartum care. I think that also public health experts have to be mentioned, because they too have some strategies that they believe will decrease some of these disparities among pregnant women. One is to expand the access to quality prenatal and postpartum care. Another is to address implicit bias and racism, because certainly this affects the care. There has been this tremendous backlash and a redefinition of what implicit bias training is. Many companies, as all of you know, have eliminated DEI. They have eliminated implicit bias training because they feel that it in itself discriminates against white people and causes them a great deal of stress. Also, public health advocates, public health people advocate for some policy changes such as expanded Medicaid coverage so that more women, more Black pregnant women will have access to postpartum care, and also increasing access to contraception and family planning. And I'd like to end with a quote from Dr. King, who said, "Those who hold power have a social responsibility to raise the conscience of the nation, to eliminate health inequities and disparities," unquote. And if this doesn't happen, there will be no improvement in our lives, in our health outcomes in our communities, and a horrible, horrible legacy to pass on to our children. Because if we don't improve, we will just transmit our poor dental care, poor access to health care, poor vision, chronic conditions to them, rather than the progress we'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahsoka. Next slide, please. Next slide. My portion of the discussion is to talk about some solutions for eliminating or at least improving health equity in the United States. Next slide. One of the things that, my two colleagues mentioned was addressing social determinants of health. And a social determinant of health is a factor or factors that influences individuals' health status, well-being, and quality of life. And the United States and the Healthy People Initiative, and we're at Healthy People 2030, identifies 5 key areas to address social determinants as it relates to improving the health status of individuals in the United States. And what's so ironic is that the Healthy People Initiative has been around since the 1970s, and we are still, every 10 years that we come up with new solutions and strategies to improve the health of individuals in the country. Every 10 years it's renewed, we still have not made progress in terms of how to deal with health disparities in the United States. So the 5 key areas that Healthy People Initiative 2030 initiative addresses: healthcare access and quality, education access, social and community environment, economic stability, and the type of neighborhood. So when we're talking about these things, it's what factors influence the individual as they go about their day-to-day lives. Are they educated at a level where they can get a position or a job that's going to provide them with health insurance to get access to health care? Are they going to, or do they live in a neighborhood that's safe? Do they live in an apartment that they have that's structurally sound? Do they live in a neighborhood that's not next to a factory that's emitting all kinds of pollutants in the air? Do they have access to clean water? Do they have access to nutritious foods? And I think Dr. Ahsoka mentioned food deserts. There are so many communities in our country where you can't get fresh produce, or there's not a grocery store in the area. And you have some communities like large inner cities where there's 300,000 people and there's only one grocery store in the whole community. So this is something that we need to, look at, because again, it affects ultimately the outcomes that patients have in terms of their health. Next slide, please. Improving access to care. One of the initiatives we need, and again, in 2010, President Obama signed into law the Affordable Care Act, in which we fondly call, Obamacare. And one of the issues that we were facing before Obamacare was signed into, or the Affordable Care Act was signed into legislation, was the fact that so many people were uninsured in our country. So at the time the Affordable Care Act was signed, we had something like 40 million people in the United States that didn't have health insurance. And so what the Affordable Care Act did was provide a mechanism by which individuals could, purchase health care to the level that they were able to afford to purchase it. So what that meant was, even if individual didn't have health insurance, they were able to get Medicaid, because the Medicaid ranks were expanded, because the Affordable Care Act were able to provide subsidies and extra funding to states to expand their Medicaid ranks. But the issue was, with the Affordable Care Act, it became a political issue, right? Because, President Obama was the president who signed it into law. The very states that needed, to have their constituents, get insurance or to expand the Medicaid ranks, they, refused to get the extra money or the extra resources that the government, was providing to expand their ranks. So again, one of the things we need to do is improve access to care and reduce the number of uninsured. Because of the Affordable Care Act, instead of 40 million Americans, in 2024, we have 27 million Americans, and that's still too many Americans who don't have access to health care. And also to increase, the number of individuals who are underinsured, meaning that they have health insurance, but the health insurance they have doesn't meet the healthcare needs, doesn't address the healthcare needs that they have. Next slide, please. Increase health literacy. In other words, provide cultural competency training for healthcare providers. And again, just like Dr. Asoka mentioned, that many of these companies or many of these organizations have eliminated, cultural competency training, or, DEI. But again, when we're talking about cultural competency training, that includes what Dr. Asoka mentioned, implicit bias, because that's still a huge problem, even though, in healthcare, we do provide that training. People who are Black and brown or are part of the Black and brown community are still not obtaining the same health outcomes, as their white counterparts. Also, too, I want to address the number of, healthcare providers from the Black and brown community, because there's also literature that suggests that individuals who are cared for by people that look like them also have better health outcomes. So we want to also to address that. The latest Supreme Court ruling that looked at or called for institutions of higher learning, colleges, universities, to not consider race as part of their admission requirements. And that has had a significant impact. I was reading an article last week that talked about the number of medical school admissions, or the percentage of medical school admissions for the Black and brown community has decreased significantly as a result of the Supreme Court ruling against using race as part of their admission. So that, again, that's something that we need to address. Also, too, getting out and engaging the affected communities in terms of empowering them with education, to make good choices or make decisions about their health and health care. Next slide, please. Policy changes. We elect individuals to represent us, but we don't do a good job holding them accountable. We need to ensure that the policymakers that we elect, do the business that we need for them to do. It's not enough for them to come to our churches, during, election season to get up and talk about what they're going to do for them, to do for us, and then we don't see them again for the next 4 years. So again, we need to hold our policymakers, accountable and engage them to design healthcare policies that's going to, target our communities so that we can, eliminate the health inequities, whether it be to provide monetary resources, resources to support research, to design studies that is going to develop interventions that's going to eliminate health inequities and health disparities. Next slide, please. So I'd like to thank you all for, engaging us today. I don't know if we have time. It seems it's 2:26, time for, anyone to ask any questions that that you may have regarding health inequities. And
Sure.
I see a hand up.
Right ahead. If someone would like to ask a question, please go ahead.
Ms. Diggs, if you want to unmute your microphone, you can ask your question.
Hello, I'm sorry, I didn't have a question. Excuse me, great presentation. I didn't have a question. I was trying to clap. I apologize.
No worries. It looks like Trevor has a question.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I was wondering, in the context of health inequities, how would this connect to the attacks on University Hospital in the Newark local community right now and attempts to privatize it and move it to New Brunswick, removing Newark's only trauma center?
From what I understand about University Hospital, some years ago, there was a commitment that was made to keep the hospital, in Newark because of the impact that the hospital had, on the health and well-being of the individuals in the community. So again, we need to hold our lawmakers accountable because again, merging those institutions, because the medical schools are also, have merged. Merging those institutions is all about, saving money. That's all it has to do with. It has nothing to do with, their, the kind of services that they provide. It's about, again, saving money. So, as, residents in that community, we need to mobilize, or we need to, get those individuals to mobilize and hold these politicians accountable to ensure that that doesn't happen.
If I could just add something, Dr. Carolina. Can you
Sure.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if I could just add something that it is connected to money, but it is also connected to the desirability and the type of patients that the professionals want to work with. And so it is an issue of money in New Brunswick, but New Brunswick has a different image than Newark. And so by moving it, and I don't think that's going to happen, but by shifting it to New Brunswick, it portrays a different image of University Hospital. That's how the medical school was able to kind of reassign itself to that. But there is no necessity to move it. But that I agree with you that the only way that it doesn't happen, because we have seen in the last, I guess, 20 years, more than 19 hospitals close in a 22-mile radius. And so it can happen that you will be shifted out. But it is up to the community to raise their voices so that they are heard and are not considered those who don't necessarily need it to be addressed, as we were talking about earlier, because people don't necessarily see them as human beings who need anything.
And I think it really goes back to this discussion of implicit bias, that you want these people you perceive as really humans who deserve the care. And I think if one looks at these social determinants of health, it is always minorities who are blamed for their situation. when it
Yes.
actually are these non-medical factors over which they have absolutely no control that
Absolutely.
influence their health status, and their access to health care.
Absolutely. Blaming the client rather
Yeah.
than assuming the responsibility of the provider to meet the client's needs.
There's another hand up.
I believe there's one more question from Professor Green.
Hello. I'd like to thank our presenters, Dr. Carolina, Dr. Boseman, Dr. Isoka, a colleague of mine from many years ago. I just wanted to say that I was very impressed with your talk, and particularly the idea of medical education, not only for doctors and nurses and medical personnel, but also for the general public, because they have to be educated in order to put the political pressure on that is necessary to preserve the Affordable Care Act. And I'm thinking, what could be done at the college level to disseminate this information, which is so widely known to specialists and others, but not to maybe to the general public? What could we do in that regard? For example, the connection between eugenics and racism and so forth. And it's an interesting connection between American eugenics and Third Reich eugenics. The sterilization of the Afro-Deutsch population began in Germany before the final solution. But aside, how can we at the college level do more to include this medical information in our courses for those who may not be in specific medical fields of major or minor? Thank you again.
Well, I mean, I can address that from my vantage point. I teach a course, community health nursing, and a large component of the clinical aspect of that course is going out into the community and caring for the community. And so, as part of our care for the community, we do a lot of education in the community about various, health problems and such. And so, in that community course, we do focus on health promotion and disease prevention, and giving information to clients about how to, care for themselves in their environment. And so we do talk about, things in the environment and encourage them to advocate for themselves. There was a time when we had students that would actually, part of one of the assignments, that they would actually have to contact individuals who were, community leaders, legislators in the community, to get their take, on what the issues, the healthcare issues in their community, and what we've identified during the community assessment that we've made of the community. So again, from our vantage point in nursing, we're very active in the community in terms of teaching individuals how to care for themselves and how to advocate for themselves as it relates to being, healthy and promoting their health.
I would also add that integrating the basic concepts into any course is possible. That is, we begin to teach, as I'm hearing with the MLK scholars, advocacy, speaking up, because everybody's not going to speak up. So it's incumbent upon those who feel comfortable in doing it to bring it to the forefront. But I have taught other courses outside of nursing, but always managed to put in the concepts of inequity, to put in the concepts of structural and inherent racism, and as Dr. Isoka outlined, the inherent biases that all of us arrive to the arena with, but need to be assessed and addressed.
I think that in order for you to reach that goal of yours, is there has to be a commitment by the university to disseminate this information to all faculty and students so that it filters down, just like that concept of servant leadership that prevails at Seton Hall University.
Equity.
that it has to be a commitment and it has to be an integral component of the university's mission.
Thank you.
I mean, this is an aside, Dr. Green, but a couple of years ago, the university made a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in their strategic plan. And I just noticed, just from my own experience, that over time, the interest in that has waned significantly. So, I don't know, and I don't know if you have, any suggestions about how we can, re-energize that. But I know just based upon my experience that, it's not something that we embrace in the same way we did some years ago when we first started out. So I don't know if that's something that, we can look at as
well,
well.
we faced that in the history department. At one time, we had a course, the social history of American medicine, and we no longer have it. It dealt with more public policy and that kind of thing over time. So I think what you're saying is so important, and maybe there's some cooperation between those specifically in the medical sciences field and those of us in the humanities to see what we could put together. But again, excellent presentations. Learned so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another hand up.
Hello, ladies. How are you?
Oh, hi, Bonnie Evans. Hi.
Yes, two women, one that I've known for many, many, many years, Dr. Bozeman, I can't believe it, and one who is my compatriot at First Baptist. Working with the alumni board and also now on the Board of Regents, it's very apparent to me that there are a lot of young women on campus who are hungry for information, and by approaching these clubs and groups, for example, the Black Student Union, Dr. Pritchett and I were at an event at the end of the year. These young women could probably use this information, and so maybe through the student affairs department, we could come up with an agenda for the year, really, of when they will meet and when it might be appropriate for such a presentation. So if it helps, I'd be happy to work with you, Dr. Carolina, since you're on campus, and I am too. But also, it's just a thought. Dr. Pritchett, do you agree with me on that in terms of access to the students who might need that information?
Sure. But as the old expression goes, we can always lead a person to the water trough, but whether they drink that
Make them drink.
I want to thank all of you. I love the fellowship here, and that's I just love this as a unique aspect of today's work. So ladies, scholars, practitioners, thank you so much for heeding the request of Dr. Carolina, and thank you, my sister Dorothy. And
you're welcome,
I'd like
sir.
to announce we're about to go into I think a 10-minute break before our last two presentations for the afternoon. We want to thank everyone for being with us once again throughout the afternoon, and I take great pleasure in introducing the concept behind the next panel and the resources. And I'll just make this a brief historical footnote. Once the great enslaved population was set free, many people came up with all types of devices to, if you would, recapture, and put these economic prisoners, back into not just the plantations, but to hold them captive. And we know from the history books that things like slave patrols and the incarceration policies began to change and got to the point where if one had a record, going back to one or two centuries, the 1800s, one was not allowed to vote. So some people, when they hear statements like that, they think that was ancient history. Well, believe it or not, those types of models have followed us into the 21st century. Very recently, Michelle Alexander's book on the new Jim Crow reintroduced to the masses of this concept. So we're very pleased to be working with a colleague, Jo Ellen Jones, Dr. Jones from our Center for Social Justice, who has gathered together today a number of returning citizens, I believe. So I put a challenge out hours ago. I said, I asked if you know what returning citizens means, fine, but for many of you who don't know, you want to definitely be here today at this hour to hear this presentation. So Sister Jones, go right ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's been a great panel and great event so far. So my name is Jo Ellen Jones, and I am a practitioner in residence at the Center for Social Justice. I've been with them since roughly August, and my project with the Center for Social Justice is to work with those who are re-entering society from incarceration. So re-entry, criminal legal education, and advocacy. So to me, it's only befitting that my panel deals with incarceration and returning citizens. It's for me to just give you a quote from one of my favorite MLK quotes from the letter from Birmingham jail. If you have not read the letter from Birmingham jail, I advise that you do, because it's, to me, one of the most powerful things that MLK wrote. And part of that, he says, I'm cognizant of the interrelatedness of all communities and states. I cannot sit idly by in Atlanta and not be concerned about what happens in Birmingham. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with a narrow, provincial, outside agitator ideal. Anyone who lives inside the United States can never be considered an outsider anywhere in this country. I come and I use that because we're all interconnected. What happens to our brothers and sisters that are incarcerated or part of the criminal, or find themselves part of the criminal legal system, affects each and every one of us. When I came to Seton Hall and I began to reach out and try to find my network and what I was actually going to be doing and how can I assist people reentering, I was fortunate enough to come to the Returning Citizens group. And at that group, I had a chance to meet Masika and Monique. And what was very interesting about meeting them is that I met Ms. Biggs when we were doing a simulation at Rutgers for people returning. And I failed horribly at trying to navigate life as a returning citizen. She sent me to jail multiple times, or at least tried to, while I was trying to escape. And I was frustrated that she just didn't understand that I had to do all these things. So I couldn't go to parole when she told me to go to parole, or get tested when she told me to get tested. And I became very frustrated with that system. And through that experience, it was eye-opening, not something that was completely new to me because I've worked in the criminal legal system for a period of time, but a reminder that we are all in a position to be able to give grace to people and to understand. Myrna Diaz and I met before we actually physically met. I have the honor of being one of the members of the governor's clemency board, and we review clemency applications. And she was one of the applications that I had the opportunity to review and give recommendation to the governor. And in December, the governor granted her clemency in the form of commutation, and she was able to come home and spend time with her families. I feel like it's a disservice or injustice for me to tell you their stories, but allow them to hear from their stories from their own point of view. And if we have any questions at the end, we can kind of have a little bit more discussion. So I'm going to start with Ms. Diggs because you are on the left of my screen, and we're kind of going in a circle. Then it's Monique, and then it's Myrna. So Myrna, you're going to bring it home for us. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mysika Diggs. I was sentenced to 15 years in New Jersey State Prison for a nonviolent drug offense and possession of a weapon. Um, During incarceration, I did a lot of reevaluating. Well, before incarceration, I did a lot of reevaluating, and I took the opportunity to further my education while I was in the carceral space. And while in the carceral space, I received a full scholarship to Rutgers Newark. I am now a student at Rutgers Newark, working on my BA in social work, minor in social justice. I live on campus. I'm an HLLC scholar. I'm a Price Humanities scholar. Um, and my focus in life now is to make changes that's needing within our carceral system, because there's definitely changes that need to be done. And a little, go back a little bit. Um, I grew up in the 80s. I grew up in the 80s in a community that lacked access. And when I say lack access, I mean to education, to mental health, to jobs. But what they did have with this thing that I know now is called school to prison pipeline. At 10 years old, I was incarcerated, opposed to um, government agencies making a conscious decision to say, okay, something is happening with this child. What's going on with this child? Can we give this child the tools needed to overcome whatever it is that she's going through within her community? I grew up in an era where the crack epidemic was raging. And when I walked out of my door, all I saw was drug dealers and cars and jewelry and things of that nature. Um, I didn't wake up one day and say, I want to be a criminal. I didn't wake up one day and say, I want to be a drug dealer. That was, I thought, a necessity needed for me to survive. It was a survival um, tactic that was used. Now that I'm older and I know that this is how my community was set up for me. And I didn't see the doctors and lawyers. I didn't have the representation of success within my view. Um, my childhood trauma started at a very young age. My sister was murdered when I was 8. My mother never recovered from that. So she was in active addiction. So she could not care for me in the proper way that I should have been cared for. So for my setup was just not set up for me to win. So I gravitated to the streets looking, I guess, for love, acceptance in all the wrong places. And this behavior carried on throughout my life. It took for me to in my 40s to understand that the way that I was living was wrong. The things that I were doing were wrong. So I had to rewire my whole way of thinking and what I thought was right for so many years. It wasn't right. And me not going to school, dropping out of school in the 6th grade to stand on a corner to sell drugs to take care of myself. Um, I thought that this is what life was supposed to be. Um, so when I found out that I was intelligent enough to go and further and have an education and to become something other than what society flagged me to be, because when I got sentenced, I was told that I was a menace to society. I needed to be incarcerated because there was no help for me. I beg to differ. I just needed to understand my worth, and I needed to understand that I am great and I can accomplish anything that I put my mind to. And because I went through these things in life, my lifelong journey now is going to be to help women re-entering society from the carceral space and giving back to communities of people that look like me. I want to let them know that you too can be that change. It's never too late. Don't let anyone tell you that it is, because it's never too late. And with a little guidance, anything is possible. Thank you.
Monique.
Hello, everyone. My name is Monique Kendall. I too was sentenced to prison. I did 21 years, 3 months and a day. February will be a whole year for me, and it has been a journey, no doubt. But the most important thing is to just keep going, keep looking for opportunities. So in my situation, I also grew up in an urban community and was faced with so many challenges. Single home parent, became a teenage mom, and fast forwarding to 2002, I caught a case and went to prison. The biggest challenge for me was remaining a parent to my children, and I don't know how long I got to speak about that, but it really was a challenge. And now that I'm home, the biggest goal that I have is giving back to those who have gone through what I've gone through and are just trying to put the pieces back together. Currently, I'm a case manager for the population, people like myself, anyone who has, fell on hard times and need assistance. That's what I do. And I feel so blessed in spite of everything that I'm going through, with my own reentry, that I'm able to still help someone, that's in a similar situation. So that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Myrna.
Hello, everyone. My name is Myrna Diaz, and recently I was given the blessing of having my sentence commutated. I was given clemency by our Governor Murphy. I started my experience late in life with incarceration. I did 18 years of a 40-year sentence, and there was a lot of trauma, a lot of domestic violence. I too came from a family that was a single parent, but I was on the opposite end because I was raised by a father and a grandmother. And I didn't have that mother's connection, which made things difficult for me growing up, because there were a lot of things that I was not privileged to that really connect or help in a woman growing and maturing and becoming an adult. Incarceration was difficult, as with every woman who goes into the incarceration system. Everything that we see is made for a man. Everything we wear is for a man. Everything we are given was made and created for a man. So we are technically in the shadow of a system that was originally built for men. I was fortunate enough to start education or re-educate myself. I started addiction. I suffered, I'm a 9/11 survivor. I had a lot of remorse, and I was self-medicating. And that rail to addiction is what got me incarcerated, and I did my 18 years in. While at Edna Mayan Correctional Facility, I had the privilege of starting my education over through the New Jersey STEP program. I obtained my AA and my BA, and I graduated cum laude. My future now is to help those that were in my shoes and moving forward, helping those that are coming out into this new society after doing so many years, finding all these new technologies and having a social life and re-entering and trying to move forward and not be stagnated and fall behind.
Mm.
Thank you, ladies. So, as many of you talked earlier about being in this space, you all were parents, you were mothers at this time of your incarceration. Can you please at least tell everyone what that experience looks like trying to be a parent while incarcerated, but specifically a mother? And no, this is no disrespect to fathers. We know they're all important, but there is a certain connection between a mother and her child.
Who would you like to start?
We can go in the same order. Go ahead, Mirna. Go ahead. No, Mirna, go ahead. We'll go the opposite way. Mirna, go first.
I wanted to say, as a woman who grew up without a mother, it was really, I didn't want to make the same mistakes that my mother had made when she had decided to leave. And I wanted to be fully there for my sons. My sons are 35 and 34 now. And while incarcerated, they try to implement small things, a kiosk to help you read and study with your child, sometimes a visit. And those are little things that are helping you connect with your child. But there are moments when you really need to be there for your child when they're suffering or when they're in pain or when they just want to share a moment of accomplishment. And I think that our system needs to really start improving that communication and assisting better so that we can be better parents to our children while we are incarcerated.
Mm. Oh, I'm up.
Yeah.
Myrna, I definitely agree with you. I'm gonna piggyback off of some of the things that you mentioned. In terms of being a parent when you are away, it's very difficult. But in my experience, there were staff members that assisted me because my sons was going through a world of difficulties. Their father even was murdered, while I was away. And that's when it became even more difficult. So in my case, I was blessed enough where one of the staff members, I could say her name, she's retired, her name was Miss Battis, and she assisted me. She got me on Edline so I could see my son's progress in school when they were absent. These was things that were helping me feel like I still was able to be their mom, right? But when it comes to visits, when it comes to that one-on-one time that your child needs with you, when it comes to just being able to have that bond with them, even on a visit, it's an hour, or the mother to child visits, remember that they provided for us. It was never enough time. I was able, excuse me, at the time to go to the administrator and get special permission for my 15 to 16-year-olds to come see me by themselves because it was hard. Studies show how far the prisons are from the community, well, for the women anyway. So it was hard for us to get our kids up there a lot of time, but somehow, some way, I was able to get that. But I just feel like if there were more things in place, and I can't even say exactly what I would want them to be, but it would be geared towards helping mothers inside, excuse me, keep the relationship with their children, because I feel like that's like the most important thing, to be able to, your kid to, of course they can't call you, but you're hoping that you call on that time when they really need you. You know what I mean? So something in place where children could have just a little more access, because as mothers, we're nurturers, and God forbid your kid is somewhere, where they're not getting any love. And I feel like that's how the cycle continues. You know what I'm saying? Like, your child is coming to prison to see you, and God forbid there's not a father figure there. And in my case, the father of my children was still in the streets. So it was hard for my sons. But if that could be addressed and help mothers to keep the bond with their children, I just feel like things would flow a little differently for children that have, unfortunately, mothers, that are in prison. Like you said, Joel, and no disrespect to the fathers, but children need their mothers, you know?
Um, my daughter had a very hard time with me not being there. I was my daughter's sole provider. My daughter lived with me well into her 20s. We were never separating. I was a teenage mother. I got pregnant at 15 and had my daughter at 16. So we were like raised together. Um, and it was very difficult because I wasn't so much trying as to try to parent over the phone, but I wanted to be there and be supportive to her for the things that she was going through. And when she told me, this is definitely a process, and it's still an ongoing journey, because now that I'm home, you know, we have to get counseling, we have to go through therapy. But what we do have is we have conversations, and my daughter turned to abusing prescription drugs while I was away, not being able to deal with the fact that her mom was not there, and she had to move to North Carolina to stay with her dad while I was away. She said it felt like her whole world was ripped away when I went to prison. And I was looking at it as, okay, she's older now. This is not as if, you know, she's a child, she's older, she shouldn't be affected. I'm making sure that the family is good, but it really affects, you know, when one person goes to prison, it affects the whole family. And there should be some type of way that when we speak about disparities in the criminal justice system, and how, you know, some people get treated different than others with the same crimes that they have. And we as mothers, I think that when being sentenced, like, there should be a lot of other things looked at. Like, I'm going to say, for me, for instance, you know, why wasn't there a question? Something is going on in this lady's life for her to have been home for 15 years, doing well, not even receiving a speeding ticket. And now she's standing in front of us facing 15 years for selling of drugs. So I think that there should be other things that is taken into account when we're just throwing us as women away into the carceral space. Now, don't get me wrong. I am a firm believer, if you know, do something against the law, you should be held accountable for your actions. I'm not saying that we should just, you know, be out here breaking the law and we should be able to just roam free. You have to be held accountable for your actions. But I think it should come into play that we are mothers, and we do have children that this is going to affect. And a long-term effect. Thank God that my daughter, she's been clean now for a year and a half. And she's working towards becoming better. But I love the fact that we can have conversations, and me being a parent, I am okay with being held accountable for the part that I played in what's going on in her life, so that we can work together for us to become better as a unit now that I'm finally home.
So on this call or on this Zoom Teams meeting, this conference, there are a number of people. There are professionals who work in various careers. There are students who may one day be somebody's parole officer, probation officer, or attorney, or prosecutor, or social worker, right? I would like for you each to give them one piece of advice. What would you, out of the number of professionals that you have come in contact with through your experience, what would you say to them? And we're going to, whoever wants to start can start. Monique, let's start with you because we let everybody else. Monique, let's start with you this time.
I would say to these students, um, you know, you had the opportunity to hear our stories, and I haven't even scratched the surface of
No.
everything I've gone through, everything that I've been through, and what I'm still going through. I haven't scratched the surface. But the thing about it is people need to understand that if someone was sentenced and they did their time and now they're home and they're being productive and they credit score is good, they're working and they're helping their community, there's something to be said about that. We should not continuously be held, to what once was, because none of us are the same person that we were when we caught the case and went to prison and served the time. The transformation for me started early on because my sons were 4.5 and 5.5, and I just had to continue to grow and grow with them and be their mom. But I want you all to know that if you do become a judge, an attorney, someone in your community, and you, especially a parole officer, some things need to, be taken into account, and the law need to change because it's so difficult for us. And because we have that fight in us to, that resilience, giving up and not going hard for what it is that we want and feel like we deserve is not an option. And so if you ever become, excuse me, a person that can make change, certain things, as Masika said, should be taken into consideration of, someone who was doing excellent for 15 whole years and then you catch a charge. It's certain things should just be looked at. And I just encourage you all to, look beyond someone's past when, you're looking at the present person. Like the old it shouldn't be an anchor. Like we're dragging around anchors because we're being held to what was, you know. That's all I have to say.
Myrn, you want me to go? Myrn, would you like for me to go? Or you want to go?
Whichever way. I can go if you'd like.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My advice, thank you, or my recommendation would be prior to incarceration, help develop better assessment tools for the women or men who find themselves in a system and trauma is not being taken into consideration. What is the history of that individual that presented them to find themselves in that particular situation and be incarcerated? While incarcerated, I would say develop tools to help progress in education, open the doors of education, because I believe that once a person is educated, that's the beginning of your future. And develop tools that will help inform them about financial literacy, because a lot of women that find themselves incarcerated have no knowledge of how to independently financially sustain themselves while they're incarcerated and once they come out. After incarceration, I think we need better progressive rehabilitation reform and restorative justice rules so that we have a chance to survive in this new era that we find ourselves in. And those are my recommendations for those that are studying or interested in political science or into the legal field. And for judges to take in consideration that if you do have someone in front of you that's never ever had any problems, a first-time offender who has a sentence that has been literally a death sentence, be the first to actually be a pioneer, make a change, and try to change that person's life and give them a chance to move forward in their future. That's
I'm going to latch on to what Myrna said. For the students that are planning on working in the carceral system, whether you're prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, be that change. Step out, because I think what we need to realize is we all come from different walks of life. So you have to be able to think outside of your box and outside of what your narrative is of what's right and wrong. So you're going to have to be able to step outside of that box, be the change, dare to be different, and push for reasonable laws. Like, for instance, the state of New Jersey has this 85% law that's like ridiculous. But you have, I've met a lot of good people while incarcerated, and I met a lot of people that want to be rehabilitated. Um, Make sure that people have the tools that they need to do that. Make sure that there's things aligned up so people can be successful. Because if you're releasing someone from prison and they don't have the basic needs, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to reoffend so that they can, and it's a survival tactic. It's not that people walk out the door. I have seen many of people walk out the door that their plan was to do something different. However, they came back while I was still there because that plan didn't work because they didn't have the basic needs and the tools. So I believe that you ladies and gentlemen should dare to do something different. Push your state representatives to implement laws that are reasonable and make sense. And we have to make sure that this reentry thing is like in full-fledged, full throttle, because it's people that walk out that door that need a roof over their head. They need health care. They may need assistance with where they're going to stay. And if they don't have that, they're going to reoffend. And I get it. Prison is a business. People are getting very rich off of this business. And it's like the Motel 6. They're going to keep the lights on for you. But for the ones who want to make that change, they should have the access and the tools to do so.
Thank you. And I just kind of want to end by saying just a little bit about New Jersey. For those who may not be familiar, New Jersey at the time, New Jersey's incarceration rate is 270 per 100,000 people. New Jersey itself actually incarcerates more people than other nations, like other countries. Incarceration rates are lower than New Jersey. New Jersey has racial disparities that match states like Alabama. And that's not something that we should be proud of in any way, shape, or form. So when we talk about this, and we talk about the disruption that it has in family, and you got just a brief look at how trauma can lead to incarceration, and how while incarcerated, there are additional traumas coming forward. Not having the guilt of not being able to be there present with your children, or not being able to understand how this road is going to go. And then upon release, all three of these women are doing really great, and they were able to find support systems, but that is not necessarily everybody's story. And I believe that we all have a duty, and I believe it was Muhammad Ali said the service to others is a duty that we pay to get to heaven. And I think that we all have a duty to serve others. We all have the duty to kind of walk in a level of compassion and understanding. And remember, we celebrated MLK today and all the great things he did, but he was a returning citizen, right? He spent many a night incarcerated. He spent many a night standing there and fighting for injustice in ways that led to his incarceration, even if it was only for a couple days or a couple months. So I challenge each of you to go, if you have not done so, read the letter from Birmingham jail. I want to open it up because I know we only have a couple more minutes to see if anybody has questions for myself or for any of these amazing women.
While we may be waiting for a question or two, I think Joelle and we could probably share the fact that we are talking and collaborating. You have indicated that is a rather practical need that in addition to everything else we could get involved with. Would you just explain that in a couple of sentences? And we'll be implementing that on the South Orange campus and the law school. Yeah.
So we will be collecting until like say February. We will be collecting items, lotions, hygiene items, book bags, socks, if you can, gift cards, for individuals who are returning citizens. A lot of times when, if you have not experienced, and I've done it, when people are released from incarceration, they're literally just dropped off and say, here you go. Especially those who have maxed out and may not have may not be going to a halfway house or another housing. So the goal would be for on both campuses to bring those toothpaste, toothbrush, shower shoes, just those hygienes, and we're going to collect those items, put them in book bags, and be able to give them to the returning citizens group. So what they do is they meet them at the gate. They meet people upon their release that they are connected with. They'll be able to give them a backpack of items to be able to take with them, so they'll have something that belongs to them. So if you're interested, you can reach out to me. You reach out to Dr. Pritchett, either one of us on the campus, so we can collect those items, get them together, and be able to give them to the returning citizens groups to be able to give the people as they come home.
Thank you. And I'll be enlisting the help of not only MLKSA, but other campus groups at Seton Hall. So we'll have hopefully a central place for them to drop that off. We'll be sharing with others in due time. Thank you so much. I want to thank all my sisters for sharing with us. It was a powerful moment, a very educational moment, and I believe a very transformational moment for all who were here. So may God bless you in every step that you take as you go forward from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be asking our Africana Studies faculty to gather. And I never will forget one of the more powerful books that I read a number of years ago was written by Sharshi McIntyre. And that book was called The Criminalization of a Race. And that book was actually based upon her doctoral dissertation a number of years ago. And what it dealt with was during the colonial period, as many people were coming off of the plantation systems, little local colonial laws were being written and codes were being written that would say things like, if you did not step off of the sidewalk when a white person was approaching, that could get you locked up in the local jailhouse for a while, there, i.e. you become criminalized. If they saw you perhaps even spitting on the street, publicly spitting, you could be criminalized. She went on to indicate that 90% in some communities, almost 90% of the free Negro population ended up having criminal records, if you would, during that colonial period because of that bedeviled use of local codes and laws. So let us not, any one of us, leave from this space thinking that indeed Black people are born criminalistic, understand the role and play of the social structure, norms, and values.
Hey, one second.
Okay, we're looking for Dr. Stephanie to check in.
Camera off.
I'm here. I guess they haven't pinned me yet, but I'm here.
There you are. All right. So the family is all here. It's my pleasure now to, if you would, to introduce to some, present to others our cleanup crew. By cleanup, that you always, when you have your power hitters and your lineup all set, you need somebody to step up who can bring everybody home when they're on base. Here we have the Africana Studies faculty consisting of our director, Dr. Stephanie, James Harris, Nkosi Anderson and Carmel Manor, and yours truly. But we normally at this point would be reacting to what we've heard and inspirational points, picking up on any of those points, and then in any other ways as we close out, providing the inspiration and tying it into not only King's legacy, but what becomes our moral responsibility for all of us listening to this as we move into the 21st century. So I don't know who might want to go first. I know, Carm, you had sent some slides. I don't know in that context of you balancing the two between what has been said, what needs to be said, and how you'd like to proceed. But I'm going to defer to you momentarily. We've got about a good 30 minutes of quality work to put in for everybody. So, and I also mentioned in the context of your background of academics, plus your Juris Doctorate in law. So, we'll yield to you for a moment to start, kick us off.
Absolutely. If that's fine with my colleagues and with Director Harris, I'll do so. I just have a few slides for you. It's entitled King's Hierarchy of Societal Needs. Next slide, please. And you'll see that I really fashioned this after Maslow's 5-tier model, Maslow being Abraham Maslow, who structured this. He was a psychologist, and he had this idea of this kind of sequential motivations of human behavior. And so he does this in 1940s to 1950s, just at the advent of the civil rights movement and the Montgomery bus boycott, which happens right after 1954 and Brown v. Board, when Maslow comes out with this theory for the second publication. So you'll see here that it starts with the bottom tier and it goes up to the top tier. This is really meant to be individualized, but what I've done is looked at it more in a societal context and looked at King's legacy with regard to these 5 steps. And I posit that he's not simply looking at voting rights, for instance, or segregation, but he's really comprehensive. And he's not sequential, as this is usually looked at, and linear, but more in an African sense. He's very circular, meaning in the African way and in an African American way, that you really deal with all your needs simultaneously, right? There's a double meaning to the spirituals, right? There's swing low, sweet chariot, right? So that the idea of swinging low is the here and after, the by and by, life after, but it's also dealing with freedom, right? So, and survival, and all of that is always at the same time. And so I think it's not useful in the linear aspect, but in the comprehensiveness, I think it is useful as a rubric to look at King. The other thing I'll say is that the race system, the social construct of race perverts what might be actual human needs, right? So it perverts, meaning that it supplants for instance, the idea of the basic physiological needs of the white working class. It makes them all racialized. So now you have to extract from blackness in order to get natural resources and labor, etc. Extract from Native Americans in order to get land. Safety is colored in melanin. So meaning that your safety is now projected onto black bodies as the unsafe menace, notwithstanding the menace that has been visited upon them. Love and belonging is colored, meaning segregation is now the overarching paradigm, and that perverts the idea of belonging and love. Same thing with esteem and ultimately self-actualization. The idea of making America great again is, again, harkening back to a white past. So everything comprehensively is colorized and not in the sense of color television. Next slide, please. So the first, and I'll go through these quickly to make sure I have adequate time for my colleagues to have all of their time. Physiologically, we see here a quote from King. He's talking about dealing with poverty, and we know that he ends his campaign there in Memphis dealing with sanitation workers when he's gunned down at Lorraine Motel. And so this comes from that. And next slide, please. And if we get next slide. Okay, I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Perfect. And so we also see him talking here as a political protector, meaning when there is lack of safety, meaning that physical violence is the ultimate enforcer of segregation, much as it is of enslavement before it, and state violence through mass incarceration currently. So we see him when he's dealing with this onslaught of violence against civil rights workers, against Black and white students going down south to help organize in Mississippi, as he's holding their picture there. He's pleading to the federal government to step up and to protect its citizens, and he's playing the good cop, meaning if you don't do this, I can't say what the resistance will do. So this becomes the good cop to the Black Power movement later on, bad cop, if you will, and the civil unrest that happens after King's death. Now we also see not only is violence visited upon all of the those who would resist the system as the ultimate enforcer, but then we see violence becomes something that has to be negotiated, as King does here. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is actually where you see him negotiating and saying, if you don't step up, even as little girls are being killed at 16th Street Baptist Church, these 4 precious little girls in a church, no less, with symbols of a burning cross. Again, the perversion even of religion. If that does not motivate you, then I can't say what the resistance will do. Again, the good cop, bad cop. Next slide, please. And the next slide. Thank you. So here we see some modern iterations, if you will, of, well, actually that kind of went kind of fast, but you saw there's some modern iterations of what we mean by some of the material physiological. I think go back one slide quickly, please. I think we skipped the slide there. And you'll see there that the idea of the physiological, and go back one slide, please. The physiological aspects of economic material well-being and the social welfare. Thank you. I don't see it there. Okay, so after the safety, there should be, can we move forward one? Okay, stop right there, please. Yeah, there we see the idea of the physiological there as well. The idea of Obamacare now legally being challenged. Donald Trump has promised to get rid of that. We're talking about some over in the 40s, somewhere around 40,000, 44,000 people per year expected to die from lack of health care. If that goes through, we see, again, life and death situations for women in the way that anti-choice laws are being promulgated. It includes African American women and women of color, especially Black women, who are most bedeviled by this idea of death at maternity, 3 and 4 times the rate of white women. That has increased radically since these laws have been promulgated. More Black women have been dying at birth of trying to give birth. And so we see life and death again in a Maslow sense being brought to bear by laws. Next slide, please. So this idea then of moving up beyond just safety, beyond the physiological needs of food, water, shelter, all these crucial aspects. When I practiced as a public interest and constitutional lawyer, these were vital. And the laws that we sought to change, and sometimes we were fortunate enough to, they address those physiological needs. When I was a prosecuting attorney and did some defense briefly, we dealt with the safety needs. And so here we're moving to the love and the belonging, the third of the 5, and I'll try and move through this quickly as well. And see here, this is what King is known for, this idea of fighting against segregation in the South. Who is in the beloved community, and who is to be segregated, and who is the outsider? And so here we see King, again, dealing with this, and the violence that we saw in the prior slide is also visited upon this group, meaning to enforce separation, whether it's anti-miscegenation laws, whether it's anti-Black community laws. It was not just against interracial congregation, but even against black folk congregating in the First Amendment sense was always illegal, even illegal to marry. Black on black love was just as illegal as black and white love. And so we see these kinds of enforcements happening through physical violence and then through non-state violence in form of vigilantism. And I would mention briefly here that we not only see this across cultures, we see the brown shirts of Hitler, the black shirts of Mussolini. Now we have militia persons that Donald Trump is promising to pardon, notwithstanding the attempted insurrection. So there are some interesting parallels that manifest here. And so this is an important area, and I think we'll keep an eye on it as we move forward. I will also mention here legally the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the crown jewel of Dr. King and his movement, has been gutted. The Section 5 is no longer there since 2013. Under the Roberts Court, they got rid of the pre-clearance before you get these Southern laws that seek to suppress the vote. They have to go through the feds first. That's no longer the case. They're going after Section 2, the Civil Rights Act of 64. Donald Trump is basically, and his folks have said they're going after that. Again, these are the crown jewels of the civil rights movement. So as we celebrate King, we should be vigilant that we are actually looking at a backward situation of unraveling King's legacy in a very real sense. Even the Immigration Act of 1965, we see that's being unraveled today as well. Birthright citizenship is on the block. Next slide, please. And next, there we go. So we see here some examples that we're talking about here, where even the language of civil rights, we see from a very obscure dicta, part of the case that didn't, matter as far as the crucial holding, coming out of Plessy v. Ferguson, the dissent. This idea of color blindness is now being used to argue to change civil rights laws and Reconstruction laws to be basically laws to deal with whiteness and the reification, the maintenance also of whiteness. So it's a very peculiar time. We see in Florida. Next slide, please. We see in Florida, when we get to the idea of esteem, this is a very famous to some, not known as well to others, quote from Dr. King, when he talks about his pride of being, of his heritage. He's not ashamed of it. He said, somebody told a lie. They couched it in language. They made everything black ugly and evil. Look in your dictionary and see the synonyms of the word black. He goes on in this way. And so as he moves forward, he talks about the idea of esteem in the way that the up and coming movement of the Black Power movement would talk about it. And he talks about it while maintaining his idea of integration and a greater community of love. I should mention here that in current iterations, we have a Florida law that was issued, for instance, bans the idea of mentioning in the curriculum that Roberto Clemente was Latino, or that Susan B. Anthony was a woman, or that Rosa Parks was African American and a woman. Those had to be taken out of the curriculum in discussing their contributions. Same thing with an Asian American advocate for the against Japanese internment. So this was until there was an uproar in which they reversed it. That was the way that law was being interpreted, to show you how current these issues are today. And the incoming administration is promising more of that, to defund any types of history in these areas of women's history, Black history, et cetera, especially. I will mention a Baldwin quote, and I'll end with the last slides. He says, Black has become a beautiful color, not because it is loved, but because it is feared. And this ties into a prior colleague's interesting discussion about the idea of backlash. And so I also mentioned that the 1619 project has lots of school curricula that are using it. That is being promised to be defunded by the incoming administration, the Department of Labor. They're promising to defund that. Even police, the FBI, They're promising to defund the chief police, the federal police, the FBI, should they be deemed too woke, quote unquote. And lastly, we see even the military. There's an idea of changing the military to change its composition to be less quote unquote woke, to be more working class and white, and to disregard white supremacist symbols and tattoos, etc., almost to build a MAGA army. This is a very perilous and problematic time in American history. Last slides. And I mentioned about self-actualization. We're in there.
Okay. We're going to ask Dr. Nkosi Anderson take 5 minutes if you'd like to punctuate his point. And then our good sister, Dr. Harris.
Sure. Did you finish, Dr. Almador? Okay. I'm just hearing some static on my end. I hope everyone can hear me. Let me quickly begin by thanking you, Reverend Dr. Pritchett, and all the organizers of today's great symposium, all the speakers, students, faculty, guests. I've learned so much, so a salute to everyone. I was asked ahead of time to give some quick thoughts about my assessment of, the current moment in American civilization and what wisdom we might glean from Dr. King. So, I prepared a few comments that I could read, if that's fine. So I'll just jump into what I had prepared. So I'll say the following. Obviously, the elephant in the room and the great irony of the day is Donald Trump being sworn in as the country's 47th president on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. What an irony. You'd be hard-pressed to find a better example of two polar opposite individuals. But I don't want to place too much of a spotlight on President Trump today. I think, frankly, that is done far too often and far too much by both his MAGA supporters and his liberal critics as well. And that's part of the problem. I think the rise of MAGA fascism speaks to a deeper societal rot. Donald Trump is a symptom. He is not the cause of an American empire in decline. Now, in his farewell address the other day, President Joe Biden warned of a rising oligarchy in this country. Figures like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and other what he called tech billionaires who are hell-bent on seizing power for themselves at the country's peril. And while I agree with Biden's assessment, what he failed to mention is that this coup d'etat of corporate and oligarchic power took off many decades prior with the rise of neoliberal policies enacted by both Republicans and Democratic administrations. Policies that unshackled corporate power while undercutting social safety nets and the common good. Simply put, the rich have gotten richer, while everyday Americans have had to fight harder and harder for basic human rights such as housing, healthcare, jobs, and decent education. Now, what does a nation undergoing such internal crumbling do? How does it respond? Well, it gives us, for instance, mass distractions, sports, movies, social media, celebrity entertainment, etc. It also unifies us through wars abroad. It gives us an enemy, Iraq, Iran, Russia, China, you name it. What else? Let's see. We also incarcerate our own at astronomical numbers. The school to prison pipeline, for example, that was so eloquently discussed in the previous panel. The new Jim Crow, as Michelle Alexander wrote about it. To this end, we also demonize the other. We place the blame on society's most vulnerable, people of color, immigrants, religious minorities, LGBTQ folk, poor people of all colors, the list goes on. We look at everything and everyone instead of the forces of unfettered capitalism and imperialism that have undercut the mechanisms in a democracy that are meant to hold power in check. And that is how we now have, on one hand, more billionaires than we ever have had in this country's history. And on the other hand, for example, the Department of Housing and Urban Education, HUD, last month released a report saying that homelessness is at an all-time high. On any given night in this country, we have over 700,000 people living on the street or in shelters, and that includes 150,000 children. Think about that. Now, these are the conditions that neoliberal capitalist policies have created and that have now given rise to the MAGA fascism that is at our door. So, what is to be done? Well, I'll offer three quick things. One, we have to acknowledge that folks are suffering. I think one of the major mistakes that the Democrats made in this past election was acting as if everything was all good. They told us that the economy was great. Now, what world are they living in? Trump, to his credit, spoke to the suffering that many people are facing. Now, we know that he was disingenuous, and we know that he was pulling from the standard fascist playbook of blaming the other for the problems of society, right? We don't buy what he was selling, but it did work, and he did acknowledge some people's pain. And so I think the first thing we have to do is we have to acknowledge the world that we're living in, what people are facing, and the suffering that people are dealing with. Two, we need to heed MLK's call to fight not only racism, but also unfettered capitalism and militarism. We have to move away from an ethic of greed and material accumulation towards prioritizing the common good. We have to fight for actual peace and stand against the perverse logic that peace can come through violent means. And then thirdly, we have to develop real empathy for one another and stand in deep solidarity with each other. In 1967, in a Christmas sermon for peace, Dr. King wrote the following: "Our loyalties must transcend our race, our tribe, our class, and our nation. And this means we must develop a world perspective. All life is interrelated. We are all caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied into a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We are made to live together because of the interrelated structure of reality." So I'll close there. Power to the people. Solidarity. God bless.
Thank you, my brother. My good sister Stephanie, you have to unmute yourself. And
I'm unmuted. And I don't know if tech is available. Of course, because I thought we would be in person, I intended to just speak, but I do have a couple of slides just as a backdrop for some photographs, if they want to allow me to share them. I don't know if it's possible, but if it's possible for me to be able to share them, I think they have now made me presenter, so I can do so. And that is the case. So today, I think, is demonstrative, really, of the reality of the interdisciplinary aspects of Africana Studies. And as the Director of Africana Studies here at Seton Hall University, the ask today, as the conclusion, as the last panel, was to think about the nature of Martin Luther King's, relationship with education, and with each of the disciplines that we represent as African studies. So as a scholar of education policy and also of African-American history, I would be remiss to not think about the reality of the power of education and its interdisciplinary nature, and sort of the practical application of Africana studies that we have done today, actually as a practice, and what Dr. King really represents, most especially as we think about the juxtaposition of the historical moment that we are in currently. As been mentioned, we have looked at the multiple disciplinary aspects of Africana studies all day. We've talked about healthcare, we've talked about education, we've talked about prison reform, we've been able to look at some projects, we've been able to look at all the different ways in which putting the African-American people at the center of whatever discourse of study it can be applied to, really gives us a full sense of what the nature of the discipline has been. I'm going to start with this. There was a Broadway play in 1949. It was called South Pacific. Might be a strange opening for my discussion, but one of the title songs was called "You've Got to Be Carefully Taught." And here are some of the lyrics. You've got to be taught to hate and fear. You've got to be taught from year to year. It's got to be drummed into your dear little ear. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be taught to be afraid of people whose eyes are oddly made and people whose skin is a different shade. You've got to be carefully taught. You've got to be taught before it's too late, before you are 6 or 7 or 8, to hate all the people your relatives hate. Got to be carefully taught. To heal, we've got to be able to reconcile and recognize and acknowledge this aspect of our educational system. We cannot discuss the attainment of equities and equalities without shining a light on the inequalities and the ways in which education has been used to discriminate, and the after effects it has on the way we live in this world, and the invisible fortress of othering that always gives us a false sense of division that I think that Dr. Martin Luther King was so adamantly opposed to, and which he illustrated his entire life journey towards. The only thing that counters that kind of ideology is education. Dr. Martin Luther King's philosophical frameworks are the educational byproduct of a rich, vibrant circle of culture, or humanities and liberal arts education, his as a historically Black college and university, which, much like its offering, began a national movement for African American studies, which is grounded in a central theme that encompasses the various things and places in which a student can examine, discuss, and practice education for life's sake, and where it can be seen as a weapon in the arsenal for Black freedom struggles. Now, in that, we can see this 1947 article when Dr. King was a student at Morehouse College. These ideologies begin and create a framework for the ways in which he begins his journey towards education. This is his theories on education. He believes that those kind of spaces create the space in which educational objectives begin to move other universities to begin to adopt these ideas. Now, for Africana studies, we see them mostly coming on college campuses after the assassination of Dr. King. Africana studies, of course, being the birthright. And we begin to see other institutions begin to understand that students demand for a broad and complex democratic space from which to examine and transform education, social, political, cultural trends, and influence in Black life and studies are filtered through a Black liberal arts tradition, very much evidenced at Seton Hall University and in our Africana Studies department. Conventional treatments of King's life and work largely excuse his tenure at Morehouse College and ignore the transformative power of a Black liberal arts tradition. His time at Morehouse has received little scholarly attention in the literature of King and the movement, and most especially has not received a lot of attention in regards of liberal arts education. And indeed, it even is lesser in the ways in which Coretta Scott King and her liberal arts education as a graduate and his intellectual partner is discussed. But as we reflect today and we finalize this panel and thinking about the ways in which MLK becomes an example of a Black liberal arts educational tradition, and one that that is the birthright of the scholarship of an Africana Studies department. And we look at the works of the MLK scholars that we have seen exemplified today at Seton Hall. I want us to reflect on the legacy of that tradition. Of course, Africana Studies places the mission and vision of the liberal arts and the service of Black traditions in the center. As a student, King encountered in a powerful way the questions that form the basis of intellectual inquiry, questions of existence, identity, and place in the world. He explored those and other questions across disciplines, just like Africana Studies does. And that's how we framed our program here at Seton Hall. King's experience reflects a larger process that influenced and continues to influence generations of students from all races that have benefited from the learning today from such lens. Today, we see a renaissance of Africana Studies at Seton Hall. Our continued existence on campus is a testament to the urgency of agency amongst our students and the belief in the necessity of multi-perspectivity and the diversity of lenses in which we attribute our study of the human phenomenon across the disciplines in all of our campuses. Like the current cauldron of African American studies scholars, Dr. King was a student of Black struggle and liberation, constantly examining his beliefs, and those of the organizers around him. This program was established in 1970s as an interdisciplinary program that does this work. The model of careful consideration and appreciation for diverse interpretations of Black liberation is a crucial part of King's legacy and of ours here at Seton Hall, and must be protected, most especially as we look at the oncoming presidency and the ways in which we have found these kinds of educational initiatives challenged across the board and state by state. But the lens of liberal arts education that brought about the study of African diaspora into the classroom is something that we need to see as a doorway through which to explore the traditions that are manifested in the work of generations of our alumni and the communities in which they serve. It's got to be a pivotal extension of the educational focus that's often overlooked. And it's got to be central to the way in which we begin to study. Dr. King pushed liberal arts education to be opened up for many across the diaspora. And like we need to do, we need to be able to add to the multitude of the diversity of voices, because proximity breeds familiarity, comfortability, inquiry, and exchange of ideas and perspective, the benchmarks of liberal arts education. As I conclude, I'd like to share with you one central occurrence, because we always want to wrap ourselves around how this can be applied. Few of you have ever heard of Thomas Muyongo, but he was a Kenyan trade unionist, educator, Pan-Africanist, author, independent activist, statesman, and a civil rights leader. He became one of the founding fathers of the Republic of Kenya. He led negotiations for independence at the Lancaster House Conference, and he was instrumental in forming the Kenyan Independence Party, where he served as its first Secretary General. Through speeches, he participated in debates and interviews across the globe, favoring Kenya's independence from British colonial rule. He also spoke at several rallies of goodwill and about the civil rights movement in the United States alongside King. Ironically, this is the story most of us don't know, Muyombo worked with John F. Kennedy and with Dr. King to create educational opportunities for African students, an effort that resulted in the 1960s Kennedy airlifts, which enabled East African students to study in American colleges. These students came for the practicum to be able to seek a liberal arts education. A notable beneficiary of this program that was birthed with Dr. King was Barack Obama Sr., who in 1959, along with Muyombo and another cadre of African American student foundations in the United States, in the organization of the first Africa Airlift Project, allowed 81 Kenyan students to be flown to the United States to study at universities. Barack Obama Sr. was a friend of Muyombo's and a fellow, and received a scholarship through this foundation and grants for books and expenses. Many of the airlift students were the first Black students that attended the universities. Their manner, determination, and persistence impressed upon many of the communities in which they resulted in the doors opening of those university campuses for African-American students to attend those universities, therefore contributing to the civil rights movement. Later, President Obama acknowledged that the airlift program enabled his Kenyan father to meet his Kansan mother. Due to his accomplishments in 1959, Obama Sr. received a scholarship in economics to the program, organized through his friend. It allowed him to attend here. Initial financing and supporters of the program included Martin Luther King Jr., Perry Belafonte, Sidney Poitier, Jackie Robinson, Elizabeth Molly Kirk. All of them raised the money necessary for these students, as well, which included Obama Sr., to be here. The assassination of Dr. King created massive uprisings that allowed for the catalyst for a lot of the Africana Studies program in the nation to begin. We need to be able to really respect the reality of the legacies of that. This quote here, I think, really sums up what the reality of this is. There's a lot of accomplishments that Martin Luther King we are able to reflect on. The legacy of his contribution to the field of Africana Studies in regards of looking at it as a Black liberal arts tradition, and also, I guess, in the legacy, as you talk about, a presidential inauguration day, of the reality of the birth of the first African-American president coming out of the intersection of him creating these opportunities for liberal arts education, those that would come and study here, means that an accomplishment that he doesn't even understand the gravity of in the moment have left a lasting legacy for us today. As African-American scholars, as those that are steeped in the tradition of Africana studies, days like today make us be reflective of the importance of the movement, of the legacies, of the department, of the scholarship, of the study. I'm grateful to be able to be at the helm of this department. I am grateful for the educational acumen and the academic rigor and the brilliance of my comrades in the struggle across campus. I'm grateful for the cauldron of students that are wanting to study in our courses and classwork and be able to look through the lens of the perspective of the African diaspora and its contributions to the globe. And I'm grateful for the forethought of MLK and the ways in which he has allowed us to be empowered and emboldened to be able to take on this work today. And I will turn it back over to you, Dr. Pritchett.
I want to thank my colleagues so much for really stepping up and bringing it all home today. I have a very brief point I'm going to make, and this is for all of us in the hearing of my voice. Let us not be found guilty of only looking at, celebrating, and lifting up the King once in the year. Just keep in mind that Dr. King ultimately knew very early on in this struggle that anybody who steps up to speak for and to work on behalf of the great enslaved, formerly enslaved population, the Negro, was facing over 300 years of oppression, for which one class is held literally at the bottom to lift up another class. Now, in that context, that means whoever steps up becomes the target for elimination. And I say that as respectfully as I can. One thing Dr. King has in common, I'll mention three outstanding leaders. The president and field secretary for the Mississippi NAACP, Medgar Evers, a name that many of us know. El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, better known to the masses as Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King. One thing that those three men have in common is not the size of their families, nor their bank accounts. Not one of the three ever lived to be 40 years old. Ask yourself, why is that the question? Why is that the situation? So, my friends, I leave you with that, and let us, in the spirit of the Catholic values that we represent in this university, let me remind you all of the multiple ways in which we can express love. We can look at it, we can see it, we can sell it, we can give it as a gift. But it's at that point where we rise past what it means to us in a personal sense, and we are oriented toward group values and ultimately the value of agape love. Are any of us willing to sacrifice on behalf of our family and our brothers and our sisters, our life for what we believe in? Thank you for being a part of the 7th annual MLK Day Symposium. Let us all go with God and go in peace. Amen. Thank you so much. If you have any comments, reactions to today's programming, and you have any comments for future suggestions, please send them to me in an email. I'd be very glad to entertain that. God bless you all. Have a good day. Stay safe. Thank you.